We're back where it all began in the ECS back in March 2020. We're in Lalfast LP, just near Alicante in Spain, for a three-day series, then heading into the Spanish Championship weekend. Well, I'm here, Mr. Maximo. The geese are here as well. We've got a few spectators. The ducks are here watching too. So welcome to another week in the ECS. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Spain, Lalfast LP, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching around the world, and welcome to another week in European Cricket Series Cricket. Vinny Sandro here, Mr. Maximo, with you for the European Cricket Network. And look at the wonderful sporting Lalfast cricket ground in Lalfast del Pi. It's great to have your company for this series, and look, we're back to where it all began. Like I said, back in March 2020, the first ever European Cricket Series was held here at the Lalfast del Pi ground. And look, let's get ready for something special as we see Sporting Lalfast taking on Intellectuals in the first match of this 12-match series. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday we'll be playing here in the ECS before the Spanish Championship weekend this weekend. So make sure that you join us over the next 3 days, and then the following 2 days we'll find out exactly who will be the ECL qualifier from Spain for 2022. Pulpenic leading Sporting Lalfast, and Intellectuals. They've got a couple of interesting ins for me. Mohammed Nadeem is one of them. I think that he's certainly a player that they'll be pinning their hopes on. Jared Iqbal as well, very experienced player. And also, we'll get to see the Perminator in action this morning for Sporting Lalfast. These two teams will play each other in matches 1 and 2. A double header. And also Sporting Lalfast do have the services of Spanish captain Chris Munoz-Mills. He's not in the 11 this morning. Got a big weekend ahead, Sporting Lalfast. And 4 teams competing in the Spanish Championship weekend this weekend as well. As we tell you, the news from the toss is that Sporting Lalfast have won the toss, elected to bowl first, so we're seeing Intellectuals up at the crease to start things off. And it looks to me like it's going to be Jack Sunderland opening the bowling for Sporting Lalfast, wearing the blue. And just a reminder, you can join us in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. A couple of guests on the field. The geese, well, they're out, and I see here they can be a little bit aggressive, although my little geese friends were pretty friendly to me in the intro. And looks like we're about to get going. Here's the first ball of the series. And it's an outswinger outside the off stump. Vinny Sandro here, Mr. Maximo, and alongside me for another week is Corey Ruckers. And Corey, welcome. And
that's a wide, Vinny.
It's a pretty generous start, but yeah, see a bit of swing there early as it's going to be Rakan Mohammed is on strike. Just inside, so well, dots to start the day. Corey, I'm sure you're looking forward to this. Now, I should have mentioned, Corey has recently been announced as the Spanish national team coach from the 1st of November, which is Monday, so I'm sure that you're got all your eyes open in this week's action.
Yeah, no pressure on the plans this week. I hope they all perform well, but a little bonus for me to have a little look before I take over the role on November 1st. Thanks, Vinny. That's a nice ball.
Yeah, another good outswing outside the off stump. There's certainly a bit of movement around. I mean, a little bit of dew on the outfield. We're expecting maximum temperature of 22 degrees currently. The temperature is around 17 to get this one going. Not too long after sunrise, so yeah, kind of moist conditions first up, isn't it, Corey?
Yeah, it is. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting week, especially a little bonus for myself to see some local talent. I mean, Jack Sunderland looks like he's got some good mechanics. If he can get his run up, or his run up's a bit slow, but if he gets that right, he actually gets it through at a good pace. Oh, back of the hand.
Yeah, slow ball. So shows good tricks here. We've got the Intellectuals wearing the white kit today, so we've got the pink ball in action. So, of course, 10 over contests, and we're looking forward to 3 days of action here in the ECS before the Spanish Championship weekend. I'm sure that's one that you're looking forward to as well. This weekend, the 4 top teams, 4 top clubs in Spain, basically playing a 2-day championship weekend for ECL qualification. That's going to be huge, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. The weekend will be very exciting. I mean, one team gets the ticket to the ECL, don't they, Vinny? So that's a lot to play for a club team.
Oh, this time, well, he's caught this. How's he caught this? And Sunderland, probably not the best ball he'll bowl. It's a little bit short. It got cracked back at him. And the first wicket goes down is Sultan, who goes very first ball, 1 for 1. Corey, what a bit of catching to start the morning.
Yeah, what a catch off your own bowling. He went back of the hand again. So it's that back of the hand slower ball into the deck. And he's mistimed it completely. And yeah, it's never easy off your own bowling, but he holds that pretty steadily.
Yeah, it was right off the end of the bat, wasn't it? That's where it gets wrong. It's not really trying to hit it one side of the field or the other. It's probably one that maybe crack away over point, but I suppose you can't blame the batsman trying to go straight early, but it just doesn't work out. And the first wicket of the day, Intellectuals as a side which went winless in the previous ECS that was held here back in March 2020. It's a long time ago now, though, of course. It's over a year and a half ago, but I'll be keen to get their first win in ECS cricket. Sporting Alfaz, by the same token, they were undefeated through the group stage, but then they lost both of their finals. They went out in straight sets to finish in 4th place. So,
Vinny, I got a question for you quickly.
Go ahead.
Where's the boundary?
Just behind us. No, the boundary is just in front of that putting green there. So you see the...
Oh, okay, yep.
Yeah,
So
good question.
Small boundaries, isn't it?
Fairly small, yeah. So that 50 metres around the ground. There's a few interesting features about this ground in Sporting Alfaz as well, which I'll mention in a second. But first, let's have a look at the last ball from Sunderland in the first over. Nice outswinger to finish the over. And that's the end of one. It's 1 for 1. Pretty good over. Great start by Sunderland. He's getting this ball to talk a little bit. Look at this one. Just leaving the batsman slightly. He's on the front foot, but can't catch up with it. We've got a few interesting features on this ground, and one is that there's a tree on the field.
Oh, yes.
There's a tree actually on the field just inside the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's just fractionally inside the boundary line. Now, if anything hits that tree, it's 4 runs and the ball's dead. It's considered 4. So even if it hits the tree on the full, if it hits any of the tree on the way over, that's considered 4. And there's also the duck pond, which luckily is the other side of the boundary. You'll probably lose a few balls in the duck pond as this week goes on. There you go, there's the tree. You can see it's just inside the boundary line.
So well, if I'm that fielder, I'm probably a few metres in from where he is, but what's the ruling?
The
4 or 6?
4, so it's 4 if it hits the tree, even if it hits the tree on the full.
Just a 4?
Just a 4. That's ground rules.
And is it like if you just touch it, touch it, even
any
if
tree, any tree's 4. Love the charm. There's been trees on cricket fields for a long time, believe it or not. Something you don't see very often in the modern game. Is Darren Walker to bowl over number 2. And it's edged and it's dropped. This one was, to be fair, about as easy as it gets. I know, first thing in the morning, not quite be alert enough, but Darren Walker looks pretty unimpressed about that. Have a look at this one. Just loops and just gets big on him at the wrong moment. Intellectuals, their struggles in ECS cricket. Next one, straight to fine leg. Well, this could be trouble. Oh, well. I'll just have a look at this one because I'm not so sure that the ball is taken cleanly. I'm sure they'll have a look at this on the replay. Certainly, I think there's no question he was short of his ground, but it's certainly one I'm sure will be referred. I mean, the run was probably never there, was it? Iqbal just went and took off. This one, yeah, see that for me. Don't think it hits the stumps at all. You can see the ball kind of pops out of his glove, goes onto his boot, and I think the bails are actually broken by the hand. So Reece foul up, nice thinking, but I think you'll find that the batsman will get a reprieve on this occasion. So in the end, they will get a run. They'll double their score. And yeah, it's one of those things. It's hard for the umpire to see as well from side on, because wicketkeeper's actually obscuring his view. And so, benefit technology will certainly see the right decision made. Fakar Mohammed will get the opportunity to resume his innings. And Darren Walker, that one wouldn't have gone against his name, but it's 2 wickets that you'd think should have been taken in this over. They haven't been. I want to invite everyone to join us in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network this morning. I hope that everyone's had a nice few days, and I've been watching Cyprus pretty closely, and it's been some really interesting games last night. So 68 defended successfully last night in Cyprus, the Cyprus derby. And that will continue to its conclusion on Sunday night. Walker to continue. Block hole. This time they run fairly comfortably. Kick goal back on strike. Hit down to Milan for no run. Like I mentioned, the group stages last time, Intellectuals failed to win a game. Sporting Alphas didn't lose one. Then Alphas losing their semi-final and then losing the bronze final as well. This one gets past Walker down the ground. Well, this one could be the first boundary of the day. Oh, it's a very good effort though. Pulled in just inside the line. Fantastic work by Antonio Brown. A big dive there and pull that off. That one is slightly uphill. Now this ground is used as a bit of a golf facility as well. So there's some undulations in the ground, and so you'll probably notice that as the week goes on. But have a look at this. Yeah, I mean, that's top work from Brown. Past him to finish the second over. And the score now is 6-1 after 2 overs. So yeah, we have a 3-team series and have 4 games each day, Wednesday, Thursday and Friday. We'll get to see these 2 teams as well as Madrid United, who are making the trip down from the nation's capital. And Corey, I'm sure you'll have your eye on a few players, because as the new Spanish national team coach, I'm sure in particular you're looking for players that can perform on the big stage.
Yeah, absolutely. You want players that can play under different sort of pressures, and this is a pretty big pressure live on the air around the world. So we're going to have another look at Jake Sunderland. I like the look of him in the first over. If we fix that run up, he gets the ball to swing. It looks pretty decent, that. It's not too bad. He's bowling a nice full length. It was quite young, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I think it's smart to bowl him as well with the ball new, because he's definitely getting that movement, isn't he? So I think, to me, I think it's always a good idea if someone's genuinely swinging the ball to use them in the conditions where it's going to suit them, especially if they're on top of the batsman.
One thing I've noticed, Vinny, there's a lot of bounce in this pitch.
Yeah.
Extreme amount.
Slow ball this time. Yeah, it's a very spongy kind of pitch, and I think we'll probably see even more bounce once it dries out a little bit. Probably a bit more skiddy now than it will be a bit later.
Yeah.
Certainly a feature of the pitch that we saw back in March 2020. We actually saw some pretty high scores. We saw some centuries made as well by individual batsmen. And, you know, it's the kind of pitch, once you're in on it, I think the bounce is pretty consistent, even though it is bouncy.
Yep. He really likes that back of the hand slow ball. It's a bit like Jimmy Faulkner bowls that one. It's actually a really good slow ball if you can control it, and he can.
The thing is, even if you pick it, and it is quite pickable, even if you pick it, it's still pretty difficult to play.
Yeah, it bounces quite a lot.
Yeah.
He just needs to fix that run up a bit, and he gets it through all right.
He's got a bit of the running on the spot to start, doesn't he? But then also you can understand being a bit cautious with the dewy conditions this morning. I think he's not trying to bowl too fast. He's just trying to be accurate and get it right. At the moment, I like what I'm seeing from Sunderland. This one really takes off.
Well, you said the pitch might get even out. That is bouncing a lot. Yes. Now, this is a bit of the whack-up.
I think this bounces.
Look at this.
Look where that bounces up, where the old creases were, and so that's probably the area where you might get a little bit of variability. And really took off. So slow start now for Intellectuals. Get to score the first boundary. It's 3 off 10. 3 off 11, and at the moment, no real power in the power play.
No, they definitely need to find a boundary, and he's just bowling nice away swing from the batsman. So I mean, they're trying to cart it over the dead straight or over mid-on. They need to go offside with it if they can.
Yeah.
Still, you can play some conventional cricket shots in this power play, Vinny.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Last ball power play coming up from Sunderland. It's bowled very well. That slow ball again. There should be another wicket, and it is. So this time Antonio Brown continues his good fielding, and Sunderland, he's going to finish with a quite outstanding figures of 2 for 1 of his 2 overs, and it's a disastrous power play for Intellectuals. They are 6 for 2 after 3.
Well, if there was ever a day to get 2 for 1, it's probably when your new national coach is sitting on the sideline. Well bowled from the young man. Look, we're looking for more talent around Spanish cricket, grow the system. And 2 for 1. It doesn't matter who you're playing. That's exceptional figure. So well bowled to him. And I reckon he's got a bit more pace in there once we fix that run up.
Yeah, I think first in the morning, you're right, probably not gathering the kind of pace in your run up you'd expect. I think if the conditions were a little bit drier later on, I'm sure we'll see plenty more of him through the series. And that is Maiden in the 3rd over. It's only 1 off his first over, 0 off his second over. So that's just quite outstanding work.
Oh, Maiden.
It's a Maiden. Put in the Maiden column. I know you're a huge fan.
What, do we still have the worm and everything for later?
I guess I'll have to find out. It's a pretty good start, isn't it? And yeah, it looks like they are going to stick with Walker. So yeah, going for Walker. So I think they're really just trying to stick with what's working at the moment. He conceded 5 off his over. Created some chances. Sun's in the air, and this one could be another one. And this one's held as well. Well, you can't keep that guy out of the game. Antonio Brown. Well, this one was travelling. It was a lot more difficult than the other one. And Iqbal, well, he gets a fair piece of this, but the field had gone back as the power play was finished. Brown holds 2 in 2 balls, and the score now is 6 for 3.
Well, the bowler's got his hat on. That's the most fun thing I've seen in a while. But then now it's a decent catch because he's running down a little bit of a slope there. It looks like the 8th green.
Yeah.
So this is an old... Is this a pitch and putt?
Yeah, it's got a bit... It's a golf facility, so it's kind of multiple use.
Fair play in that catch because there's a couple of miniature hills, isn't there?
Moguls. What it is. But it's certainly something that we're really enjoying. The character of this cricket ground. It's a beautiful setting as well, not too far from the beach. So looks like this is Zia Ulkayum, new batsman. And congratulations to Walker, who gets his first of the series. Probably should have had one off his very first ball. Williams not going to waste any time, and he could be out as well, and he is. Now that one goes all the way down to Sunderland, who's had a pretty busy morning as well. He takes his second catch, and Intellectuals, they are in some serious mess right now. Walker's on a hat-trick. The score is 6 for 4.
Well, you walk out, you smack your first ball straight to the fielder. You'd feel a bit disappointed. You couldn't have picked him out any better, Vinny, and they're in a lot of trouble now. I mean, they need a partnership desperately to try and get up to 50 or 60 at least. But yeah, good field setting. People in the right areas and Walker's cashing in. Yeah, this isn't a great start for Intellectuals, is it?
Got some problems. I guess we've seen some big turnarounds. The other thing is that each team will play each other, each of the opposition 4 times. So I think they'll get to know each other a little bit better. They know each other pretty well already. In the similar zones in the Spanish competition. But now, I mean, certainly the 4th over, we might see our first hat-trick of the series right here, because Walker has got 2 in 2. Good catching, though, as well. I'd say that the one went down, but apart from that, I mean, the fielding's been pretty good. Yeah,
the catching's been real nice. Yeah, did we get a hat-trick in the last few weeks? I don't really remember one.
It's been a little while. I think the last hat-trick was back in the ECC.
Yeah, it's been a long while, hasn't it? Well, on a hat-trick ball, Vinny. What can he do?
Here we go. Akram faces the hat-trick ball. Oh, and this one's full and pretty straight. It's past the field, but they won't get a run. And, moment, it's not really a typical T10 cricket start. The runs are hard to come by. And 3rd of the way through the innings, only 6 on the board. And there's another one. He's played all across that, and the top of the middle stump is knocked back. Akram has to go like the rest. He goes for a duck, and Walker gets a 3rd. He's stolen the show in the 4th over. Believe it or not, that's 5 wickets down now. Intellectuals, they are 6 for 5.
Well, what's happening here is it's just getting on. It's full, it's straight. You got to play with the straight bat sometimes, and yeah, castled. So, I mean, they've got to go on a rebuild here. You've got to stop thinking about maybe 100 or even 110. You've got to think maybe 70. And bat technically to do that, or maybe not even 70, 50. I mean, I'm confused. That's 6 for 5 or 5 for 6? I'm Australian.
5 wickets down. But here's the thing. I mean, this game is the one of 4 meetings these two teams will have. So, I mean, I think you just need to try and get some sort of confidence at the moment.
Well, you'd be hoping.
Have very little.
You'd be hoping by game 4 you sort of have it under control. But you never really see a team get rolled. You always see one partnership or one person hit 30. So I still expect to see somebody hit 70 or 80 here as the team. Surely.
Yeah. Oh, well, Corey. Well, I guess we'll see how close they get to that mark. But at the moment, it's Walker, who seems to be having his own way after he didn't have too much luck in his first over. He's nabbed 3 in 4 balls here in the second.
Tell you what, he's smelling a Michelle Pfeiffer here.
Seen some quite extraordinary cricket from around the world in the last week or so. It's unusual that we get a couple of days off, but taking the opportunity to watch a bit of cricket from all around the world, and quite a crazy finish in the women's T20 match between Brazil and Canada. Now we saw 5 wickets in 5 balls.
Really? To one bowler, or was there a few run-outs?
So it's going to be a run. And just have a look at the last 6 balls. Dot, wicket, 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 dot, wicket. And that one will break the run. And I think it was, they needed 2 to tie off the last over. Actually, we're chasing 49, I think it was, Canada in a 2020 match. They were 46 for 5 in the last over.
Really?
An over to go, and they lost all 5 wickets without adding a run.
Really?
Yeah. Full toss. Chopped over Walker's head. He'll be very happy with his morning's work. He'll finish with 3 wickets for 7. And the score after 4 overs, it is 8 for 5. And just a reminder, you can join us in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and let us know what you think of the start this morning. I'm sure you're enjoying the pictures from Alfast LP. Beautiful cricket ground here. Just around about 50 kilometres out of Alicante in Spain, and I know that Keanu's in there already. Any questions or comments that you have, I do appreciate it. Hello to Kisma, who's joining us, and Liam Day. Nice to see Kitty in there. He said it was a great finish in Cyprus last night. Yeah, not often you see a score in the 60s successfully defended. And we'll talk about the Black Caps not doing too well. Both types of Black Caps, the Cyprus type and also the New Zealand type. T10 World Cup, of course. It's cricket around the world, so we appreciate your company here. And we're going to see Ahmed Jamshid. We will continue. Noticing him in that shirt. He's looking fantastic this morning. 5th overtime. Look for a single, I won't get it. Expecting a nice day in this part of the world. Just had expecting maximum temperature around 21 or 22 if you're just joining us, and currently about 17, and the sun's poking out now. There's that kind of lack of intent, Corey, which you'd expect when you have a start like this, where you're very concerned about losing your wicket, and for that reason the score's really not moving quickly at all. Still no boundaries up to 4+ overs.
Yeah, you can see they're a little bit tentative now, but you sort of have to be. You just need to try and get a couple of 1s to start your innings, or a couple of 2s with the odd boundary. Get yourself into this game before it runs away from you.
That's good bowling. This is what you want from your third seamer.
I'm making a call here. This pitch is the most carried pitch I've seen in the ECS. I mean, that's not that quick, and that's been taken easily at sort of stomach height by the keeper.
I tell you, the pitch we all talk about as the bounciest is actually one we'll get to see next week. Straight at the fine leg. It then throws a fairly wild throw back to the bowlers. They do get a single. Yeah, the Rome pitch, you'll see next week in the Italian Super Series, that's got some crazy bounce in it. It's always really entertaining to watch. Yeah. But
like,
I mean, this
inconsistent or?
Fairly consistent.
Oh, this looks pretty consistent,
yeah,
but I mean,
I'd say.
Look how far the keeper's back for this, and he's bowling maybe 110.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty far back.
I think it's good. It's generally good for high scoring as well, because the batsman can trust the bounce most of the time. And this one gets a bit big on him. But yeah, no, watch out for that Rome series. Italian Super Series next week. It's the top 5 teams, or the 5 winners from the 5 series that we had back in February and March. And a lot of great cricket coming in the next few days, because after this series as well, we'll have the Spanish Championship weekend, which is the top 4 teams in T10 cricket for for Spain, competing for the ECL berth. We'll also be showing the Italian T20 finals, Italian Championship weekend there, which the winner of that series will also get a berth in the ECL for Italy. Now, this is a full toss, and this is going to be the first one of the series. Maximo! Well, Abbas Tassif goes back, he gets the full toss. That's the first shot in angle we've seen from Intellectuals. They move up to 15. And after 5 overs, it's 15 for 5.
Well, it was an intellectual shot, wasn't it, Vinny? Low full toss, just hit it straight. That's all he did. Bit of a swat.
It's a bit of a baseball shot, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it's the worst ball of the morning so far. Besides that, they've been pretty consistent and paid the price, 6 runs. And maybe that will wake up the sleepy Intellectuals. But yeah, look at that viewing. It is aesthetically one of the more beautiful grounds I've seen. Besides the little hilly outfield, it's a little bit bumpy. But
I think it adds character.
No, but it'll run fine compared to some of the ones we're seeing. The grass is cut perfectly, so
yeah,
should see some good in-ring fielding, hopefully.
They take very good care of this field. Not that much. And see there, Tassif is the first man to clear the boundary in this series, and now halfway through this innings. Some issues for the Intellectuals, to say the least. And it's going to be Waqar Ashraf to bowl over number 6. It's a little bit short, but this one straight down the throat of the man, D square leg. Well, that's another ball. It was a half tracker, to be fair. It's one that should have been feeding the ducks, but instead it went straight down the throat of the deep backwards square leg. Another good catch taken. The catching has been very good from Alphonse this morning. And a 6th wicket falls, 15 for 6. And like I say, probably the best ball that he'll ever bowl, Waqar Ashraf, but he takes the wicket and more pain for Intellectuals.
Yeah, he got a short ball, didn't he, Vinny? He's picked him out perfectly. You'd be disappointed with that. Could have put it on the carpet if he wanted. He had a lot of time to decide, but yeah, unfortunately for him, yeah, he just needed to get that along the ground, I sort of feel. He's picked him out perfectly, so he's out, and well, 6 wickets down now, and it's not looking great, is it?
To say the least.
Good catching, though. They've been pretty clean.
I mean, slippery conditions. I mean, I think the catching's been a real feature. We've just seen the one sitter go down, really. But apart from that, with Sunderland that started all off with that caught and bowled. So Ashraf pushes to deep cover and runs. A little bit surprised, to be honest, that they put so many back straight away. Because it's not, I mean, that, I suppose your sport for choice where to put your fielders when the score looks like this, but I think that they'd be encouraging those big shots and maybe trying all this at the sky ball.
You said that that tree's on the field, right?
Yeah.
I think our cameraman's on the field.
Probably. Is that Dennis down there? Can we get a shot of Dennis
by
the tree?
Can we get a shot of Dennis?
Camera 2?
I don't think he realises that that's on the field. I think he's on the field.
Go on. And now the fielder's running straight past him.
Oh no. This would be gold. This would be a moment video.
What happens if it hits the chair that Dennis is sitting on? Oh, this could be out. Oh, this is a really nice piece of work.
Yeah, it is out, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, that's first-class wicket-keeping from Fowler. And there's one that popped out of his glove earlier on, but this time the batsman was just lured out of his crease by the length.
But yeah, I still think the cameraman's on the field at the moment. We've got to get a shot of this before he gets told to move. Please, get the camera over there for me, Vinny. This is great.
You see this one? Just, yeah.
Not just, it's out by a mile.
Out.
All right,
Oh, he's just off the field. Oh, well, there we go.
He's off the field, but that would have been so good. Oh, we did.
I tell you what, he likes to get close to the action, though, Dennis, doesn't he? And he's certainly just 2 or 3 centimetres to give. And Dennis Norris does a lot of great work for us. And,
well, no one trusted the plucky Romanian cameraman there. I know I didn't, but he was right.
It does look like on the field, of course. You can't really see the line from here.
Tell you what,
how long before you get a ball hitting the tree, though? It's a matter of time.
I wouldn't mind it.
And, you know, I remember from March 2020, of course, same field, same tree. Tree, if anything, is a bit bigger at this stage. But and it can create some issues with boundary stops. When you're running full pelt around the boundary to try and stop one, you have to not only try and stop the ball from going over the line, but also stop the ball hitting the tree. The George of the jungle about it sometimes.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, Ashraf's doing all right, isn't he? 2 for 2 off 4 deliveries. Another good piece of work from Fowler behind the stumps. So they're going nowhere fast at the moment.
Another dot ball, it looks like, won't be given out. So, yeah, really struggling here. Brings an end to the 6. It's 17 for 7, Vinny.
And now 6 over check-in time. Run rate at the moment, 2.83. So, it's nice to say it's a bit lower than they'd wanted. I suppose from here, just hope for the best. Be my strategy. I still think it's probably worth trying to attack balls that you think you can hit, if not nothing else, just for your confidence. Hello to Akash Gupta in the chat, and it's great to see you saying hello. Hello to Nigel Hussey. He says, good start, Alphas, certainly, to say the least. And everyone else, if you'd like to say hello. Been missing you guys with unfortunate cancellation of the last day in Corfu because of the heavy rain, which left that ground underwater. Unfortunately, made it no chance for play. So we saw Yek winning that series as the team that led the ladder after the group stage. At least we did get the whole group stage in. I think that's a fair result, seeing that they did get to complete their group games. Big swing to leg side. And Jamie Roper out there does the fielding. Keeps it to 1. Yeah, it's certainly a bit of a challenge with the ground not flat. It's got a bit of a golf course feel to it, with a few little hills and bumps in the outfield. So I think it'll be a challenge for the outfielders, Corey. Something you don't normally see in cricket.
Not something you've ever seen. What can Quinlan do here? Can he take another wicket? That's a shortish ball worked into the offside for a single. It's been signalled to no ball, so I'm only assuming he's given a no ball for front foot here. I'm not too sure. It's definitely not for height because he hit it. It can't be a no ball.
Yeah, actually, I think it won't be a no ball. It's been rescinded now. And it was probably chest height anyway, to be fair. But in the end, it's not a no ball. It's a good slow ball this time from Quinlan.
Difficult, isn't it, when you're 7 down early, Vinny? I mean, yeah. We're not talking 2 or 3 down, we're talking 7 down. If I'm a tail ender here, though, what have you got to lose?
Yeah, for the highlights. You can do this. This is in the air, but it's going nowhere. So I don't think it's going to carry to the man in the circle. That's Phil Pennick, the captain. And, I mean, this is what happens as well when the field goes out. You get these balls that probably, if there's more infielders there, someone's catching that. I suppose. Real problems at all for Alphans at this stage. Quinlan, good opportunity for him to try and grab a wicket or two, get some confidence heading into this series. This team will play 8 matches over the next 3 days. It's past to Seif.
So these 2 teams will play 4 matches against each other.
4 matches against each other.
Tell you what, this is a stamp of authority then in early game 1.
To say the least.
It's pretty hard to come back from 21 for 7 when you're playing them 4 times in a couple of days.
We have seen some crazy results across Europe, though, with 7 down for not many. Norway has won against Spain. Against Germany, I should say. And the Belgian game was quite an extraordinary scorecard. But at the moment, I've actually seen a 4. I think we've seen a 6. But this is Hassan Askari. Let's deal with one more ball from Quinlan.
I think they might have turned the no ball call, so that means that that's over, isn't it? Well, because he said signal no ball and then it got changed from a no ball.
It did get revoked, yeah. So I guess you might see that's the end of the over. So it is 7 overs down, and very well. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Ruckers for the European Cricket Network. And it's wonderful to have your company, as always. And here we are. And
well, I've got to go back a bit.
The sun shine's out.
It is out.
And yeah, I'm having a great morning. How are you going, Corey? Doing okay this morning?
Yeah, I'm doing well because I was the poker champion last night. Bit of money in the pocket.
Our little poker night we had last night. Corey was the most deceitful of our ECN. I thought if you talked a lot in the commentary box, you certainly talked a lot poke tape, just for fun. There's no money involved or anything like that. It was just a bit of a fun game we had.
What are you talking about? I just bought a new suit.
That's right. All right, there's Fowler. Takes this one behind the stumps. And, well, 3 overs to go. Now's the time you'd want to accelerate. Well, I suppose you can only accelerate from this point of view.
So all these teams from this region.
Yep. Well, Madrid's quite a distance away. It's probably around 3 or 4 hours in a car. But, loosely, they're from this region of Spain. Big swing, and, well, could be trouble here if he hits.
Oh.
He spikes it.
Tell you what, he's taken some of the turf out with him.
You got to repair your divots with a shot like this, and he's almost blown his toe off with that show, hasn't he? He's done some good things, Fowler. But, certainly one didn't come out of the middle of the hand. Hello to Asjad Bhatt, who's joining us. Hello, Asjad. Hope you're well. So you get the ECC representing Spain. Nice bit of keeping down leg side to at least block this one. Keeps it the 1 wide. That's the other thing. They haven't given him too many extras, have they? And that's another reason the score is kind of woefully low at this stage with the quarter of the innings remaining. Hello to Maya as well in the chat. He's already picked her favourite team. Will let us know who it is. Maya. A slow ball, but he picks this one, but he might have picked out the fielder. In fact, he has. So another wicket goes down. And this time, Askari, he finally gets one. He gets a decent piece of it, but he can't quite cover that boundary out at deep mid-wicket. And 8th wicket falls. It's 22 for 8.
Is that the young Sunderland out there? Sunderland? I want to get that right. Sunderland. I think it might have been. That's his 3rd catch at deep mid-wicket. He bowled 2 good overs.
Yeah, that's actually Quinlan. Yeah,
oh, is it Quinlan?
Bowled last over. But, I mean, nevertheless, I mean, it's a good catch. He's a tall man, guarding that part of the field. And to be fair, intellectuals, some of the dismissals have been their own doing, but also, I mean, they hit quite a few balls well and seem to have picked out outfielders at times. It's probably the 3rd or 4th time we've seen that.
Yeah, they've actually timed the ball okay every now and then, but they've picked it out straight to the fielder. I mean, it's a tricky one. When you've lost so many early wickets, it's not up to the lower order to save the day. The top order needs to stand up a little bit better than this, so they'll be disappointed at 22 for 8. They're going to have to try and get themselves to at least 50 if they can. I mean, I can't see them staying in this much longer unless someone plays an amazing cameo.
Look at slow ball, but this one's going to beat everybody. And it might have been called. Actually, Byers is the call. Yeah, Byers is the call there. This one, it's that kind of slow ball, a bit of overspin. You see, almost like a quick leg break. And the keeper just not getting behind the line of that one. So a rare bye. Fowler's been pretty good this morning.
No, that keeper's been good. He's had nice hands. I like that he's staying up to the stumps. We saw in a couple of last DCSs the keeper standing like 2 metres or 1.5 metres, a bit nowhere. No man's land.
And a question from in the chat about from Liam Day. I'll address in a moment. So, the batsman. Hunt for run. There's never going to be one there. It's the end of 8 overs. 23 for 8. And Liam Day saying, is the Perminator playing? And yes, I can tell you, Jack Perman is in the 11 this morning. He's right in front of us, actually, at long off to the right-hander, Jack Perman. And, well, let's see where he bats. I see him.
He better be bat. I'll tell you right now, if he's not opening or in the top 3 and not bowling his leg spin by the end of the week, he won't have much longer in that national setup.
For a specialist fielder, you think. But here's the worm. That's your favourite. Actually, it looks like
okay, hit that. That actually. Yeah, it looked like they accelerate at some stage, but really they're on 23. The worm is terrible.
The scale is 30. The problem with that worm is you never know what you have to check the scale. Anyway, here is Jamshade. Lines up on this one. I think gets a little bit of a leg. And in the end, it's given us runs. Given a run, did seem to take that.
Yeah, he's given that runs, Vinny, and don't think that was too close to the bat, but it happens.
You need to take a run if you can at the moment. Ahmed will take it. He's off the mark. That's a decent pull shot. This one's into a gap, and it will be the first 4. So, 4 carreras. That's a nice one by Tasif, just waited. He's been a shining light in the batting. In fact, he has 15 out of their 28 runs and waited that one nicely and whacked it away to the boundary.
He's at 55% of the runs in total, so good from him. I mean, someone's standing up. You always say, honestly, you don't ever see a team where there's always one person that gets to 20. I don't think I've ever been involved in too many teams all getting rolled. You've probably seen it throughout your journey, but I mean, there's always one person that gets going.
Yeah, well, at least that stands up to an extent. Goes after this one. It's called a wide. So that'll help. Make the jump. 29 now. Just a little bit wide. Come back towards the batsman. Taking a lot of slower balls, but he's got to pitch it up. I think the last slow volleyball that whacked away was a little bit too short. Just pace on. And this one goes out to square leg. It's a fair chase out there for Phil Pennick. Yeah, good running. They come back from two. And you don't get too many twos on this ground, Corey.
No, it's small boundaries and a pretty fast outfield, so you'd think the fielding unit will cut most of it off. But good running from them. He moves himself to 17 now. And, well, if he can face most of the deliveries at the end and get a couple of boundaries, might get themselves up to 50.
Sneaky 50. Got a long way off at this stage, though.
You'd imagine so.
Walks to this one, quarter wide, though. And Hawk Moon is in the chat as well as Craig. He says it's a nice looking mountainous background. Well, the scenery around Spain is quite incredible. Every time I come here, I love it. My Spanish gets a little bit better. Well, this is in the air. Well, someone has to catch this, or will they? It's a long chase in there, and it gets spilt by Jamie Roper. He did well. I mean, he decided it was his. He was the man coming in. It had to be his catch. Make good ground, but just unfortunately pops out of the hands.
Yeah, he did make good ground. Maybe got a little bit low at the end point. You can see him tracking in there. He goes with the old slide along. Got good slidage, but yeah, it's hit him in the thigh. Didn't really look too comfortable. He's disappointed. But I'm sure we'll get another chance this week.
Not going to get a chance now. Where's this one gone? I think that one's gone a long way. Wait for the signal. I mean, that one's in the bunker. Play it where it lies. Maximo Tasif moves up to 25. And without him, you'd just be scared about where this innings would be. But that was nice contact. He knew that was 6 from the moment it left the bat.
If you take the extras out of this, how many has he made out of the 40? 25. So there's been 5 extras?
Yeah, I'll tell you shortly.
I know you'll know.
Pull it up.
This might be the highest percentage score in a total I've ever seen from one player.
Yeah, it's not a bad shout. Goes after this, but surely someone's catching this. This is a mile high, and it gets dropped, and now they want 2, but he could get a run out here. He's going to race him in, and he's going to get the run out. Well, I suppose that's Ahmed that gets sacrificed for the greater good, although that was the end of the over, so it probably didn't work out either. It's going to be 1 and run out, and well, this one really was travelling by the time it came back down to earth. That was good awareness by the fielder to at least grab it and get the run out. Just concedes them 1 run.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed he didn't hold on to that, but good match awareness, and as they were jogging back for the 2, gets a simple run out, but I don't know why they went for 2. He probably just wanted a 1 there to keep the strike.
Yeah, I think it's probably a case of we weren't aware it was the end of the over.
Match awareness. Match awareness goes such a long way.
So let's have a look at this innings, and you were mentioning the proportion of runs.
So he's on 26 out of 41, and how many extras has there been?
Well, haven't been too many of them.
3 or 4?
Nah, there's been 5 extras.
Okay, so he's made 26 out of 36.
26 out of 36 off the bat.
What's that, about 88%? 85?
72?
Nah, more than that, isn't it? Fractions.
72. Well, he's made 63% of the actual total, but regardless, of a completed innings, we've still got a bit of time to go.
Surely he's in the 80s, man. 26.
Back to school, Corey.
I'm just a cricket coach, mate.
Maya's asking, have you had a coaching session yet, Corey? Well, I don't think you've had anything formal. I think officially you become coach on Monday. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
November 1?
November 1. She kick-starts, a couple of meetings, a couple of interviews with the players, and setting everything up. You guys won't release me. ECN Network's got me trapped.
That's true.
It's been 5 weeks
We'll
straight.
have to release into the wild. Have to release into the geese over there in the duck pond. Those geese, they're fearless.
No, to be
have you seen the geese yet?
To be fair, they freak me out a little bit, so I'll be staying away.
So that's the end of the over, so it should be the new batsman on strike because it was the end of the over. They were run out at the non-striker's end. So the new batsman should be on strike here. Yeah, so I mean, I think Tasif's going there, but that's something that they'll sort out. I think that because it was the end of the over and the batsman was run out at the non-striker's end, so with the change of over, the new batsman will be on strike, and we are going to see Ibtisam Ahmed facing up. And his job, I think, with 9 out. Well, number one, we don't get out. Probably the number one thing. But also, I think he's going to try and get Seif on strike, who's on 26. Maya's a huge fan of intellectuals already, I think. We get 3 for 1 here. Probably a leg by. So, well, Ahmed does his job. He gets to Seif down the business end.
Yeah, he does, mate. Gets him at the right end, and I mean, now you've got 5 balls to try and cash in as good as you can without throwing your wicket away. Easier said than done. True.
Question from Hawk Moon. Did the Greece guys get the trophies? Well, they certainly did. Had an informal little ceremony on Saturday morning. So, that's a nice shot. He's absolutely nailed that. That one's out of here. Maximo! So Seif moves up to 32 on 17 balls. And the score creeps towards 50 now. 48 for 9 with 4 balls remaining. Nice shot.
There's always one player that gets himself in, and he's the man. And yeah, he got a fair piece of that back of length. Nice swivel pull and good head position. So 6 runs. But yeah, it's been a one-man show, more than a one-man show. Seif, he's got 4 balls here, has to keep cashing in.
I think of 2. I mean, the risk is you don't want to be all out. So I think, well, now you might get 2, but you might not. Didn't tell you. He's going to throw, and he misses. Well, just no one got to the bowler's end stumps, did they? And in the end, they get an ECS 2.
Well, it's a valuable 2. He moves to 34 with 3 balls left now. Cheeky running. Little bit of sleeping from Sporting Alphas. And you've let the danger man get back on strike, so he's going to enjoy himself, try and get himself closer to a 50. He's got 3 balls.
Oh, this is miles in the air. I mean, good luck. Here it comes. And he doesn't even get a hand on it in the end. I mean, these balls are so high. And when they go that high, just don't want to get all physics-y, but the speed that they're coming when they're coming down is really fast. If you're in the wrong spot, you're in big trouble. 50's up now. And managed to get through for 2, was it? This one is edged and he's going to be out. And this will finish the innings with a ball to spare. And it's going to be 52 all out to see if he goes for 36. 36 out of 52. And he has scored basically 69% of the runs in the innings. So you take that out, it's looking even worse. But you have to say it's a pretty clinical performance by Sporting Alphas.
Yeah, it was. They've just put the ball in the right areas and asked the right questions. But yeah, they'll be disappointed, the intellectuals, with that batting performance. Only 1 batsman. I think everyone else, I'm not sure if anyone else even made 5.
The next highest score was 3.
Wow.
3s in there. A few 1s and a few 0s.
That has to be the biggest difference, surely, from the highest score to like the next highest.
Well, I have to go back to that 156, where I think the other batsman made 2, 1 and 4.
Are you serious?
In that innings. Yeah, I'll have to pull that one up for you, because that was something quite amazing. We also saw that in an ECS Spain earlier this year, but what you would say is it was pretty clinical from Sporting Alphas, who will be chasing 53 for victory. And well, Corey, it was a brand new day in the FanCode European Cricket Series. 3-day series getting underway, and it was Sunderland early. Now, he certainly had switched on as good caught and bowled, got things running, and after that, a succession of wickets falling. Even though that one went down, it was a rare blemish. Sporting Alphas cashed in on most of the opportunities, and look, with the exception of 1 batsman, they were all over the intellectuals here in match 1.
Yeah, absolutely, Vinny. Basically, what we saw was just a lot of wickets early, and when you lose so many wickets early, it's really hard to come back from it. Sunderland, I thought, bowled really well, like the slower ball that he's got at the back of the hand, and bamboozled a few of the batsmen. And after that, well, it was shared around quite a lot. What I really liked at the start was Sporting Alphas didn't drop a thing. They put their fielders in the right areas. And, well, if they're in the right areas, this happens. Simple catches. And another easy catch there. That was Sunderland again to add to his 2 wickets in the power play. And, well, it just sort of kept happening. It was procession of wickets. Darren Walker was just keeping it nice and straight and sort of asking the right questions. And the batsmen, unfortunately, weren't able to live up to it. And there was only a one-man show to see if that was his first big six. He came in the middle of the innings and he sort of got away a little bit, but he didn't have much support. And when you don't have much support, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to get yourself up to a more than competitive total. You can see here a smart stumping here and really nice hands the whole time by the keeper, Reece Fowler. I thought he kept exceptionally. Helps his bowler out there to get another wicket. And it was just a procession of wickets. It didn't stop, and usually you don't see it so often, as that was a smart catch by Paul Quinnan at deep mid-wicket. You don't usually see so many wickets falling in such a bundle, but it was this man, to see. He was the only one that really showed a little bit of spine, a little bit of bottle. He had a little bit of luck. There was a drop catch there. And, well, you got to ride your luck in T10 cricket. You got to ride your luck in all forms of cricket. But when he had his luck, he made it pay. You see the fielder's disappointed because he hit some really, really big sixes. Tried to sneakily steal a two here, but his partner sacrificed himself just to get him back on strike. And that took us to the last over of the innings. And, well, he did get a couple more boundaries away and a couple of lofty blows. He also had a lot of lofty swings as well and got the feather edge to end the innings. So he can hold his head up high, but I think the intellectuals as a batting unit will be more than disappointed. We'll have a quick look at the batting scorecards now. And it's going to read some pretty interesting showing. I'm not too sure if you've seen a scorecard like this before, but that is incredible. 36 runs to Abbas Taseef, 36 off 20. That's a proper T10 innings. And then after that, the next high score is 3. Well, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Only a couple of ducks, but yeah, geez, that is a huge, huge effort by Taseef to save his team from being pretty much embarrassed here. They could have been bowled out for 15 to 20, but he's come out all the way down at number 6, sorry, and yeah, he's done something pretty special for his team. We'll have a look at the bowling figures. This will be a little bit prettier. Waka Ashraf, 3 for 4. Darren Walker, 3 for 7. But my pick of the bowlers was the young Jake Sunderland, 2 for 1 and an economy of 0.5. I thought he bowled exceptionally with the new ball. And if you look at the wickets, at one stage at the bottom there, they were 5 for 6 after losing 4 wickets for no runs. So that means they're all bundled out for 52. Pretty much a procession. You'd imagine Sporting Alphas would be pretty confident about coming out here and knocking these runs over. But we'll see very shortly. So join us back in the next 5 to 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Alphaz Delp for the second innings of match 1 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo with you for the European Cricket Network. It's great to be back in the European Cricket Series after just a few days off because we had Saturday rained out, and then with the 2-day break, Monday and Tuesday this week, leading into this 5-day week in Spain, because we have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in the ECS. It's a shortened series. Because on Saturday and Sunday we'll be showing the Spanish Championship weekend from this ground at Sporting Alphaz. And you can see it's a wonderful place to play cricket. You can see the mountains in the background. It's quite a spectacular backdrop to this cricket ground. Not too far from the sea as well. And right now we're seeing Sporting Alphaz going out there chasing a target of 53 to win match 1. 3 teams in this series, and they'll play quadruple round robin at the end of match 12. We'll crown the champion. And it's going to be Phil Pennick, the Sporting Alphaz captain, to face up here. Good opportunity for him to get stuck in and hopefully knock this target off. These teams will play each other twice this morning, matches 1 and 2. And then we'll get to see Madrid United as well this afternoon. They're the 3rd team in this series. So let's get ready for a start. And we saw Intellectuals pulled out for 52 with the ball remaining there 10 overs. And I think we'll see Antonio Brown out there. Not that he caught particularly well in the first innings of this. We saw some really good catches taken. And getting ready for a start. Looks like to me it'll be Imtisam Ahmed who's going to open the bowling. 53 to win. Pennick pushes and runs. Imtisam shapes the throw but doesn't, so Sporting Alphaz immediately off the mark. And this will give Antonio Brown a chance to open his account. Intellectuals will be disappointed with the way they batted, but they can certainly take some heart from the performance of one of their batsmen. And the batsman was Abbas Tassif, who scored 36 off 20 balls. He was the last man dismissed. And once again, they'll be hoping for a much better performance in the second match this morning. Good, confident push. Actually timed pretty well by Brown, who gets off the mark, similarly with a single. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is newly announced Spanish national team coach, former Belgian coach, VOC Rotterdam, winning ACL representative, Corey Ruckers. Welcome back, Corey.
Missed a couple there, Vinny. It's good to be back here, Vinny.
It's only a 10 over match. Well, this would have been out. I mean, this would have been a run out, but had to be direct, and unfortunately couldn't hit the target.
No, missed an opportunity there, and when you're defending only 52, 53 to win, you need to take every chance. It bounced over the stumps. It's a little bit unfortunate, but that was a crazy single. It was never there.
Pretty good carry from Imtisam Ahmed. And one thing we have seen, the pitch is pretty bouncy. I think it's going to be drying out. It's going to get even more bouncy as the day goes on, I think.
Yeah, you think that's going to get more and more?
Yeah, I think just it'll be a bit less skiddy. I think it'll be, the carry's going to continue to be there. If anything, I think a little bit better even. Just wants it over these balls, these pink balls. I think that sometimes it's slightly different competition to the white balls as well. And I think they can really fly. At the moment, Ahmed keeping things fairly quiet. Goes to the top edge. It's going to go a long way off the bat. And I think that it will actually make it all the way to the boundary. We'll wait on this one. And the fielder goes, yeah, that's 4 runs. So quite the rocket at us, the first boundary of the innings. The score is up to 8. Now, if this was defended it would be the lowest total ever successfully defended. Although I don't know if I put your money on it, Corey. At the end of the first over, it is 6 for no loss.
Yeah, it's going to take something pretty spectacular, you'd imagine, Vinny. I mean, they were 7 for 20 or 8 for 20 at one stage. So they did pretty well to even get to 53. So yeah, you need 4 early wickets, and then still things need to run your way pretty well. I mean, you never know. You never ever know. But
you never know, but sometimes you know.
Nah, I can't see it happening this time. Surely, I don't think I've ever seen a team collapse only chasing 50 odd. Have you seen it?
Well, the lowest we've seen is 63.
Yeah.
I mean, I told you that Canada versus Brazil women's match.
So I need to look this up actually. So this happened up overnight, did it?
Yeah, it was last couple of days. It's a good start from Hakan Askari. Starts with the dot. Yeah, it was something quite amazing. But with the lowest we've seen defended is 63 in the FanCode European Cricket Series. That was earlier this year. We've actually seen it twice now, because we saw it equalled last week in Greece, of course. But I've never seen it in the 50s defended. And well, it's a pretty good start though from Askari. He just knocks over Antonio Brown. Good slippery Yorker. Makes the best of the stumps, and that's promising signs for intellectuals as we get into this series. The first week goes down for Alfaz. It's 8 for 1.
Yeah, well, you need a lot more of that. It's a nice straight delivery. You watch here, he sort of just loses his balance. See that little walk he does down? When you do a little walk and press with your foot, you're actually not set. And then he opens up his stance because he has to make another movement. So it's all wrong. And yeah, there's no balance there in that shot. So keeps it nice and straight, gets a wicket. And that will bring in the dangerous Jack Perman to the crease.
Yeah, so those of you that are watching the European Cricket Championship will know all about Jack Perman, the Perminator. Coming in his customary number 3 position. And, yeah, he's one of the better performances Spain in that series. Very strong of his legs. Don't want to get too straight to him. You don't want to get too leg side to him.
It was a bit of a... I think he started the tournament lower order. Then they sort of realised his hitting potential. Got him up to that 4 region. But yeah, look at him as a dashing batsman. Plenty of talent. Decent leg spin as well.
Yeah. Can bowl some spin.
Young.
See him in the first half of this one.
Quite young, isn't he? 2021?
Yeah, he's fairly young. For you, but yeah, he's a man that I know a fair bit about. Jack Perman.
Yeah, done a bit of my research.
He's 20 years old.
Definitely one to potentially have a really big career in the red and blue.
Sunderland, who you liked before, he's 29. So still plenty of good cricket left in him.
29, is he?
Yeah.
He's younger than that.
He needs to get his face cream.
Yeah, I look 42, don't I? I'm weathered.
Actually, yeah, we kept doing the tour a few weeks. Suddenly, you're looking older than me. A lot of people are thinking. Here's Askari. It's pretty well bowled. One thing I like intellectuals, they're not going to give it up easy. They might not have enough runs on the board, but remember, they'll get to face these guys 4 times. So, yeah, if it doesn't go your way in the first game, you do need to try and find a way to be effective. And that's what I think they're at least trying to get something going with their bowling and fielding, because they know how important that will be this week.
Nice wide stance. Let's have a look at the young man. First time I've had a real good look at him.
Yeah, just whips this one away.
He's actually
just whacked the disc on the 30-yard circle, I think, and it hasn't slowed it down that much because it's still raced away for 4. And just a little kind of waft at the ball here from Perman, but he gets plenty on it and he gets 4.
Yeah, you said he was strong on his legs. You see that whip from his wrist? He has really quick hands, so he just catches up with it, races away for 4. Good batting that. Didn't try overhit it, just timed it. So let's have a look at him technically. Very front, straight on. I'll open that front foot a little bit. Head position. Nice and tall, isn't he? Well, he's going to get a free hit here. That's off the pitch. That should be a free hit, I think. I don't think that's landed.
Let's see if it was.
No, that didn't land on the surface. Definitely didn't land on the surface. Yeah, that's landed off on the grass by a long, long way. So, I mean, you can't call those wides.
Yeah, I told you, the rule that probably changed, to be honest. I'd probably say if it's not hit, I'd still call it a wide.
Nah, I think it's a metre off the pitch.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't. Why are you going to penalise a guy for... I know that's the rule.
Why are you going to penalise a guy for not using the facilities?
I'll tell you why in a second. This one will be a wide, so the free hit will still be in effect. Now, I would, if I could change the rule, I would say that if it's not hit or doesn't hit the batsman or the wickets, it's still just a wide for off the pitch. Because I think the free hit's pretty big penalty for a guy that can't even land the ball off the pitch. On the pitch, that ball. So now you're going to say...
yeah, but it's usually... this is an opening bowler. He just took a wicket. So, I mean, if you... you can't bring the game into...
Make every wide a free hit then. You know.
Shot.
Yeah,
Shot.
Yeah, it's a nice shot to the offside. This will test the outfield. And we'll just get there before. It's a real teaser. And a nice cover drive. Fetman showing you can do it through the offside too.
He's got really... What I like about him, he's got really fast hands and snaps his wrist at the point of contact. He's definitely someone that you could look to that could be more than that, but he's someone in a T20 game you look as a power hitter, a finisher. I love the fast hands. Got to work on his foot position a little bit there though, and his head position's a little bit tilted, but he's nice and tall. That one's given a no ball. Well, this
is right on the edge, I think.
I think this is a fair call as well, actually.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, so you know that white tram line that goes down?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call.
But the thing is, if it hits the, it's not so much the tram line; it's off the actual surface.
Yeah.
Where it becomes a no ball. And if it's if it's considered on the edge of the surface, that's still a called no ball. Depends what they consider the edge.
Oh, that's another no-y.
One I thought was probably it's called a wide. I mean, we'll have a look at this from.
So yeah,
it's also gone down leg side.
Yeah, five wides, and it's still a free hit. So I hope the umpire, he's doing it there. So
yeah, that's actually miles above his waist. Now we'll see how high it is. It's actually about.
Oh yeah, it should have been 5 no ball.
Chin high.
Doesn't matter though, does it? It's the same total.
Oh, 4 byes to the keeper. And also the bowler saves 4 runs on his analysis if it's no ball.
Well, I'll tell you.
It's only 4 byes instead of 5 wide. Again, terrible rule. Should be a first and final as well for Askari. This one.
Off the pitch again.
Yeah, so
he's throwing the umpire here. The umpire's doing all right, but that's off the pitch by a mile.
Umpire's going to have sore arms, aren't they?
So it's still a free hit.
Yeah, can't hit what you can't reach, though. He's clever. 16 off this over so far. Off the bowler. Hello to Hasna Henna, who says today starts a new tournament. And they'll be watching every match. Well, that's fantastic. You're with us, Hasna. Side. This will be some more.
This will be 5 wides.
They put him with the rest.
What's going on here, Vinny?
And at the moment,
I'm confused.
Put
me back in bed, Vinny. What's going on here? It's no ball, 5 wide. I'm done. I can't. What's he doing? Bowl it across the seam.
There. It could be a full length.
Vinny, the last 6 balls have gone wide. 4, 1 no ball, 5 wide, 1 no ball, 5 wide.
Yeah.
So this is still a free hit.
Yep. Gets hit, gets blasted, and despite the fielder getting a finger on this, I think that's going to end up going all the way for 4. So it's a disastrous finish to the over. And Askari goes for 26.
Picked up a wicket though.
He is 34 for 1. Yeah, well, successful over, picking up a wicket. To be fair, the wicket he got was a good one. I mean, it was full, it was straight. He just needs to work on his consistency. And if you can't do that with a new ball, maybe you need to bowl a bit later, I suppose. This is the 3 teams that you'll see in this tournament. We've got Intellectuals and Sporting Alphas. And Madrid United will be the 3rd team in this series. They'll each play 8 matches throughout the course of the tournament. And after match 12, we'll have our champions of the FanCode European Cricket Series, Spain, Alphas and LP. This is the place we had our first ever European Cricket Series back in March 2020, early March 2020, just before the lockdown. And so it's really nice to come back here. It's a very picturesque ground. So 2 overs down, 34 on the board. It's going to be Noman Ahmed to bowl over number 3.
That's better. Well bowled, and they'll just scamper through for a single. Yeah, I dare say the Perman I might be opening with for the next game, because you sort of feel if he gets on with it in a T10, he might go something big. But I mean, they're not chasing too many runs here. I mean, for Intellectuals, I mean, these 2 teams are going to come up numerous times in the next couple of days. So you sort of feel they've got to get on with finding a bit of confidence against this mob.
Yeah. And
then hopefully they can take some confidence into the next game.
Yeah, hits this pretty well through the offside. This is going to be 4 more. And yeah, this is a nice shot through the line. And to be honest, this is something I'm sure he's worked on. I've seen in ECC. This was the kind of ball he was still trying to hit to leg side, but this time he cracks it through the line, and it was well struck for 4.
Yeah, good start from him. Really nice start from him. He's just timing the ball. You can see I really like the stance, and that little load up's a little bit of Joe Root in that. He just needs to work on that little chest position at the end of the shot as well.
Well, this time he tries to go leg side, but gets a fair bit about it. I mean, that's gone a fair way off the bat. I think that one's gone all the way. Maximo!
No, 4 runs, Vinny.
Well, no, hold out. Hold out. Maximo! 6 to Berman. All right, nothing wrong with my eyes. That might be 120 metres away, but I saw that one carried all the way. Berman, not quite where he intended it. 180 degrees backwards from where he intended it, but still, the score is racing along.
Yeah, it is racing along, isn't it? They're going to get this probably in this over, you imagine. Perma's moved to 22 of 9, Vinny.
Well, that's absolutely blasted, and that's the first one that's getting into the duck pond. Well, watch out, Daffy. Name a duck. I'm just joking.
Donald Duck.
50 comes up. Could be a short game this week. 50 comes up. That one absolutely nailed by Perman, and that one went a long way. So what's coming up next, and it's going to be the same 2 teams doing battle in match 2, and the second match will start in around about 45 minutes time right here on the European Cricket Network. Make sure you join us for that, and know that Alphas will be keen to make it 2 out of 2. Intellectuals, they've got some soul searching to do. I can tell you the news from the toss. Intellectuals have won the toss, elected to bowl first. So we'll get to see Alphas opening up with the bat, and they'll certainly want to put a few runs on the board, gain some confidence with the bat.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this innings, Vinny. Good power hitting, isn't it?
Tries to reverse it. So this one will be fine because he's changed into a reverse. So it means he has 2 offsides. Otherwise, this one probably would have been a leg side wide.
It's good umpiring though, not to give it away. Yeah, 2 to win here.
Leg side. This one will be called a wide.
Yeah, it is called a wide, so that will bring the scores level, Vinny. Hey, net run rate could come into it at the end of the week, Vinny.
And that's also true. So keep an eye on that as this tournament continues. 3 days here. And yeah, Saturday and Sunday, that's something I know a lot of people are looking forward to as well, because we'll find out exactly who will be representing Spain in the ECL.
How long till next game, Vinny? I know we bring a lot of T10 action.
Around 5 minutes or so.
Lovely. Always exciting. Coming around the wicket, Vinny. 1 to win.
Well, this is in the air. Well, this could be caught to keep the game alive. And he takes it. Well, that's a nice catch. Consolation wicket. Perman goes to 28, but pretty destructive while he was out there. Scores tied, and we will make it out of the power play. Well done to Noman Ahmed, who takes the wicket. And the catch is well held down there. Certainly hung in the air a long time, but it was taken comfortably. So I'll give one more chance to one of the Sporting Alphas batsmen. Looks like this will be Jamie Roper, who likely won't be on strike because it's the end of the over. So it might be Phil Pennick who will be in a position to hit the winning runs. The winning run. So 52 apiece, only 3 overs. Sporting Alphas is able to finish this one pretty quickly, you'd imagine. Just 3 overs down, and any questions you've got, you put them in the chat. He's in European Cricket Network, and yeah, Perman will be disappointed to get out, but still some good signs for him, and times the balls really nicely in that innings.
Yeah, he's got quick, fast hands, doesn't he? So nice to see that. But yeah, well, this is probably the longest delay that you need when there's only 1 run to win. Sort of wish Perman just hit it for 6, don't we?
Well, I mean, we already lost 1 ball in the duck pond. It's going to be Fazal Rahman to bowl, 1 to win. And well, Pennick with a sense of theatre decides that he'll stay up there a little bit longer. He hasn't had too much of the strike either in this innings. The captain, it's only the 5th ball he's faced. He can win it with a single run now. Hit well, and this one, in the end, I think it'll go for 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be 4 runs. And so this will finish it.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, Vinny. I mean, it's a nice full ball, and he just leans on that cover drive. It goes across the boundary for it, brings an end to the game. And, well, this game has been all Sporting Alphas.
Yeah, it certainly has. They're going to do it with ease in the end. And nice shot by Pennick, and that sums it up. So intellectuals, they'll have to learn from that performance, and hopefully they can put on a bit of a better show in match 2 this morning. They will be in the field first, so Alphas will be opening up with the bat. It was a fairly one-sided game to get things going here. They're going to win it using only 1/3 of the allotted innings, and they're going to win with 40 balls to spare. And well done to Alphas, and remember, they are a team. They've never lost a group match in the ECS. They were undefeated before losing both their finals. Let's have a look at the highlights, and well, that was a highlight. Clean bowled, and Ascari, he was happy with that one. That brought the Perminator to the crease, and he was just going to set things up for an early finish. This one was not the best performance from the fielder. A couple of little teasers for the fielders, and then Ascari, after that one good delivery, just lost the plot a little bit. And there are a few down the leg side, a few high, a few too many extras to say the least. Then Perman, some nice strokes as well. Particularly like the way he hit the ball through the offside. And it was a nice one. Ultimately, got a little bit lucky with that one. It's a Maximo, a backwards Maximo. But apart from that, you knew that this game was on borrowed time. That one was into the duck pond. And Perman, well, ultimately, with the scores tied, he would fall, but you knew by then the result was a foregone conclusion. And Pennick, nice cover drive, tied by him, just crawled across the line. So, got across to complete this match in only 3.2 overs. Coming up next, we have the same teams in match 2. And I'm certainly looking forward to this one. Hopefully we see a bit more of it. Competitive performance in intellectuals. This one's starting in around about 40 minutes time right here on ECN. And going back to the scorecard, never really any doubt about who was going to come up trumps in this one after it was only 52 put on the board by intellectuals in the first innings. And Perman, he dominated the scoring, 28 of 12 balls. But look, 15 extras, that's something they have to work on as well. 12 wides and 3 no balls. And ultimately, it's going to be all over. With the bowling, just a couple of wickets. It's, yeah, it was always going to be very, very difficult. And so it was certainly a one-sided match 1, but hopefully match 2 brings a bit more competitiveness from the sides. Join us in approximately 40 minutes time. We'll be back with more action here from the Alphas LP. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series. You're watching the European Cricket Network. We'll see you shortly.
Hello and welcome back to La Faz del Pi in Spain. It's time for match 2, the second of the doubleheader between Sporting Alfaz and Intellectuals that start this tournament this morning. Both the captains are with the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch. Let's go over there now for the coin toss.
Intellectuals the call. Tails the call. And it is tails. We will ball first.
So Intellectuals, they've won the toss here in match 2 and their captain Husnain Akram has decided that they'll bowl first, so they'll get a chance to chase. They certainly didn't handle the pressure of batting first well in the first game, so I think that is part of the reason that he wants to bowl first in this one, but it also gives a bit of a longer opportunity to see Sporting Alfaz at the crease, and I'm sure that they've got a couple of players who would like to put themselves on the map with a big score and look in front of the new national team coach Corey Ruckers. I'm sure it's a great opportunity to impress, and Corey is in the commentary box right now. Let's get ready for the start of match 2. The news from the toss is that Intellectuals have won the toss and they'll be bowling first. So we're going to see Sporting Alfaz opening up with the bat.
Hello everybody and welcome back to our live coverage, and look at that beautiful view on your screens. We're in the lovely area of Alicante, a bit north of Alicante. Could even call it southern Valencia. I don't know, a bit of both, but we're at the Sporting Alfaz cricket ground, and yeah, gorgeous scenes. Nice sunny day, a beautiful over, a nice outfield, and looking forward to more T10 action. Sporting Alfaz will be up against the Intellectuals again. And this time it's roles reversed as Sporting Alfaz will be batting first. Look at the two lineups, and well, there's a danger man at the top there. Jake Perman gives it a whack, probably looking to see him out at number 3, and I really like the bowling of Jake Sunderland in the first game. Intellectuals, well, they will heavily rely on Abbas Tossif. They're going to need someone else in that lineup to stand up with the bat, but more importantly with the ball. Maybe it's Fazal Rahman or Hassan Askari, who can take a couple of early wickets and put some pressure on this Sporting Alfaz team. And yeah, it's another T10. We're in Alicante all week, and looking forward to it. And I hope you're all looking forward to it as well. The sun's shining, so 4 live matches today. And a good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world, and those on FanCode in India. Hope you're enjoying all the cricket that we're offering, and all those on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. Hope you're ready for this one. And looking forward to interacting with you guys as always. If you've got any questions or anything you want to talk about related to cricket, or maybe even a little bit outside of cricket, feel free. And it should be a good day of cricket, especially this game. I know the Intellectuals will want to be coming back strongly. They'll be very disappointed with how they played this morning. So they've got a chance to make amends almost immediately, as it looks like it'll be Ipsam Ahmed with the new ball. So he'll be trying to get a couple of early breakthroughs. Not easy against this strong Sporting Alfaz team. A couple of early wickets, you never know, and they've got the slip in. So aggressive start from the captain. Looks like fine leg and deep mid on are the 2 boundary riders in the power play here. As the countdown comes from the officials on the side. A couple of seconds away from the first ball of match 2. Sporting Alfaz versus Intellectuals. Here we go. Oh, short and cut away, and that will be, well, it should be 6 runs, I think. Might be first ball for 6. No, signal to 4 from the umpiring fielder. So nice shot. I think that might be the one for the over as well. That looks pretty high. Now that's one thing on this pitch, it's super bouncy. Yeah, that's over his head, so that is really carrying through. And that's going to be one thing for the bowlers to watch out for this game, because the bounce is so high. You might see a couple of no balls for some that go over shots. You're only allowed 1 in and over, and that's the very first one. So first ball, Pennick puts it away. Oh, and again, he slaps that. That is the best way to describe that. It's wide. It's a half volley, and he just slaps it over the offside. So he's off to a flyer. And Sporting Alfaz, well, sort of carrying on from their last game. And they almost played a perfect 10 out of 10 game, really. And looking to take that momentum into this. It's just a bit of a standard deliver that. You can't offer the big man width. They call him the bus for a reason. And he puts that away beautifully. So the young Ahmed with the new ball just had to get his lines a bit tighter, or if he wants to bowl wide of off stump, maybe that fine leg and deep mid on aren't the right 2 boundary riders. That one will be signalled to wide now, as it looks like slips come really tight. really tight. So 9 off the first 2. Perfect start for Sporting Alfas. Oh, that's a nice looking straight drive, but well cut off by the fielder. And Akram picks up there and make sure there's no single. Just a little chip shot, but sort of didn't get his timing there. And dot ball, much needed dot ball if you're from the Intellectuals. Oh, and there's the edge, and that is a classical T10 innings. So a couple of boundaries, then the feather through, definitely out. Heard it from here, and that's the first wicket. Maybe that will get the Intellectuals going. It's 9 for 1. And you can see that they're pretty happy with that. A couple of little foot taps, still trying to be COVID safe over here in Spain. And yeah, look here, he sort of just reaches for that one a little bit, does the bus, and yeah, he gets that feather edge, and nice safe hands from the keeper there. And it's Javed Iqbal. He takes that ball above his shoulder, which really shows you how much carry there is in this pitch. And well, you'd be disappointed to get out that early after hitting 2 4s. So better bowling that, gets that one a little bit full. And draws the edge, brings in a danger man to the crease. Jack Perman, he looked good in the earlier game today. Quick fire innings at almost 300 strike rate. Really strong through that leg side, as we know, but in that earlier game today, smacked it through the offside as well. So he's got an opportunity here to bat some time and got a bit of time at the crease, so he'll be looking to go big. Got a pretty decent ECC as well. It's driven into the ground, and they'll scamper through for a quick single, so that will open his account. Brings on Antonio Brown now. He'll be facing up for his first ball, so it's a bit difficult. We can't give you a par that we think of, because the first game, unfortunately, a team got rolled. Usually the tradition in T10 cricket especially is between this 100 and 120 mark. 110 being par usually, but the outfield looks good here. Boundaries aren't too big, so tough to tell. Looks like fine legs come into the ring now, almost standing at a fly leg slip it looks like, but deep square, deep mid on as 2 boundary riders. Still kept the slip in place. Brave captaincy. Good captaincy. He takes that above his head again. This pitch is really carrying it. Brings an end to the first. It's 10 for 1 off 1. And early wicket for Ahmed. He'll be happy with that. And a good start from the Intellectuals. The early breakthrough. They're going to need a couple more of them, you'd think. See there, the beautiful backdrop. That's where we're staying in that villa, right behind. Great accommodation, great facilities here in Alicante. Beautiful part of the world. Recommend it to anyone that wants to come out here and enjoy themselves a little bit. Almost in November, and the weather is absolutely gorgeous. Looks like Fazal Rehman's been handed the new ball. He'll be bowling it to Jack Perman. Jack Perman, as I mentioned, played international T20 cricket for Spain. And a young man, 20 years old, so you'd think a big career ahead of him. He's got a wide stance. That beats him outside off. But yeah, it's really nice to see a pitch that's carrying so much. This is really getting through. Imagine seeing a real fast bowler on this pitch. Be scary, I dare say. And definitely this pink ball is talking a little bit. They always say the pink ball goes a little bit more than red. God knows why. So it's pushed straight to the fielder at backward point. Little fumble, be another dot ball. Perman looks like he's just getting himself set here to potentially explode in the back half. A decent start this by Rehman. Not too quick. Looks like a bit of outswing, just putting it on a spot. That's well bowled, so that's nice and full, swinging away. Perman going across the line there. Probably needs to be hitting that straight or over cover. Try not to premeditate too much. That new ball is going to swing a bit. That's a better cricket shot, and that is through the gap. So you might go away full, test the outfield well. It's pretty slow. And well, they'll run hard for 2. Good running in the end. And well, still a little bit spongy, this outfield, maybe to describe it. It looks lush, it looks green. Lush is another good word as well. So not racing away what we might have thought this morning. So he cut that pretty hard into the ground and yeah, held up just a couple of inches before the ropes. 2 runs. It's a full ball dug out. Yeah, good start this from Intellectuals. They would have been smarting after that game earlier this morning. They really were thumped. There's no easier way to put it. Oh, that's a long hop. He's missed out there. That'll be signalled to wide. It was a slow ball going wrong and he just couldn't catch up with it. Oh, that's short as well, and he's missed out with that as well. It's definitely not out, way too high. Brings an end to the second, though. Good start from the Intellectuals. That's 13 for 1 off 2. So obviously a bit of a team talk and a chat. You see here that struck him on the hip, and he's a tall man already, so definitely not out. Yeah, once again, look at that beautiful view. We'll be here for the next 5 days. And then I believe we're off to Rome next. Never ending, always moving. We have a look at the table early. Well, the net run rate's not bad for Sporting Alphas. And we still have yet to see Madrid United. So just a 3-team competition over the next 3 days. Each team will play each other fourth. No finals. Whoever's on top wins the chocolates. So it looks like the man of the hour in the first game, he batted really well for his team. Tassif, he's going to take the ball now. So looking forward to seeing what he can deliver. Hit a really important 36 for his team earlier today. Otherwise, they could have been bowled out for something quite disastrous. Once again, that carry really coming through. I don't think I've seen an artificial in Europe carry as much as this personally. Not consistently. Some really good bounce for the bowlers. You'd imagine that third man and maybe deep backward square, like proper behind square, might be in effect this week. He blocks that one back, so going at less than a run a ball now. Brown yet to get off the mark. Perman hasn't got his timing in this game just yet. He's only 3 off 7. Once again, that's short, so that's well above the shoulder. That's above the head. It might not be getting called a wide, but it will definitely be the one for the over. Once again, this carry in this pitch, it is flying through. So you can't bowl another one above shoulder for this over. It'll be called a no ball. T20 laws state. And pretty tough for a bowler if you're getting so much carry. Got to keep it a bit fuller now. Want to hit a hard length. Does that. That's pushed straight to mid-off. They'll scamper through for a single, and, well, he didn't slide his bat. I'll tell you what, sometimes that's always a little bit closer than you think, especially if there was a direct hit there. But that will get Brown off the mark. And, yeah, like I mentioned, Intellectuals, they played Sporting Alphas this morning and had a pretty poor match, so this means a lot to them. They need to come back and strike hard. What will Perman do, though? Wide down the leg side again. So if they can minimise these extras as well, it'll help a lot. Still that deep square, deep mid-wicket. Oh, deep mid-on, sorry. 2 boundary riders, keeping a slip in play. It's a shortish ball outside off, and that's well fielded by cover. And he calls him through for a single. A little bit of a hesitation in the running, but was definitely there. You can see there, whacks it to cover and gets around to it. Puts down the right paw. Good fielding. Every run counts. And, well, struggling to get a boundary away, these two at the moment. Steady bowling, steady lines. Batsmen need to hit the ground running a bit more here. That's a full ball, and that will help. Well, lovely shot that. It's a little bit too full. He lifts it over mid-off, and that will go all the way for 6. A much-needed much-needed boundary for Sporting Alphas. See here, he shimmies down a little bit and just gets his bat under the ball. Lofts it beautifully. 6 runs, much-needed 6 runs. And that will take it to 22 for 1 after 3. And a good opportunity to welcome back co-commentator, good friend and poker dealer last night, Vinny Sandu. Vinny, how are you?
Corey, it's good to be back. Yeah, we've had a good time so far. Enjoyed a couple of days off. We've been around, seen some of the local towns as well. Got us a chance to travel a bit during the day.
Where'd you go, Vinny?
5-day schedule. Yeah, we spent Sunday night in Benidorm. Interesting place. And
different.
Took a trip up to Alicante as well, which is probably about 50 k's.
Alicante is quite beautiful, isn't it?
Alicante, I've spent a little bit of time there before and took the opportunity. Got a scooter to get me around over the next few days. So
have you hired a scooter, have you?
I like to do it sometimes.
That threw me this morning, so I saw you walk out the hotel and then I saw you about 3 minutes later zipping around a scooter. I thought I was still asleep.
It's true. In fact, you're dreaming it. It was a nice trip, and the weather here is good. Had a spot of rain yesterday, just a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty as a picture right now. And Alphas, we're very happy with their work in the first match, but Intellectuals, you're already seeing an improved performance here, aren't you? And they're going to want to challenge Alphas. Here's Faisal Rahman.
Perman doesn't get that one out the screws either. Vinny just struggling for his timing this game. But this is a much better start from Intellectuals, isn't it?
Yeah, no doubt about it. And it couldn't really get worse. Based on what we saw before, was an abomination, really, their batting innings. But this time, I'll get a chance to settle at the moment. I'm showing with the bowling and fielding that able to keep things quiet. But this next one is into the gap. It's going to be a bit of a chase. It's up in the elevated leg side part of the ground. And throw out there. I mean, it's quite an unusual field in that, number one, there's a tree on it, on the deep wicket boundary. And yeah, the tree's actually inside the boundary. I'll probably get it up for you after this ball, but it's something that you don't see very often. There it is there. It's live action. 3 for 1 here. You get a shot of that tree again. I mean, so you see this tree, it's just inside the boundary, and anything that hits that tree is 4 runs. It doesn't matter if it's on the full or if it looks like it would have gone for 6. And then behind that fence, you've got a little bit of a duck pond as well. Is that Dennis? He's camped out there, 1 centimetre back from the boundary. This is in the air. It's hit pretty well. I think this one's got what it takes to go all the way. Maximo. It's to Perman, who's been a little bit slow to get going in this innings. He moves into double figures in style. What I like about this is he's going over the offside, through the line of the ball. And that was well struck.
Yeah, nice cricket shot, Vinny. Isn't there a county ground that has a tree on it?
There was one in Kent, yeah, but I believe that it's no longer actually on the ground.
Really?
Some sort of incident. I think maybe the tree, natural causes, would have to be moved or something, just slightly off the ground.
Disappointing to all tree lovers out there.
This is a pull shot, not quite timed, and it'll go to a single out to the boundary. You might be aware of the ground, I'm not sure what the name of it. But it's in the Netherlands in the 99 World Cup. They hosted some matches, 99 50 over World Cup, and in the Netherlands. The tree's on the field. Lance Kloosner was fielding right now.
That would
You
be
know,
VR8 in Amsterdam, I believe.
Yeah.
Did they host some games? I didn't know that part, though.
I think so. At least one. Thick under edge, and this will finish over number 4. Sporting Alpha's 34 for 1. And very good morning to you, no matter where you're watching around the world. It's Finney Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Rutgers, and hopefully you're enjoying your day so far. We're here, and yeah, it's a beautiful day, and expecting a maximum in the low 20s. And yeah, I mean, what we're seeing at the moment is how quick things can change for Intellectuals. Look, they got put in, they had a disastrous start, they looked sleepy, let's be honest, in their innings. But Alphas are not having it all their own way, and you just feel Intellectuals, that might be the way to gain some confidence to do it with the ball, and hopefully by taking some of their chances.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if they take their chances early, there's no reason why not. They can get themselves back into, well, contention, because that game this morning was a bit of a blow for them. Yeah,
for sure. But that's the thing about short-form cricket. They have time to put it behind themselves and at least move on. Of course, they're going to have 8 games in this series. We'll see some good performances. They're still without a win in ECS cricket, the Intellectuals. So,
oh, really?
So they didn't win a game in the last series. So hopefully, at some point, and hopefully maybe in this game, they've made a pretty good start. But yeah, you just worry about their batting. Can they chase anything down? But we didn't see a lot of their batsmen, to be honest, because they didn't really get a chance to show what they could do. Next one is given down the ground. This is a really nice shot. Straight. It's absolutely whacked by Antonio Brown. And the result is 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot for 4 that. Got every piece of it. And much needed boundary just to get that strike rate going. Yeah, hits it nice and straight. You see the umpire ducking your screens there. But gets the half volley. Still got to put it away. Nice shot.
And he says Abbas Tassif. And again. Short, that goes after this, but this could be an opportunity. The fielder's going back and holds the catch. So he got driven down the ground, went a little bit shorter, but Ibsen Ahmed, he's been good out there. And this one wasn't timed by Brown. He tried to send it into the duck pond. In the end, he found the fielder. So a second wicket goes down, and that is a welcome relief for Intellectuals. Sporting Alphas. They're 38 for 2.
Yeah, it's a big wicket, and well, Intellectuals, maybe they're dreaming of that first win, Vinny. So what are they? They're 0 and what?
They're 0 after that last game. They're 0 and 7, according to me.
Okay.
Well, maybe 0 and 6. I'll just check for you. But and they were 0 and 5 in the previous series.
So they're 0 and 6 now.
0 and 6 now. Now, Sporting Alphas, they were 5 and 0. They won all of their group games back in that previous ECS that was held here. But then they lost their semi-final and they lost the bronze final as well. So. And the only 2 games they lost were both in finals.
So it's a bit of David versus Goliath, so to speak.
I would say so. But the other thing is that series did throw up a few surprises. That was the first ECS we ever played, actually, March 2020. And it was the only series that was played before the lockdown. We resumed in June. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So that happened. That was D-Day.
Pre-lockdown. It was. A wicket for Tassif. Slides on the pad. Just be a leg by it.
The big in-swing of that ball just changed it up a little bit there.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's great to bring it back to where it all started, really, as far as the ECS has gone. Of course, since then, I'd have to do the math, but, I mean, as of last year and this year, it was probably 600 last year. Now we're heading up to about 900 this year, so 800 in the ECS. It's about 1,400 ECS games. And here we are back where it all started.
Does it feel like you've gone full circle, Vinny?
It does a little bit. Speaking of circles, there's a fairly hard pink circle heading into the duck pond. And, well...
Name a duck, Vinny.
I'd say Daffy. You said Donald. Yeah, this is absolutely whacked. And I'll tell you what, my few Chinese restaurant owners will be hanging around the duck pond,
Is that the all-you-can-eat Chinese out there? I'll tell you, the beautiful pink...
For a couple of freebies out there.
The pink kookaburra on the menu.
The geese were out in force this morning. Because the ducks actually... And the geese, they take control of the ground in the morning until the players come on. So now they're back in the pond now. It's a really good shot by Perman. You don't want to get too short to him. He's strong on that leg side. Whack that one away. He's 18 not out of 12. Ended up falling for 28 in the first game, but I don't think he's wanting to stop at that this time. This will be more runs around the corner. I think so too. Takes it on. Well, he sold his partner up the river here.
Tell you what, I reckon if the keeper takes those quickly, that's a lot closer than you think.
I think so. I mean, I think maybe he just wasn't aware. But have a look at this. When the keeper comes in, I mean, yeah, probably was just going to be home. So
Oh, I'll tell you what, quick hands there. Would have been a lot tighter. Should have been taking the stumps at least.
I think that's why it always helps to be behind the stumps as well. I know there's a bit of a new fashion to take it in front, but most of the time I don't think that's the way to do it. Last ball of the over. Nice looking cover drive. Sets a bit of a task for the man. And unfortunately, dives straight over it, and Roper gets off the mark. He survived a bit of a scare between the run between the wickets. And whacks this one, gets off the mark in style. Also brings up the 50 for Sporting Alphaz. The score at the halfway point is 50 for 2.
Yeah, they're just starting to get motoring now, aren't they, Vinny? And, well, that's exactly what you need to do. They're going at 10s now, so they're probably looking at about 100 to 120 if they can.
Yeah, I think for sure. It's the kind of ground, we saw this in the previous series back in March 2020. If a batsman gets in, they can really score quickly. It's not particularly big, particularly the leg side boundaries and that area where the tree is and where the kind of deep forward square leg is very short, because pretty much the boundary is right on that wire fence as well. So yeah, the duck pond side is pretty short indeed. It's kind of up the hill there as well though, so that maybe evens it out a little bit. Enrico, remember, he always tells me about the first golden ball here. Madrid United actually were the team that won the first ever golden ball in that European Cricket Series, first golden ball ever. And it was edged over third man for 4.
Nice.
Enrico's famous commentary that everyone's watching.
Even
the Ducks are watching, he said.
I should probably know this, but do we have any of these teams in the first 3 days that are in the final 4 for the...
Yeah, Sporting Alphaz will be there.
Just them? Is the Madrid team in it? Or?
No, I'll tell you the teams. I'm going to talk about that in a second, actually. Spanish Championship weekend, this weekend. This one tries to go leg side, and this one gets him right where it hurts.
Oh, no. Well, that hurts. That does hurt. He's in a bit of bother here.
This one. You can make up your mind where that hit him, but let's just say it's a very unpleasant part of the anatomy.
I think it's a pleasant part of the anatomy.
I'll line you up in the bowl to you at
well, it's unpleasant if
100 to 110 clicks.
Well, it's unpleasant if you get hit there, but usually it's deemed a pleasant area, isn't it?
Well, I'll leave that to the viewers to the side.
I think he's going pretty hard at this one over the leg side if he gets that length again. Just go deep in the box here. Oh, he's come the other way.
Shot this straight into the ground again. It's an interesting outfield because of the multi-use of this field. There's a few little undulations in the ground, but it's not what I'd say rough. It's just there's a few bumps in the ground, and there's a bit of terrain, let's say, so it can make it a bit tough for the outfielders. This one gets away from it. Keeper does well to actually get a glove on that. Result's going to be 2 wides.
3 runs. You can't be doing that. You definitely can't be doing that. Always comes back to cost you.
So we'll see Sporting Alphaz this weekend, as well as Menage, Paco Care, and Costa del Sol. So I'll give you a little bit of a rundown on each of those clubs if you like in a second. Middle edge, it doesn't carry to the keeper. It was an under edge from Perman. So he survives. He's just probably struggling for consistency at the moment with the bat. He's hit some very nice shots, but then in between, he's not particularly judging everything perfectly. So I have Sporting Alphaz, who are you're seeing in front of you right now. We'll see Menage, who actually, they have qualified twice for the ECL, but they're going to have to fight for it again by winning this weekend. We've seen them in the ECS in Barcelona earlier this year. Paco Care, another club who we saw in Barcelona, and they were runners-up in the FanCode European Cricket Series in Barcelona earlier this year. And the last club is Costa del Sol, who are actually the host club of the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. So the Costa del Sol guys will be there, and the winning club in that, out of that 4, will represent Spain in the Champions League of European Cricket, the ECL, in 2022 in February. It's a big honour. So it's going to be a great 5 days of cricket. Of course, we've got these 3 days European Cricket Series, slightly truncated because of the schedule this week. And then Spanish Championship weekend, which I think is going to be It's going to be huge. No bigger prize, really, for European club side at the moment. And you'd know all about that, of course, representing VOC Rotterdam, the first ever ECL back in 2019.
Yeah, I mean, it was always a privilege to play in a competition that high. Comes in again. That's hit straight down his throat, Vinny. This should be a catch, and yeah, it's an easy wicket. Nice catch there. That's Shaquille Sultan out there. Pretty simple, but that's Roper gone, and he couldn't have picked him out any better, Vinny.
Yeah, he got off mark with a well-timed drive. This time he just didn't get all of it, did he? And Askari is the man who back online now, and yeah, gets the result. Askari, when he gets it right, he's causing trouble for the batsman. He's bowled a few too many extras today. As we see a third wicket fall. Roper goes for 4 after 6 overs. It's 54 for 3.
54 for 3. That's a big wicket. I mean, if they keep this up, they're getting to around that 100 mark. Do you think they'll be pretty confident with that, Vinny?
I think so. I mean, the other thing is, the intellectuals, they will bat better, I'm sure. They'll have to. And you know, we saw glimpses of what they're capable of, but really not enough. And the bowling figures, nothing too damaging compared to what we saw before. We saw 17 and over in the very short Alfaz innings we saw in match 1. So, I'm going to see Husnain Akram, the captain, coming on now over number 7. Hey, by the same token, if you can keep it quiet here, maybe you can keep it something like 8s. You can get the wicket of Perman, I think that'll help. And maybe you're chasing something mid-80s. We've seen some pretty stunning turnarounds in these double headers. Intellectuals, like I said, just weren't quite mentally there. That can happen as well sometimes when you're sent in. I think sometimes fielding captains early in the day, they do want to field. Just gives them a chance to kind of wake up a little bit.
Yep.
But it can backfire, as we've seen a few times during that ECC. Anyway, will be Perman on strike for the new over, facing Akram. Wrong. Okay, the field is well positioned there. Make the stop. And it's not going to be 2 wides.
Yeah, that's
got to bowl to your field, as they say, Corey.
That's literally, you've hit it on the head. Bowling to your field. He's literally bowled it to the fielder. Good fielding from him, though. He's aware, he was alert. Yeah, it's just 2 more free runs, and you can't do that to a team of Sporting Alfaz capability. 2 free runs, and
there you go, straight to him. I think he's going to get it right. I mean, we'll give him a loosener there. It can happen. And yeah, I mean, that's not helping in a situation where you've pretty much got it under control from a run rate point of view. But down below 10, you don't want that big over. I mean, you feel like that's a risk. You feel like Sporting Alfaz at some point will get that big over. Especially if like Perman gets going. Quinlan's new to the crease, but he gets his first opportunity with the bat in the series. I'm sure that he's keen to impress. Just tickled down the leg side and miles away from the keeper. A chance, but he's quite close, so he didn't really have a play on that one.
yeah, potentially the old strangle down the leg side. You imagine Perman might enjoy this sort of in-swing. If he gets a ball that's that back of the length, he loves to hoy it across that leg side. Really fast hands, fast wrists.
It goes after this on the leg side, but it's higher than it is long. The fielder goes back and takes the catch. Well, the catching's been excellent from the Intellectuals this morning. You can say it has been the feature of their game. And that time, it was a mile high, but he takes it. So that's the end of the dangerous Perminator. He goes for 20, and the score now is 57 for 4.
Yeah, got big on him again. The extra bounce in this pitch. You look, he played this shot really well in the ECC, but the extra bounce this time makes it hit the very top half of the bat, meaning it gets height and not distance. And, well, when you do that, you give the fielding chance an opportunity. As you mentioned, another simple catch.
Yeah, and taking the chances is key. And remove Perman. That's when now, if you can keep it quiet from here, maybe keep it something in the 80s, and then you have to bat with some intent. And look, it's not going to be easy. So Alfaz have some quite clever bowlers in this form of the game, but certainly give yourself a shot at chasing something down. I mean, nightmare scenario for Intellectuals, but for them to chase something like 150 plus if they just totally
if they bowled it like they batted this morning, pretty much, you're worried about that's the way the game could go. But we've got a contest on now, 57 for 3. Batsman out there, Tyler Hogan will be facing up. Of course, we do have the rule in effect now in all East End cricket that the batsman crosses. Go back to the original end. The next ball, half a chance, but they do scramble through for a single. Hogan gets off the mark with a single.
So does it feel you've gone full circle, Vinny? Feels like you've gone around the whole.
Yeah, in a way. I wasn't at the series. I just gone back to Australia briefly in February 2020 before this series. Ended up staying there. The world went.
Why were you over already?
I was in Switzerland with some work, and then also we covered the cricket on ice.
Oh, that's right, yep.
February 2020. And yeah, it was a strange year. I'm sure everyone will test, but yeah, I watched this tournament with great interest. Next side, but just the once it's been a good comeback from Akram. It was loose early, but he picked up the big wicket of Perman. And, yeah, given too many extras away since then, so it's turning into a pretty good over. 5 off it with the ball to go. Got a dodgy bullet here. Love another wicket. Turns out to be a good over from the captain, Husnain Akram. Walks away with 1 for 5 off it. And after 7 overs, the score is 59 for 4. So, yeah, this weekend, join us on Saturday and Sunday for the FanCode Spanish Championship weekend. It's the 4 top clubs in Spain competing for 1 spot in the ECL 2022, which will begin on February 7 next year. And you can catch all the action. 4 matches Saturday, 4 matches on Sunday, right here on the European Cricket Network. For more information, you can go to europeancricket.com. These clubs will be spotting Alfas, as well as Menage, Icare and Costa del Sol. So, very interesting weekend of cricket. Also, the Italian Championships being shown as well. So, a lot of cricket going on, and Rico actually sent him from Spain to Italy to cover the T20 finals there. And the winner of that, even though it is T20 cricket, will be the ECL 22 representative from Italy. You know how strong the Italians are. We saw them in the ECC. Here's Hassan Ascari, come back for a second over. This one takes off again. I think it's that area where previously that's where the batting crease was. So there's a few bumps there where the lines were. One really took off.
Why did they adjust it not long ago?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly when. I think they adjusted just to because of wear and tear on the wicket. They always have the batsman staying in the same place that can wear and tear on the surface. Gets through, cuts him in half. Well, he's going to go the long way. And he's going to get there. It's probably be a bye. Squeezes between the batsman and the stumps.
Yeah, good aggressive running. That's what you've got to do. Find a way. And they're just eking and ticking that score over consistently. They're looking on track for between 90 to 95.
Yeah, I think so, but if you can keep bowling well, might be less. This one off the inside half of the bat to the leg side. At least with intellectuals, for the most part, they're making them earn their runs. We've seen a few extras, but for the most part, at this critical point of the game, they haven't bowled too many extras in succession. The off stump beats the bat. Good bowling by Ascari.
Is there a favourite for the weekend, do you think, or it's going to be a bit? How does it work? How does this work?
So the teams will play each other. So there's 4 teams. They'll all play each other. So there's 6 round robin matches.
Yep.
Okay. Then the top team automatically makes the final, and then the second and third teams will play off for the right to play them in the final.
Yeah.
Pretty full. I don't know if there's any bat on this one. By's called. Leg by call. Who can get to the other end? So from the replay, maybe. It's the angle. Heading down leg side. Good decision by the umpire.
Swing. What's a swing? This pink ball goes, doesn't it?
Yeah, I can tell you why it does swing more than red ball. The theory, anyway. This one probably swings a little bit too far. Has a crack and probably would have been out, but the result would be 2 wides. So I think it's to do with the type of kind of paint or lacquer they put on the pink ball is a bit different, so it stays a bit smoother than a red ball.
Yep.
And so, yeah, that's why I think it just holds its perfectly spherical shape longer or a bit better than a red ball.
Dodged the boundary well here, Ascari. Just get one. It certainly has added a new dimension, the pink ball, hasn't it? And day-night Test cricket is adding a new, kind of new era Test cricket. What do you think about day-night Test cricket? You a fan?
Yeah. Yep, I don't see anything wrong with it. I mean, you're still playing the same amount of overs, just in a different time of day, and it's bringing in people from finishing work days on a weekday.
That's good, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean,
and it's a test. Test cricket's meant to be a test. It is testing for the batsmen, especially.
It's a great. No, I just think it's an even better marketing thing. I mean, you can go to the office, work your job from 9 till 5, come out the office and go straight down to Adelaide Oval or the Gabba or wherever you might be, and you still get a session and a half of cricket.
Yeah.
Usually, you can only go to the cricket on a weekend day, and it's already sold out. So it gives people the option to watch Test cricket live midweek. That's another wide. We keep talking about this, but yeah. I think it's brilliant.
Yeah,
I think we'll see more of it. I think other nations are doing it now. And every series now, I think you're going to see maybe just one test will be a day-nighter.
Couldn't agree more. And it gives you more flexibility with time zones. You know, what time zone you want to play in. It gives you a bit more scope to make it a more agreeable time zone. Always overcorrection.
It sort of saved Adelaide Oval cricket as well, because Adelaide Oval was having a lot of draws and a lot of 500 playing 400. They couldn't figure out how to get that pitch a little bit more spicy, and then they've changed to day-night cricket, and swing bowlers are dominating there in the evening. So, yeah, big fan of it.
Yeah, I agree.
How many wides in a row are we going now? I'm a bit confused.
This is the thing. They seem to be going in runs of getting it right and not. And this is one of those not overs, isn't it? And, yeah, I mean, after that one, just 16 wides.
How many in a row?
It's too many.
6?
Actually running out of screen. So this doesn't help. There's 4 in the last 5, maybe 5 in the last 6 now. This one's online. They're going to push here. They want to. Good throw might get him here. Just took a bit too long to get there in the end. So take us to the end of the 8th over. 74 for 4. So just the wides from Ascari is the issue. When he gets it right, he's been dangerous. The throw comes in here. And batsman safely home. So he just had one too many bounces on the way back to the bowler. So 2 overs to go. And yeah, a few questions in the chat about this weekend and the format. If you want to have a look, you can look to our website, europeancricket.com. If not there already, it will be. And yeah, like I said, there'll be 4 matches on Saturday, 4 matches on Sunday. 4 group matches on Saturday, 2 group matches on Sunday, and then the 2 versus 3 will play a kind of semi-final, and then the final will be the first team after the group stages versus the winner of that 2 versus 3 match. So it's outside the leg stump. Keeper's going to have a bit of a half throw to the bowler, but they'll get through for 1. Yeah, and as far as the ECS here that you're seeing this week, it's a 3-team competition. It's a slightly truncated competition this week, and it's just 12 group matches, and the winner after the league stages will be crowned the champion. So you've got the 2 teams you're seeing here, Alphas and Electorals, and then you've got Madrid United as the 3rd team. We'll see them in match 3 coming up.
Do you think it's an advantage for Sporting Alphas to play 3 days and then go into or a disadvantage?
I think it's an advantage. I think in a climate where you can't play constant cricket, attempt to grab. This one might have gone over the stumps. It's not called a wide.
Brave shot, because they've got that fine leg 45 and it's not much pace on the ball, so it's hard to get it to go far. And yeah, you're right, Vinny. The bounce in this pitch straight over the middle, and he's bowling at 80k an hour.
Swing and a miss.
This is so bouncy.
Yeah.
Even that, he's not quick at all, and he's getting it through to the chest height.
So you have to be careful coming forward because it gets big on you. I think that's what we're seeing. Block hole. It's dragged out, but that's actually going to probably run away all the way for 4. So that just shows you also that this outfielder is getting quicker and quicker. Quingman gets his first boundary. Sporting Alphas up to 80.
Yeah, I didn't think he got much of that, but he sort of squeezed it into a gap, and it raced her away on this outfield. So 4 valuable runs, and you see him shuffling down, trying to change the length of the bowlers.
Goes after this, doesn't quite get it. It's going to fall in a gap. That's in tree territory for the first time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to when we hit a tree.
Yeah, the tree out there hits the tree on the field. It will be 4 runs. They get back with 2. Morton was asking about the temperature right now. I can tell you the temperature is about 20 degrees. Feels a bit hotter though in the sun. The sun's pretty powerful. And at the end, 9 overs. The score is 82 for 4.
I'm looking forward to when we have another 6 into the duck pond and we have to go for another duck because it's on me.
I want to know, do you think you're going to...
Oh, no, lots of ducks.
Okay, you know
What do we say? We've
we're not
Daffy
gonna
and
do that.
Donald.
Daffy and Donald. I would like to see you going to try and fetch. If you think yourself a bit of a duck whisperer, I'd like to see you going to fetch. I'd like to see you taking on the geese. Well, this one's in that direction, and this one has gone all the way. I think that has, yeah, that is Maximo. 6 runs. Not fast. And then the duck pond down there.
Yep.
Be careful. Bring your duck-proof boots.
Do I have to name one?
Yeah, name the duck.
Golden duck.
There you go. Type of duck.
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go. Well, might open a, I don't know how many general ducks you know.
Might get one day out of the duck chat. Name a goose. The geese here. Wow. Look at that for the bounce. They're going to run anyway. They
Well
could be
done.
out here. And wow, that's extremely high to start. They obviously made up their minds they were going with the last over now.
Should be buys as well. Don't think he got bad on that.
He didn't. We would have been caught if he did. Let's have a look on the replay.
Oh, it's very close.
Yeah, this is pretty close. I mean, does he get his bat down? That's the question.
Nope. That is out. That looks out to me.
I think he's gone here.
Yeah.
I mean, just my instinct.
We can get the frame right. You never know. Ready? Out. 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 We got a wall out. Oh, he's out there. Still waiting. Keep going. And, oh, no. Need to freeze that end bit.
Yeah.
There. Oh,
there we go.
No, can't get it.
I think because you can see that. Look. Just look for it when it hits the ground. Look, because you'll hear a puff of dust. See? And for me, it's after the ball's already gone. So I mean,
there we go. That's the one. There we go. The bail's up there.
There you go.
There you go.
There we go.
She's
We
gone.
knew we'd get there in the end. Yeah. Just had a feeling it was out, and he's going to be given. I think the batsman had a bit of an instinct. That's good work there.
Yeah, testing out the production crew.
It's all right. Mums, he's
on fire.
It's a Monday. It's not a Monday, but it feels like a Monday morning, doesn't it?
It feels like a
And
month.
the main thing is, they get it right. That's the main thing. So, well, I guess that's good work by the keeper. That's Javed Iqbal that throws down the stumps. And that's a 4th wicket down. Can't blame the batsman for taking it on, though. And I guess they've got the wickets to play with. They would have had an extra run. They might all be crucial. I mean, it doesn't look like they're going to get to 100. Well, they've still got time. And I'm sure that Jamshade would like to send 1 or 2 balls out of here. 88 for 5 now with 4 balls remaining.
And 4 balls remaining. Can he get his team up to 100? But that was really smart keeping. He took that ball well above his shoulder and released it quickly to get the run out. Supporting Alfas. And they're getting closer and closer to that lovely 100 mark.
To Tom Vine, who's in the chat, who we saw playing for Spain in the group stages of the ECC. Tom, I hope you're well. It's nice to be back here in Spain in ECS, where it all started in the European Cricket Series back in March 2020. 4 balls remaining. Well, it's probably no ball, and it's going to go the distance. Now that's duck time. I'll say this is one again, but I mean, just the way he hits this, you feel, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that one's got to be called, I think. I mean, it's rib high.
Yeah,
it has been called.
It has been called. The way, you're right, the way he swings that, the ball had to have been high.
It's
so
probably numbers high, as we'd say in baseball. And that means it's going to be a free hit, so disastrous. I think 100's on now. 95. Free hit coming up. Has him reaching, but yes, no, it's called now. It's called a wide, so it'll still be a free hit up to 96.
3 runs, isn't it? It hurts you. It's a coach killer at the back end of an innings. No ball 6. It's hard to get back from that.
So free hit still in effect. That's a fair piece of this. That's in tree country. There you go, duck. And not a duck, I'm just saying duck, so you don't get hit with a branch.
What happens if you're touching the ball and your head touches a branch?
I think that's okay. You'd have to go...
So is it just if the ball hits the tree?
Yeah, no, it's a good question, actually. I'd like to find out. So an obstruction that is considered as a boundary isn't necessarily part of the boundary. So I don't know if the boundary rules apply. We get back to 2 here. That does take him up to 100 with 2 balls remaining. It's a nice little contribution from Jamshad.
Yeah, it is. He's come in at the back end and, well, mowed it along. Has a few freebies as well. That always helps. But, they're getting themselves up to a pretty decent total now, Sporting Alphas Intellectuals. They're going to have to pull something out of the hat here with the bat. They need to close this innings off as well. You don't want these to go for boundaries and be chasing 110.
Yeah, they've just kind of given Alphas the finish they wanted, haven't they, Intellectuals? Goes back on this. This is going reasonably far. It's going to creep over the boundary for 4. And it's been an expensive last over. Starting with the 7 that took him to heaven. This one over, cover. It's 4 more.
Yeah, valuable runs, and he's come out here and played beautiful little cameo. I mean, 14-4. He only had a small chance of it, small bite of the cherry, but he's making it count, striking above 300. Last ball. Oh, he's going to be out, you'd imagine, Vinny. It should be a catch for one of them. Yeah, it is. I'm not too sure who. Yeah, the keeper's caught. Did the keeper catch it? Yeah,
the keeper's got it. And yeah, Javed Iqbal. He was turned around, but he takes it in the end, so they're going to finish on 104 for 6. It does take a second wicket, but it was pretty expensive going for 32 off his spell. He just swing across the line. It was top edge. They're both there, and then the keeper saying, just so you know, next time I've got the gloves, I'm not afraid to use them. So the chase will be 105 for Intellectuals. That's over double what they made before, but I'm sure they are planning on batting a lot better this time around. They've settled in a little bit, so hopefully we can see a much improved batting performance from them. But as the batsmen come off, they get a warm round of applause from their teammates. And Corey, match 2 of the doubleheader between these teams. And we wanted to see a bit more competitiveness from Intellectuals. And that's certainly what we got as they challenged Alphas early. And their bowling and fielding, they showed when they get it right, and they can be really effective in this format. And that was the wicket of Fenwick that started things off. And for a long time, he felt Intellectuals were in this innings.
Yeah, they started probably the better of the two. They kept it pretty tight. They got the early dismissal, but unfortunately for them, they weren't able to keep the momentum going with the ball early as Perman came out there and hit a couple of nice shots over the offside, but didn't get his timing perfectly throughout the innings. And there was some nice straight hitting throughout, though. It's always nice to see batsmen trying to hit the side screen and hitting those balls straight, but unfortunately for them, they tried to play a couple of leg side sort of hoys and flicks, and they just got caught right on the rope. That one didn't, though. Perman got every piece of that into the duck pond. 6 runs. Could have been 12 if it went that big. And at this stage, you sort of thought, well, Sporting Alphas are sort of wrestling back into this game with a couple of misfields. And this wasn't misfield. This is a bit of pain that hits him in the spot you don't want to be hit as a man, or any person wants to be hit. But they kept chipping away, kept getting wickets, and they'll be happy with that, Intellectuals, after a disappointing game this morning. This was also caught on the boundary. And one thing I can say is that the high catching so far has actually been quite good. That brought Tyler Hogan to the crease, and he tried to throw the long handle as well. And there's a few miscued shots that went for 4, but at the end of the day, you've still got to clear the ropes, and that's exactly what Big Hogs did there. And nice few shots. He got run out, unfortunately. It brought the end to the innings, basically, with last over and a little cameo right at the back end. A no-ball 6 and a 4 over the offside made it a lot easier for Sporting Alphas, because all those extras and all those free hits ended up getting them over the 100 mark, so they'll be happy with that. And I think for Intellectuals, they started well, but they just couldn't keep it up throughout the whole game, so they'll be a little bit disappointed. Let's take a look at the batting scorecard now. And as you can see, it was pretty shared out. 20 for Jack Perman off 18. He took his time in this one. And Antonio Brown, 15 off 11. So those two pretty sedate. But right at the bottom there, Ahmed Jamshad, 14 off 5. Helped them a lot get up across that 100. But in the very bottom left of your screen, look at that. 23 extras, 17 wides. You can't be doing that in any game of cricket, let alone a T10. That costs you. So with the 23 extras and the 17 wides, it took them up to 104. We'll have a quick look at the bowling scorecard now. And, well, Ahmed, 2 for 32, but going at 16. The best economy rate there, 1 for 12, Husnain Akram, he'll be happy with that. And 1 for 17 by Hassan Asfari. Not too bad either. Muzzle Rehman, 0 for 15. Wasn't too bad either. But yeah, 16 and over for the man at the top hurts. And once again, the 23 extras, they'll look back at that and think, if we only bowled 5 extras, well, we're only chasing about 80. So we'll be back in the next 5 to 10 minutes for all the exciting run chase. Join us then. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to La Paz del Pi in Spain. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and this is match 2 of this FanCode European Cricket Series, a 12-match series taking place today, tomorrow and Friday between 3 teams. 2 of them are on show here, Sporting Alfas and Intellectuals. We'll see Madrid United this afternoon, and a lot of people looking forward to seeing them. They're defending champions of this series. It's actually the first location we ever had the European Cricket Series back in March 2020. It's great to be back here. It's going full circle in a way. And maybe that a lot of you may not have been with us way back in March 2020 when we started this European Cricket Series journey, but I'm glad you're with us now. And it's certainly got a lot of character, this ground. Encourage all of you to join in the live chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. It's a great way to get involved. It's one of the unique and special things about watching cricket on the European Cricket Network. I think you can interact with us live on air. Still appreciate it. Any questions for myself or Corey? Corey has been announced as the Spanish national team coach as of the 1st of November. I'm sure that he's got his notebook out. So it looked like at one stage that Sporting Alfas might be restricted to something in the 80s, but a bit of a kick at the end of the innings got them along to 105, which I think is going to be a pretty competitive score, especially as we saw some of their bowling stocks. They had Intellectuals in all kinds of trouble in the first game this morning. And at one point, they had them 17 for 7, then 22 for 8. They did well to actually rebound to score 52 in the end. They're going to need over double that if they're going to pull off a victory here in match 2. Let's see if they can just get somebody in. Javed Iqbal, he's the man who's going to face up to the first ball. And he'll be facing Jake Sunderland, who really impressed me with his variety back in the opener. 105 to win. This is what Sunderland will do. It's a good outswinger. It's good bounce, good carry. And also has a good change of pace. The first one you see whistling past the outside edge of the batsman. You mentioned run up. Probably could use a little bit of work, Sunderland. Turns into a full toss, just over pitching. A chance for 2 here. We'll get there. Tyler Hogan does the fielding. Powerful throw back in, but the batsman do complete 2 runs. This is where you just need to make sure you stay at the rate. I think Intellectuals are going to struggle to chase that 2-ball plus. To do it, try and do it early. Good delivery. See if he does go for a slow ball here, because his stock ball is working pretty well. This is a dangerous delivery. Look at that, how that leaves the batsman. It's a very nickable delivery. There is that slow ball. It's a really good change of pace. Just have a look at the way this comes out. It's right out of the back of the hand. It's not picked at all by Javed Iqbal. Camera work as well to get that. Put the pace back on. It's just fooling him with changes of pace. There's one man that's not easy to fool. Joining me in the commentary box once again is Corey Ruckers. We know that Sunderland's got some good variety, and he's shown some good control as well in this first over.
Yeah, he can fool them out there, but he can't fool me because I've never been fooled. But no, he's a talented bowler. It's good to see, and I like that he uses his variety.
Yeah. Slightly wrong this time. This one's almost on the way down.
Well, would you say that's slightly wrong, or he's just completely bamboozled him with the slower ball again?
Yeah, well, he has, but because he's bamboozled him by so much, he got away with one that probably should have been feeding the ducks. And at the end of 1 over, it's 2 for no loss.
Yeah, 2 for no loss when you need to go at 10.5. It's never easy to come back from, but great start. I mean, I think he only went for 1 run in the first game today, so he's gone for 3 overs for 3 in the power play.
Not bad, isn't it?
That's pretty exceptional. You'd be happy with that one. But can the Intellectuals break the hoodoo? Never had a win in T10 cricket on the ECS.
Got 8 chances here, or now 7, I suppose, include this match.
If they were to lose every single one, have they had the worst run ever? Or have you had a more unsuccessful team?
I'm trying to think. Yeah, I mean, we had a few teams lose 8. It's hard to think. We had a team, United, who eventually won. They broke a run of probably 9 or 10. But, yeah, I mean, I think if they got up to, if they were to lose all 8 of these and be 0 and 13.
It hurts.
Yeah.
You're not coming back from that.
I think back and get a win at some point here. And look, they might even do it right here. They just need one good over to get things going. His man was man of the match in the first game, Darren Walker. He's making things happen. Toss. Can't get it right. So he's trying to start things off. Yeah, Walker got 3 wickets, also had a fairly elementary chance, dropped off his bowling. So he destroyed that top order, following up the good work of his opening bowling partner, Sunderland. Pretty low, and this one's going to take some stopping, and it won't be stopped. In fact, it's really well timed. That part of the ground is particularly fast over there. It's just a tap from Iqbal, but he gets his first boundary. Yeah,
the key to this, Vinny, is he just puts it right in the middle of the tooth. He hits the gap perfectly, and a little bobble at the end. Glad they didn't collide. Don't want an injury here today, but
yeah, sure.
Valuable 4 runs. They just need someone in this top order to get going.
Yeah, they do. They want to be around 21 after this over. Fowler. Walker gets that past the bat of Iqbal.
Just get bat on ball more often than not. You're always going to be scoring a little bit.
Iqbal does have some first-class cricket experience, and list day experience in Pakistan.
He does?
His ears back on that.
Maybe you can find out some stats for me there then. Do you know who Javed Iqbal played for in Pakistan? I'm going to take a guess and say Fazlabad.
You probably know more than me about Pakistani cricket.
They're doing well in the World Cup at the moment, Pakistan.
Never.
It's well bowled, Vinny. He's just hitting a hard sort of in-between length, and the batsman's not sure to get forward or back, but these dot balls in the power play, they hurt.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that might be wide, Spinny. I think they're going to sneak through for it. Yeah, it will be. So 2 free runs, much needed. If they can get the odd boundary here, just stay up with the rate. This one just slipping down the leg side, moving from the keeper, hits him in the shin.
Yeah, it does well actually to block that. That's what you're trying to do as a first priority. This one will get through the infield and we'll get a single here. So a better over is at the end of 2. And the score is 11 for no loss. Let's have a look at the table and just an idea of what this tournament will offer. We have 3 teams here. We have the 2 you see in front of you right now, Intellectuals with the bat and Spawning Alphas, I should say, with the ball. And that's 3. Starts with a slower ball. And just a single as we'll get to the other end and gives us a chance to see Shakil Sultan, who's not off the mark as yet.
He's gone the slower ball here, so I wonder if I'm a batsman, I'm banking on this one's being quick and out swinging and outside off. Yep.
Spot on. Anything else? I have to work out a plan to play it. That one is too wide, so
now I'm going, this is slow, dug into the pitch. You can always adjust.
Does it help to have one in mind? That's something I talk about in baseball. You look for one pitch and then you maybe have a plan B, maybe not as an attacking option.
Every now and then you've got to have a little bit of something in your head.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is that back of the hand slower ball. No, pace on. See, the good thing is I might break through the infield, but he might get a couple for his try. Oh, he's going to get more than a couple. It's going to go for 4. Well, I didn't think he timed much of that, but that raced away.
Yeah, well, we've seen this straight down the ground area. I mean, it was really whistling to the boundary. Hard ball. Gets it hard into the surface, doesn't he? It just kept rolling.
I didn't think he timed much of that, to be completely fair, but got it in the gap, goes for 4 valuable runs. This will definitely be paced off.
This one really takes off, though.
Well, it's gone over the keeper, Vinny. It's going to be another 4 runs. Well, it's going to be buys this time. Valuable runs. We said they needed a couple of boundaries. Watch this one take off from a length. This really kicks off.
That's that length, though, see? Around that full length.
That is... This is the whacker, Vinny.
It's awesome. And that's
Imagine if you had a Vivian Kingma or Ryan Klein bowling on this. Where would the keeper be standing, honestly?
I mean, it's these ones that from a full length that they're taking off. That's what's
why it's
remarkable about it.
That's why it's exciting.
Great to watch. There's that slow ball. And the thing is, normally you, as a batsman, you're setting up for a pace on and then you adjust to the slower ball. But I think, yeah, when it gets to either a proportion of slow balls, like a Jimmy Faulkner situation at the end of the innings, or Sahel Tanvir, for example, or even you just have an instinct, then you can actually do the opposite, kind of sweat on the slower ball and then adjust if it's pace on.
Yeah.
Maybe keep it out. Goes after this, but he hasn't quite got it. It's Brown to his left, and he spills it. And now half a chance for a run out as the throw comes in. And well, the catching's been pretty good from all sides today, but Brown, he just never quite got set for that, and the result is a missed opportunity.
Well, what he's done there is actually he looked where he was standing first and sort of lost traction of where he was, and he's actually miles in from the rope and then never set his feet. So it was unbalanced, and his eyes were moving at the point of contact. So it's a poor miss. There's that slow ball again. And, well, it might just start bowling those. We'll call him a leg spin bowler, but that's the end of the over, Vinny. 23 for none after 3. I mean, they haven't lost a wicket, but the rate hasn't really got away from the Sporting Alfas team yet.
Yeah, true. I mean, they're an over behind where they'd want to be. They would want to be that many after 2 overs. And yeah, let's just have a look at how this table is looking at the moment. I know that Madrid United, they're keen to get into it. I mean, it's a pretty healthy net run rate after the first match, 11.6. It was very one-sided, but at the moment we're seeing more of a lively contest, and hopefully Intellectuals CC can really challenge the sides they play during this competition. Just need to string a game together, I think. Here's Walker back for his second over. Gets plenty of this, but is it enough? Oh, he's dropped. And yeah, this one, he had 2 or 3 opportunities. Sunderland, he's shown he's had a good pair of hands this morning, but then, luck of fortune, that's Iqbal who survives. I suppose he saved 6, but I think he really wanted to take the wicket.
Yeah, be disappointed with that. Oh, that could have been 6, actually. Was his foot on the... Oh, I'll tell you what.
It was close, but I don't think it was quite.
I reckon that's closer than you think, Vinny.
The sight screen in the way there of that angle.
I'd like to see that again. I have a feeling he might have accidentally trod on the line, but no one picked it up. Have a look here. Watch his left foot. Bang. That's on the line. That should have been 6. We've missed that.
But when?
Watch this. Ball's touched his hand. Oh, gee. Marginal.
Yeah, because if then the right foot, see, yeah, I mean, marginal.
Oh, and his hands. Oh, and then the last one as well. I'll tell you what.
Well, this one, is it going to go the journey? This one will be no doubt maximal. 6 for Iqbal. Whacks that one over mid-off. So Walker not having it his own way. Disappears for 6.
Well, we don't have to worry about if that's a 6 or not. There's plenty of that. That's a step hit ball on a half volley length and just puts it away. Keeps his head nice and still there. Nice cricket shot.
He goes offside, but this could be trouble. And this one's put down as well. And, well, Perman, who'll be pretty disappointed with this one. Yeah, the sun's a little bit of a factor on that side of the ground, but Walker cannot take a trick here in the 4th. It's another one that goes down.
Once again, not setting your feet. Feet still moving at the point of contact. And that's a bad miss. I'll tell you who's disappointed right now is Walker. That's 2 opportunities this over.
This is where you can get one more boundary here. Almost be back up with the rate. A little bit of something on the way through, I think. Wait for the umpire's signal. He says buys. Intellectuals, they've had a couple of get out of jail free cards. I may have got a bit of a vest, but regardless, it's one to the total. Okay. Think about Sue here. It's good work to get back into the keeper. And this does take us to the end of the fourth over. The score after 4 is 35 for no loss. Hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you're watching around the world. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with my colleague Corey Rutgers. And yeah, Corey, you know, this is one of the things about short form cricket. I think part of the skill is compartmentalising the game. And for example, intellectuals had a horrendous performance with the bat in the first game, getting bowled out for 52. They need to put that out of their mind and just treat this game as its own entity. And right now, they're not too far behind where they need to be.
No, they've come back pretty good. I mean, they could have dropped their heads after that first game this morning, but what they've done is obviously had a bit of a team meeting, and they're in this contest. If one player stands up from here, Vinny, they could get their first win.
That's exactly right, and they've navigated the first 4 overs without losing a wicket. In contrast to the start they had last time, where they lost a bunch of wickets early on, and things never really recovered. I mean, in that first game, they'd lost 5 wickets within the first 4 overs. And from there, it was always going to be hard going.
Oh, 5 for 6 in the first game, Vinny. So
yeah,
they've started this one much more positively. Now, here comes Perman now. They're going to have to find against some leg spin.
That's the leg stump. And Perman does really give it a rip, doesn't he? He's not afraid to spin it sideways.
He does try and turn it. We do say to young spinners, we want to see you turn the ball, spin the ball.
This one just stays inside the line. It's kind of tempting delivery, and that's one you see the batsman trying to hit over the leg side. That's a difficult shot, isn't it, when you're reaching for the ball and it's turning even further away from you?
Yeah, but you're better off just trying to hit that over the offside, going with the spin.
That'll be the percentage play. Tosses something, goes and fetches it. And, well, it's almost a catch at long on, but gets past the fielder. The result's 4 more runs. And at the moment, fortune favouring the intellectuals.
Yeah, it is. He went for the catch there. He went for the glory. And it just went under him. You can see he'll be disappointed. They're disappointed on the faces of the Alfest players, but 4 valuable runs, that high back grip means he's going to swat at a lot of balls.
He does get the comfortable. I think it wasn't a bad option to go for the catch. He just didn't hold on to it. Slows this one down a bit. Goes the leg side. This one's going to be 4 more. Crashing into the fence. Cuatro. Pereras Mas. Sutton finally raised his strike rate above a run of ball. Times this one up nicely. Whacks away to mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, he's got those high hands on the bat, so it means he's going to play some very whippy sort of accelerate the bat through the ball sort of shots, and it's mostly going to be leg side, as you saw there.
Now this one's straight up in the air. Now who wants this? Perman. Well, he's already dropped 1, and he's going to drop another one. And even worse, they're going to come back for 2 on the fumble. So Alfaz, uncharacteristically, just dropping the ball at the moment, literally.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's almost as if the intellectuals are blessed here to get up to nearly their first win. This is 3 or 4 opportunities.
Off-going bowling always hurts a little bit more, doesn't it, as well?
Fantasy points down the drain.
Important bowls, they're worth a bit, aren't they? Now goes leg side. Well, this one's going to challenge the fielder, who does well to keep it in the field of play. He throws it miles away, so they will get 2, but in the end, thinking about that option from Quinlan, he did well to hold it, decides he was worried about going over the boundary, so he decides he'll save 4 runs, turns a 6 into a 2.
It's one of those ones, I don't think many of the players practice the old catch thing, so he's doing probably the percentage option there, Vinny.
Well, this one could be Duckland, and that one's gone into the pond. That one's wet. Maximal, 6 from Sultan to finish the 5th over. The selections are on here. It's 54 for no loss at the halfway point.
Name me a duck, Vinny.
I'm going to say Daisy.
Well done, well played, nice shot.
Hey, but I mean, the other thing with that catch is that no communication, because I mean the other fielder could have been in a position to receive the catch inside.
They don't practice that.
Yeah.
Not many teams. That's high level stuff we're talking.
It's all communication though, isn't it?
We saw it twice in the ECC, right, with the Dutch team and the English team. That they're the teams that sort of practice that sort of thing. I don't think smaller nations or smaller club teams really practice the juggle catch or the throw back up to themselves.
So this is going to be Wakar Ashraf, who we saw bowling in the first match, and he took 3 for 4 off his 2 overs. He was picked by Walker for the man of the match, took 3 for 7 early on, but he will be wanting a similar performance. But as we've seen from some of the other bowlers in this innings so far, the past performance this morning is no guarantee of current performance. He's going to bowl to Javed Iqbal. Loads up on this one down the ground, and that's another one that's going to get past, and it's not a good situation for Sunderland. Well, hopefully the sight screen was in the way, because that was a bit of a wardrobe malfunction to go with the 4 runs. Let's check this one out.
Oh, he's gone the early dive.
Yeah, he just got done by I think maybe a bit of the terrain there. And he goes to the offside. And what was this one? Just some confusion about whether this is a catch or not. I mean, we've seen a lot of balls that have been chopped into the surface.
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
I think the instinct from the fielder was that it was a bump ball, and that's what the keeper's saying as well. And I think in the end,
yeah, they'll have a little check upstairs and just to check if it was a bump ball. It's going to be difficult though, because ones that are jarred out, you have to get the framing right, and I think it's not out. My gut feel was not out. But the fielders have inquired, so they're going to have a quick look at this. But yeah, the gut feel for me is not out.
I've taken a few of those, and even the way that the trajectory of the bat seemed like it was into the ground. So
trying to see if the ball's bounced into the ground after the shot. So
yeah, so I mean, certainly we'll check it. So I think in the end, the batsman survives. Intellectual still hunting his first ever victory. Let's go around the corner. They can run hard here.
no, definitely not.
Not that quick. I like to see them pushing for 2 though. That's good though from Sultan.
If you were ever to get away from the 7 losses in a row, this is it. You need 45 of 27 with 2 set batsmen.
You've seen off the opening bowlers now.
Yeah, this is their time, you'd feel. Surely.
Oh, this is going to help. This is 5 for 3. This will be 5 wides. And yeah, it's not an easy one for the keeper, especially when there's a bit of bounce in the pitch. This one just takes off, gets past Fowler. And yeah, you've got to put that one on the bowler more than the keeper. The result is good for Intellectuals. And well, do we have an upset on the cards here?
It's more than on the cards. 40 off 27, Vinny. I mean, with 2 set players, they should really. They're hot favourites now. I mean, Sporting Alphas, they've dropped maybe 3 or 4 catches. And you just can't do that.
Yeah, exactly right. As Maya's chat in the chat, she said, interesting fact about ducks. Ducks can close one eye and put half their brain to sleep. She said, I want to be a duck.
What?
Is that true? I mean, I'll just take it.
So,
well, that's too obscure to make up. This one, little French cart, and this is, the chase is going to be on here. I'm not sure it's got what it takes to go to the boundary. It's a real teaser. And I think just keeps his feet inside the boundary. I don't know if he slows one down at all. See, this first one seems fine. Yeah, we can't see there because you can't see the back of the heel, so I think that'll be fine in the end. So, saving 2. Gets past the bowler.
Say that.
They can close one eye and put half their brain to sleep.
You know, that's what I've been doing my whole life.
I actually think that Corey.
I'm thinking about cricket and Spanish cricket that much. I keep one eye open throughout the night. It's unbelievable.
Is that right? So you always think up. Now look at this. He's batting.
Oh my word.
All right. So now where's this gone? It's gone high. It's Brown. And very fortunately for the batsman. And it's a strange decision at this point to do this.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. What a stupid decision. Like, your team's about to go on for their first victory. He should have been caught then.
Yeah.
He should have been caught then. He doesn't have to do anything crazy. Bat the way he's been batting. That's just crazy. But he gets away with it. A little bit of luck.
Maybe if it stood still, he would have hit it better and would have got caught. So
you can't tell me
about that. 69 for no loss after 6.
You can't tell me one advantageous point you get from standing there on the wicket. That's miles out. I get a little bit to offer you stunts, but not that much.
Yeah, I mean, that was just goading the bowler. wasn't it? I mean, now, Intellectuals, they need 36 off 24, so I've got it at 9s. I just feel like there'll be one over that'll swing things one way or another. For me, it's very much in the balance still, even with 10 wickets down, with 10 wickets in hand. And we're going to see Paul Quinlan coming on with the ball. And another one we saw this morning, took 1 for 13 off 1.5. That was bowling the very last over. Here he is, bowling the 7th. It's hit hard. Intent is what it's all about. And they're going to come back for 2. And well, no power in the throw from Pennick as he was sliding in. And in the end, it'll just be 2 runs. And yeah. Felix saying you have to ride your luck sometimes, Corey. Yeah, sometimes it's funny that way, isn't it?
A bit of luck, but a bit of common sense also.
Walks at him. Is it hard? Stop has to be made down there. Gets everything behind it. Antonio Brown. Yeah, but the one thing that they've got in this innings, Intellectuals, they didn't have before, is that intent. Because with the exception, of to see who scored 36 off 20 balls, but it took a while to even get that kind of intent in the innings at all because of the amount of wickets they'd lost. So they're batting fearlessly at the moment. This one, they're going to run anyway, and going to get away with it. I mean,
oh, wow.
We're seeing some real kamikaze stuff at the moment from the Intellectuals. They do say that winning is a habit, losing can be a habit too. And they're trying to find a way to get out. And at the moment, they just must feel invincible out there.
Oh, it's very risky considering they've got the game under control. Just a bit of common sense here, but if they lose 1 wicket, you sort of feel might send a few wobbles into the team.
He's won pretty well out to the mid-wicket. Just going to settle for 1. I agree. I mean, if these 2 stay there for the rest of the time, you feel that they will score the runs. But I mean, based on what we saw earlier, there's a lot of batsmen out there that are very low on confidence. I mean, this is why, as well, I would probably be looking at putting Abbas Tosifi in at number 3. Got to get him up there. Full toss. This is hit to the offside. It's going to run up the hill. Touch and go. Oh, I think that's probably going to be 4. I mean, only judging because I saw the paint flying. Let's just try and get a look at this because he's probably looking. Let's have a look at the replay. You saw the paint fly. That was the thing. It's a good effort from Sunderland, but here, yeah, I mean, there's no doubt for me that that's going to be 4 because just have a look at the line and you see even at the moment of impact that he's in contact with the boundary line. So I'll tell you what, I'm glad they put an extra coat on the boundary line, so that'll be 4 in the end. And yeah, another break for the Intellectuals.
Look at the boys, they're absolutely done. It's where fitness comes into it. He's exhausted, he's batted for 7 overs. He's exhausted.
Batting a 7 overs in a T10 is like, it's like batting 70 overs in a...
Nah, it's not. It's, look at him.
Feels like it.
Looks like he's about to pass out.
Quinlan. This one's edged and gets away from the keeper. May have been a bit of body in the end. Certainly took us something.
Shaquille Sultan. He's out. I've been told to look at this boy. He is exhausted. He's taking some deep breaths.
That one hits the back hip and just loops away from the keeper for a leg by. I mean, could they do this? I mean, it's the end of 7 overs. 79 for no loss. So I certainly didn't bet on 79 for no loss.
I think he's trying to call for a drink, and I don't think that's fair. Not in a T10.
He's batted 7 overs.
Nah.
Anyway, match 3 coming up, and Madrid United, they will take on Intellectuals. And if they're tied now, well, guess what? They're going to have to back up again. Madrid United there for the first time. Irfaq Ahmed, their captain, has won the toss, elected to bat first. So Intellectuals will be chasing again. Well, maybe that's not a bad result. They certainly have chased a lot better than when they were setting the target. And Madrid United, like I said, they were previous champions of this ECS back in March 2020. And that came match 3. 3rd of 4 today from Spain will begin in around about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. So obviously he's been run out some oxygen and we're okay to go. So what is this equation? It's 26 runs off 18 balls. And Madrid United, they were the first team to ever win a golden ball back in March 2020. Will we have a golden ball this morning? I mean, it's not off the cards here. 26 off 18. Looks like it's going to be Ahmed Jamshid to bowl. And this morning, He was one of the more expensive bowlers. He went for 24 off his 2 overs, but it seems to be a bit of an opposites innings. So maybe he'll be the one that can get it done for them.
And obviously just reminding each other who's on strike. That's what
Let's get that right.
Yep, it does. You still sort of feel if there's one wicket, will it change the tide a little bit?
It goes after this, but this is a catching opportunity. The ball comes down and it's dropped. Another one is dropped. And that's Perman, who's dropped 3 in the innings. Now, he'll actually get back for 2. So
just watch his feet.
It's a funny game.
Watch his feet. It's all in the bottom to the top. And Fielding wins games here, but he just kept wobbling and couldn't set himself. And you can't be taking a step at the point of contact with your hands. That's how it gets dropped. So technical errors, and well, it might cost him a game now because that's another drop chance.
Yeah, I mean, shows you short form cricket. Just never know what's coming next. Up in the 80s now. Short, misses out. Now they're going to run anyway.
What are they doing?
I think he's going to get back. I mean, yeah, this is just crazy.
What is Shaquille doing?
I think they had a chat about not being so crazy in the after the first game.
You just don't.
And it's lasted until now.
What is he doing?
They said, right.
He's off his head. He's off his head.
So this is in the air, and there's nobody back here. That one could just plug. And you see it will. Now, don't see too many 3s being run, but they will get back for 2. And now you see that Sultan.
Shaquille's going to run.
He is a kamikaze pilot.
He's going to run himself out here. He's going to run himself out here. He just needs to take a breath.
Oh, this is highly entertaining. This is why we just love the FanCode European Cricket Series. You won't see this kind of action anywhere else in the world. It's very deep in his crease here. Iqbal. Whacks this one, and this one has gone the journey. I think it has. That's out of here. Maximo! 6 to Intellectuals. Could they be on the verge of breaking their hoodoo? That's a hoodoo, the longest hoodoo in the ECS. It's something like 19 months, 19 and a half months without a win in ECS cricket. And they're on the verge of doing it now. Only 16 more required.
I like what he did there. He batted right back in his crease so that he could get a ball at a length that he really wanted. And that's exactly what happened, and he put it away. So good batting.
Staying that deep in his crease. I'll tell you something funny about Intellectuals in a minute. Get down the field. That's what should just be one. Intellectuals, they lead. Held a record in Spanish cricket for the most hit wickets in an innings. 4 hit wickets in an innings. I'm worried he's going to knock the stumps over. We'll shove on, talking about the catching. But what I would say about Perman's ones, he is looking straight into the sun there at cover point. That is a complicating factor.
Not an excuse, Benny. Well, don't give excuses.
It's a reality. If you've ever lost a ball in the sun, it's not too fun. Next side. This is going to be a wide. Why do I feel there's still a twist to come in this game? One week could change everything. It just reminds us what T10 cricket's all about. I mean, Alfaz, they've never lost a group match. The only 2 matches they lost were in the finals back in March 2020. This time they don't run. It's the end of the 8th over. Intellectuals, and 91 without loss.
91 without loss. I mean, just some simple cricket here. They'll probably coast to this victory, but you sort of have a feeling while they're there and it's a little bit crazy, anything can happen. $14 off 12, Vinny. The field's spread. And if you hit one more boundary in these last 12 balls, you should get there in a bit of a canter. Stranger things have happened. 1 wicket, though, might change everything. You're going to need to get that wicket.
This is a crucial over, isn't it? You can see that the worm tells the story.
The half a second worm. That was great.
Now, here the bowler, Quinlan, saying, look, we need to squeeze. We need to gamble on some dot balls, so maybe it's worth bringing up.
Well, you bring your point and your cover tight. You don't bring your deep square up. That's a brought deep square up and deep and mid wickets tight. So you actually should bring your cover and your point tight. Yeah.
Close enough to touch it now. 14 off last 2 overs. This one's hit pretty well. This one's going to go out of here. Maximo! Iqbal moves to 47 of 28 balls. The Intellectuals now single digits required.
Look at that, Vinny. Right in the crease so that he can get under the ball.
Yeah.
Bit of cricket education, that's good.
They needed a bit of luck, and they've got a lot of luck, really. And they've had a few gifts, let's be honest.
Oh, they've had
in this innings, haven't they?
4 or 5 drops that are, well, given these two a couple of bites of the cherry.
Goes again, and this one's even bigger. Maximo! Iqbal goes to 50. His first half century of the series. 53 of 29 balls. What innings it's been with 4 sixes and 3 fours. And now, really, Intellectuals have to say that will put the result beyond all doubt.
Yeah, and it's just a half volley, really. He just bowled it right into the slot, and he's taken full advantage of it.
Well, this should just remind everybody, don't put too much stock in just one performance. Intellectuals, they were terrible with the bat, losing all 10 wickets for 52 this morning. Now they've come out and they've moved to 103. That also brings up the 100 partnership between these two. And this one will tie the scores. Yeah, he's Javed Iqbal, around about 39 years of age. People asking, yeah, 39 years of age, Javed Iqbal. Pakistan experience, and I guess saw him had a bit of luck early. He played and missed a bit from Sunderland, but yeah, now with only 1 run required of 9 balls, it'll be over to Sultan. See if he can strike the winning run.
Oh,
Well,
what a way to do
had
it.
everything. He's going to do it off the face. And Intellectuals are going to win their first game in European Cricket Series cricket. They're breaking a duck that lasts almost 20 months. And don't they do it in style? They beat Swanning Alfaz, the hosts, by 10 wickets with 8 balls to spare. And what a stunning turnaround. You probably never see a bigger turnaround in T10 cricket in a doubleheader than we saw this morning, Corey.
Well, that will sting for the Sporting Alfaz boys. I mean, they're in a big contest this weekend, and they've been beaten comprehensively by the Intellectuals here. 10-wicket win after only making 52 in the morning game.
Well, that just shows you never know what to expect. And Moon, like your comments in the chat, said, come on, the inevitables, the Intellectuals, able to get over the line. So the day's turned around. They're feeling a lot better now. And they've got another match coming up as well. As we see the openers coming off. There's an unbroken partnership of 105. And yeah, we've got these two teams, Madrid United, here for the first time. They've made the trip down from the nation's capital, taking on Intellectuals in match 3. And you can catch that game starting in around about 20 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Very interesting to see those two match up. Intellectuals, they'll be confident now. They'll feel they can chase anything down. They will be chasing again because Madrid United, their captain, Infaq Ahmed, has won the toss and elected to field first. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. And really, it's a tale of missed opportunities as Alfaz had multiple opportunities to break the opening partnership. They just couldn't do it. And in the end, it cost them the match.
Yeah, absolutely, Vinny. You can't miss your opportunities, and I think there was about 4 or 5 missed drop catches. That was one of them, and there was a couple of missed run-outs as well. So they'll look back at that and think, well, if we had taken our chances, maybe we could have won. But Javed Iqbal, he did his job well, and Shakil Sultan, even though they rode their luck, there were some nice shots in between, especially through the leg side. And there was a little bit of misfielding as well, which sort of helped them get to the rate quite simply. And you have to give credit where credit's due. If you drop the batsman, drop the opening batsman, you've got to make the opposition pay, and that's exactly what they did. We saw some acrobatic efforts in the outfield, but unfortunately, it wasn't good enough, and yeah, them getting about that 18 run off over of Jack Perman in the middle really got them ahead of the rate. A couple of 5 wides there helped them get along as well, and it sort of just felt that maybe this was going to be the first day Intellectuals could get themselves a win in the T10 format. And after this final drop there, we sort of realised it was just their day. Iqbal, he ended the game with a couple of lofty blows deep in the crease on the leg side, whacking it to all parts. Quick wrist, quick hands, and some quick sixes. And he'll be happy with that to carry his bat through for the win. And Intellectuals, after a disappointing morning, will be feeling a lot better with the midday match. We'll have a quick look at the scorecards here. We'll have a look at the batting scorecard. And, well, it's going to read pretty figures for 2 men in particular.
You'd be really happy when you're an Intellectuals supporter, as Javed Iqbal, he really came home with a wet sail. 54 not out of 30 balls with 4 sixes and 3 fours. And Shakil Sultan, I tell you, he was running out of steam a little bit in that innings, but think that innings of 31 out of 22 was pretty crucial. And I think Javad Iqbal will probably get the man of the match for his effort and the way he was particularly able to drive things home in a game where no other batsman was really able to have that kind of striking ability on a consistent basis. No wickets at all in the innings, although Sunderland kept it tight, only going for 10. The fact they weren't able to break that partnership really told the story. The other thing was too many extras. I think 20 extras, 4 leg byes, okay, fine, but yeah, 16 in the avoidables. So join us as we have Madrid United. They are on the rack in approximately 20 minutes right here, halfway through the day in Spain. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. We'll see you shortly for match 3. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to La Paz del Pi in Spain. And now it's time for the second half of the day, beginning with match 3 at Madrid United. They're here, they're the third side in this FanCode European Cricket Series, and they're taking on Intellectuals. So it's a tough schedule for Intellectuals with the triple header first up today. So Madrid United versus Intellectuals in match 3. Let's go over to the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch, who's with 2 captains for the coin toss.
Intellectuals a call. Tails. Tails a call. It's heads.
What would you like to do, Tafat?
In the back, okay.
Madrid United have won the toss and they have elected to bat first. I think that's a good move. The sun's out, the conditions are good for batting. Look, I know there's a lot of bounce in this pitch and I'm sure they're used to it though. They played a lot of cricket here. Madrid United, they are previous champions of the ECS back in March 2020. They came from the bleachers to win it on that occasion. I'm sure they'd love to defend their title. Their first match against an Intellectual side who, look, sure, they haven't performed to their potential this morning, but maybe the match practice will be a good thing. But then on the other side of the coin, they might be getting a little bit tired. So we'll have to find out. Let's go over to the commentary box. Corey Ruckers is there. The news from the toss is Madrid United have won the toss and they'll be batting first.
Thank you, Vinny. And if you can see on your screens there, the beautiful ground here in Sporting Alfas. Beautiful backdrop and a little mountain-esque, picturesque area. We are playing cricket at today. We're here for game 3 of this T10 action. And it should be a good game. Madrid United versus Intellectuals. Well, Intellectuals, they got their first win this morning. Javed Iqbal, really good game from him, man of the match, the keeper, opening batsman. Looking forward to seeing some of these players from Madrid United though. And Kamil Ahmed, Hamid Abdul, Richard Tedder, Rashid Abbasi, they'll all be excited for their very first game, and they've got some nice kit. I do like a team that's always dressed quite well. And they're rocking the dark navy blue with the lime green, which will be on the screen shortly. So looking forward to game 3 today. And it should be a good match. And it's always funny in these small tournaments. It's usually the team that can get out the blocks early can maybe get themselves up the ladder and guarantee themselves a potential winning of a trophy this week. So for Madrid United coming in, they would have watched the games this morning and seen both teams sharing the points, 1 win each. So maybe a chance for them to get on the board and get on a bit of a roll and leapfrog the 2. So we're almost underway here for the first ball of match 3. And looks like the boundary riders are going to be pretty traditional. Deep mid on and a deep mid wicket, deep square. So just a small delay as we get everything ready, and we'll take the opportunity to welcome back everyone on FanCode in India and via YouTube, and always great interacting with you guys on the YouTube chat. So please feel free to keep interacting with us and get any questions in that you would like. Just a couple of moments away from game 3 starting. Beautiful weather conditions, perfect for cricket now. Sun is shining. So here we go, match 3. Roman with the new ball, bowling to Hussain. It's respectfully blocked into the offside, so that will just be a dot ball. It's a bit short down the leg side, and that should open up the scoring. We'll start with an extra. It happens a lot in these T10 games. That new ball swing quite a lot, difficult to control sometimes. And one slips down the leg side, so he's in the pink balls today. Pink ball always does a little bit more, we find. Always just a bit more swing. Short again, and it's a bit of a freebie. He doesn't get it out the middle of the bat. Probably should come back for 2 unless it goes all the way. Oh, it just goes over the rope for 4. So a despairing dive. He got that nowhere near the middle of the bat. But it trickles away for 4 runs. Nice shot that. It was short, had to put it in the gap. That's exactly what he did. You can see a despairing dive and sort of mistimed his dive. So gets away, goes for 4. That is the first boundary of this game. First boundary for Madrid United that we'll see in the coming few days. It's a better ball, better length. Outside off, you still see that carry through to the keeper. Really does just kiss the deck here and skid on through, but it has a lot of carry. Definitely rewards bowlers that can hit it on a good length because you can get it above the keeper's chest height. Oh, this should be a wicket. This is straight up. Who wants it? Who wants it? Oh, he didn't want it. No, it's a big miss. I think that's Shaquille Sultan. Yeah, it is Shaquille. And yeah, he definitely didn't want that. He didn't really look too comfortable. He's pointing there to where he was standing, but it was his catch. It was always his, and those very first few moments are so crucial. And he sort of just meandered in. So, big miss. Oh, loud appeal, but on this bouncy wicket must be difficult, you'd imagine. Run out chance, no, it won't be now. We might see some overthrows, we will. So, I imagine we're going to see 2 leg byes here potentially, we will. And a little bit despaired. The bowler doesn't look too happy, but on a bouncy wicket like this, it really has to be quite full to get the LBW. I think that was going well over the top. Well bowled, that's a lot better. Bit fuller, a little bit of a way swing, another dot ball. So that'll bring an end to the first. Didn't get a wicket, thought he had a chance there a couple of times, but it'll be 8 for none after 1. And a pretty steady start to this T10 fixture. Madrid United, our first look at them. Like I mentioned, they'll be looking to hit the ground running, get some points on the board. See there, beautiful weather today. A little bit of cloud cover, mountains in the background. Aesthetically, quite a beautiful ground this. A perfect day for some T10 cricket. Hope you're all enjoying it wherever you are. Abbas Tasif with the second over. Look at that carry through. Really, really good carry through to the keeper. A lot of bounce. Once again, a lot of bounce as well. Well, good carry. Doing exactly what he has to do. Back of a length. And the batsman missing out there, so with a wicket with good carry, you don't want to get too carried away with it. You can still pitch the ball full and get it to swing, and it will carry through to the keeper at a good height. Maybe get the edge, so that's blocked into the offside now, and they'll just jog through for a single. So that'll bring Ahmed on strike. Ahmed hasn't been able to get off the mark just yet, but it's a sedate start. 9 off the first 9. It's their first T10 match so in this tournament. Sometimes it takes a team one game to figure out how aggressive they should be in the power play. That's a big, wild play and miss. So, a couple of dot balls. Really nice start from Tasif. He'll be happy with this. Only going for 1 run in this over so far. Again, back of a length, that extravagant carry through, and well, starting to get to that stage that Kamil Ahmed's been out there for 4 balls, hasn't scored a run. He's just got to show a bit of intent. One of my favourite words to use. Doesn't mean he has to slog, but needs to be a bit more positive-minded, looking to get bat on ball, an aggressive stroke along the ground if he can, or lift it over that inner ring. Does come down. I'm not too sure that's the right option. Another dot ball. That'll bring an end to the second. What a brilliant over that is by Tasif. Only going for 1. And now all the momentum in the intellectuals corner. It's 9 for none after 2. look at the table there. Well, the net run rate's been clawed back because the Intellectuals got up with a pretty decent win after their, one to say, a little bit of an embarrassing game this morning. So Madrid United, I mean, they've got an opportunity and a chance here to get a win on the board and then maybe win their second and get ahead of the other two. It's only a couple of games back-to-back, 3 days of cricket. So it's going to be a bit of a dogfight to see who wins this. It's a slower ball. It's a bit of a wild slog, but deep mid on and deep square in place. 1 run. Oh, that's a lovely cricket shot. Oh, he's just chipped it beautifully over the top. Well, we've been waiting for a little bit of class, and that's a lovely shot. Camille Ahmed, he gets a ball that he really wanted to hit, and instead of slogging it, just times it. Look here, just a little Chippington, bit of a flamingo shot, gets the back foot up. And what I like about that, he kept his eyes down, his head still. Might have actually broken his bat here, which is unbelievable. I've seen that a lot. I swear, I see more of these players in T10 and ECS break their bat than professional players. I don't know how. Yeah, it looks like he's signalling for a new bat, so out comes two. Looks like a New Balance and maybe... Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of a delay here. Look, he's showing his bat to the non-striker. Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of a chip off the old wood here. Yeah, and now the umpire's saying he needs a new bat. Well, there you go. The umpire's called. And the two blacks are going to be run out. Obviously, team Bates bats, and we'll be looking to use those in a moment. So, slight delay here. I've never had too much bad luck with that, personally. Most of my bats have always lasted because I don't hit it too hard. But, yeah, he hit that well over mid-on and then must have felt something. Maybe a little chip off the wood or... Anyway, we're back. Beats the bat outside off stump. Well, the new bat's not working. Ahmad has got one boundary away. The others all dot balls. If you sort of feel in this power play, you need to be at that 30 to 40 region. Oh, it's a signal to wide. I was watching the umpire there. He took his time and slowly came back. It's going to be another wide, I think, down the leg side, and yet the slow wide death call from the umpire. So just losing their lines here. We saw in this morning's games that there were some extras that were getting around to that 20 to 25 mark. In a T10, that's unacceptable. In any format, it's unacceptable. There we go, it's a better shot. No, it's not. Straight to the fielder. I couldn't see it behind my tent. Look at the screen, and he's rubbing his belly. It's gone through the hands, right into the putter belly. And he'll be disappointed with that because that was a soda. Hits it in the offside. Straight to him, though. Bang. Straight into the guts. That hurts. Oh, that just misses the stumps now. So, bowling for Rahman and Intellectuals, I think they'll be the happier of the two sides at the moment. That's just missed off stump. That's a wild swing. Missed that by quite a long way. Oh, there we go. There's the first wicket. Well, it was that wild swing across the line. The Intellectuals deserved that wicket. They've bowled pretty tidily in this power play. The score is 17 for 1 off 3. And yeah, really good bowling that. Just keeping it stump to stump, asking the right questions. And yeah, they'll be really happy with that. So the first wicket goes down. And 3 overs gone. 17 for 1 now. So have a look at the power play there. I mean, only 2 overs of 8 in that middle over. And it shows you in T10 cricket, when there's one small over in that power play, it's really, really difficult to get away from that. And well, if you're Madrid United, you've now got to probably go at about at least 8s outside the power play. You want to go at 10s if you can. And remember, this is the ECS, the club series. You won't see as much power hitting, I think, as you'll see in the ECC, where we're spoilt from all the international teams really clearing the boundary at a will almost. Looks like the ball's been handed to Husnain Akram now. Just a little bit of swing. He's not express pace, but he just asks the right questions, puts it in the right areas. Oh, that's high. That should be a catching opportunity, or will it land in the no man's land? He gets there in the end and it's dropped. Well, he had to cover some territory, but he got there in the end. So he'll feel really disappointed that he couldn't catch it. He went high in the air, really high. You can see he was jogging around to it, and just couldn't get there. So that'll disappoint them. That'll hurt them. Again, it's high in the air. It's almost a carbon copy, but this time another fieldsman gets there and he's caught it. Well, thankfully, he's held on to it. I wasn't too sure. And then that's Tedder gone. Oh no, Richard Tedder. I was looking forward to watching him play today. He'll be disappointed with that. Huge leading edge, first ball. It went miles in the air. And watch the fielder here, mate. Good ground. Gets his paws to it, holds on to the catch. A little bit of a roll for the cameras afterwards. And oh, poor old Richard Tedder. He'll be gutted. Good name, though. There he is on your screen. He'll be absolutely gutted. Out for a golden. And, well, that happens to the best of us. And good to see him here, still smiling on his face as he walks past the commentary tent. And that'll bring a new man to the crease, and Abdul Kalam Azad gets the opportunity now with his team. And a little bit of strife here. 18 for 2, only going at 5.4. That's spliced over the backward point. That's gone for 4. Nice shot. Well, first ball for Azad. He gets a little bit of width and he lifts it over the offside. So good batting from him. Gets a bit of width and just pops it over the offside for some runs. So valuable boundary. I'll be happy with that. It's chipped into the leg side, little uppishly, but it's a missed field, so they'll turn for 2. Could be tight if he hits from there. Oh, it would have been gone. Well, it's good backing up as well. It's almost hit him in the jaw. And yeah, 2 runs. There's an old adage, don't run on the missed field. But I think you should always push the fielders. This was pushing it a bit too far, though. If that hit, oh, he was out by a long, long way. A little bit lucky there. And that's mowed over the leg side, and that should be 1 bounce. Yeah, 1 bounce for, signalled by the fans over there. Much needed boundary. And, yeah, nice mow. He got a length that he wanted to work with and got it away. So 4 runs. Oh, that's a little edge into the offside this time, and stop ball. Bringing the end to the over. It's 30 for 2 off 4. A pretty sedate start to this T10 match. A couple of nice shots, a couple of wickets. Pretty even. And if you can join us live while you're on the YouTube chat, European Cricket Network, subscribe to us. And like we always say, it's great interacting with all of you. We enjoy our conversations with all our fans and knowledgeable fans around the world. I know there's a smorgasbord of cricket going on around the world at the moment, so I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you're enjoying all the T10 action here today. So the ball's been tossed back to Abbas Tossif. He had a good day with the bat. With the ball, probably like to try and pick up a couple more wickets. So it's hit over backward point. 4 runs. Well, if you want wickets, you can't bowl there. Short, wide, freebie, rolls into the nets. Simple 4 runs. You can see here, gets the width he wanted. Gets the width any batsman wants, don't they? I think any right-hander around the world loves the ball outside off. And that's exactly what happened there. So 4 valuable runs, and Madrid United is slowly building into this. Tried to overcorrect, so that's what you'll see a lot of in cricket. Bowler bowls a ball wide of the off stump, sort of panics a little bit and then tries to bowl it quick and straight, and then it strays down the leg side. Just got to remember to go back to his methods and keep on that 4th or 5th stump line, not to get too crazy with it. Oh, that's hit hard, and well, you can see he's disappointed. He turns down. Oh, I reckon that could be close. Well, and he's been given out. Well, you don't see that very often. He was so disappointed and he was shaking his hand. But he's in the end, he's recovered brilliantly and got to run out for his team. Let's have a look at this. Hits him hard and he's disappointed. Oh, hold on. The batsman goes to sleep and he's out, run out. Well, that's very, very poor cricket by the batsman. He shouldn't have been out like that. Good umpiring decision as well. That was definitely out. Look at the bowler here. Unbelievable run out this. Whacked at him. He's disappointed a little bit that he didn't hold a catch. The batsman goes to sleep, doesn't get back quickly, and the person that was the most aware was the keeper. Brilliant keeping by Javed Iqbal. He got to the stumps really quickly, whipped him off quickly, and he's out, run out. And, just confirmation from our 3rd official. So he'll have to go. And well, what a mistake that is. Another wicket falls, and new batsman coming to the crease, and it looks like it'll be Rubul Khan now. He needs to get going straight away. Three for 3. Oh, well bowled. That's a tricky ball to get. First ball for Rubul Khan. Lifting. You can see he's holding his hand a little bit. I hope the ball was okay from that previous ball that was struck at him. Oh, that stung a little bit, but getting on with it. Really nice ball to the new batsman from Tasib. Looks like a good cricketer. Gets a little bit of extra bounce and just puts it in the right spot. Again, gets that one through at a decent pace, and another play and miss. So good, clever bowling. Be happy with that start. Well bowled as well, nice and straight into the body. So dot balls in succession. And you sort of just feel for Madrid United, they just haven't been able to get any momentum in this innings at any stage just yet. A couple of nice shots early, but not too much. So, Intellectuals, they got their first win earlier today. First out of 7 apparently in ECS history. Looking at back-to-back. Oh, that's a no ball. That's going to be called a no ball surely. It was almost at his throat. I dare say it'll be called. Yeah, and a nod from the square leg umpire. Well, didn't have to put his arm out because it was that obvious to him. I do like that the square leg umpire just gave a solid nod. So we've got a free hit now. And, well, bonus ball if you're a Madrid United fan. Have a swing, boy. Enjoy yourself. Keep your head still. Oh, well, he's kept his head still because he's going to get run out off a free hit. Oh, my word. That has, I hope he's okay. That has to be a concussion test. That hit him so hard. Or it has to be a change of the helmet, at least. That hit him so hard. Well, I said keep your head still. Bang. That's hit him so hard. I hope he's okay. I think that they need to check the helmet there because usually when it hits that flush, there's always a dent in it. And that was a vicious hit. And I haven't seen someone get hit that hard in a long time. That hit him flush. That wasn't off the gloves or anything. That hit him flush in the head. Look at the scorecard here. We've got 2 players that have moved on to 10. It looks like he's good to continue. He's passed the concussion test. Probably asked him what time of the week it was, what he had for dinner last night. Did he see that kookaburra coming at his scalp? Probably asked him all the normal questions. That's a vicious hit. Oh, new bowler, and that's well bowled. And the old indoor cricket chop 5. What a shot that was. Right into the turf. So, Dob, 1 run. 5 overs to go here. Madrid, well, they need to get a move on here. How can they find some runs for their team? It's exactly what they need. Oh, that's moosed over the leg side. Well, it's just missed the tree. We almost had our first tree occasion. 4 runs. Nice cricket shot, and that's exactly what they need more of. See here, comes shimmies down the wicket again. They all seem to like this little shimmy down the wicket. And pulls it viciously into the leg side for 4. That's pushed into the offside. That's a wild swing at it. And Zard, well, he does have a good strike rate at the moment, trying to go a bit big there. Himself and Khan at the crease. Desperately trying to get Madrid United up to maybe 90 still. Still plenty of time in this game. Almost half the ball still to come. Oh, that's an opportunity. I reckon he hasn't got it perfectly, or has he? Oh, the fielders look at each other. It just clears the boundary. 6 runs. When he first hit that, I didn't think it was going that far. Thought it went straight up, to be completely honest with you, but it just sort of carried, just kept going with a little bit of the breeze behind it. And it's just a swat. I don't think he really knows where that was going. But in the end, it clears the rope. 6 runs. Just shows what those quick wrists can do. Oh, and off the toe in this end, but this time it's going to run away for 4, down through backward square. Well, Rubal Khan's come in, and this is a little bit of a momentum boost they needed. 10 off the last 2. Watch this. Sort of toe ends that one, and it flies away through backward square. Deep square leg was a little bit in front, I think. He needs to be behind if you're in that position. But 2 very valuable boundaries, and 16 coming from that over. Really needed that. Takes the score to 51 for 3 after 6. And looking at the bowling, still haven't used the 5th bowler yet, so I imagine they're going to use the 5th bowler pretty much now, you'd imagine. So you see them now just talking amongst themselves who's going to come on. It looks like Fazal Rahman with a 71 on his back. Bit of a wonky 71, that. Looks like he's been handed the ball. Looks like he bowls spin. So maybe it's our first time at spin today. Interesting, the keeper's still back. He's pretty well bowled. And, A dot ball. Gives me a good chance to bring back Vinny Sander, who's been watching from the sideline intently. Vinny, how are you, mate?
Yeah, good. Very busy, of course. Busy week on ECN coming up over the next few days in particular, and then the Italian Super Series next week. Gets us completely wrong. It's been a no ball. And how far is it going to go off the bat? That's the question. It's going to go for 4. So, you know, Rakan Mohammed's one of these bowls, I call him kind of a hybrid. Not quite a spinner, not quite a medium pacer. And this one wasn't quite where he wanted it. And that's a teeth high full toss. And it's going to cost him 5. Plus free hit coming up next. I actually think the handiwork is pretty good on the 71, to say.
Yeah, it's a little bit on the left.
Fletcher's handiwork. Free hit coming up. Missed and missed by the keeper. One by here. Mamzid, I should say. We get to the other end. Yeah, it's a interesting start for me. I mean, saw Intellectuals chase down 100 plus in the last game. I mean, after their day started, I want to say like 22 for 8, I think. If they could escape with 2 wins out of the day, out of 3, I think they'll be pretty happy, to say the least. This one gets past the batsman as well. This time he's stopped by the keeper.
Yeah, they're still trying to get themselves up to that 100, Vinny. Well played into the offside. Extremely well played. Wow. It's almost gone for 4.
Yeah, I mean,
he timed.
It's incredible how this field has been running.
It's just it's almost like the whacker. It's like, watch how he timed the pants off this. Almost went for the old foot fielding.
Yeah.
Bringing it back.
And then he just almost lost his footing trying to retrieve it. But yeah, it was something. It's quite unusual, this field. I don't know what to make of it, but it makes for highly entertaining cricket.
Oh, that's an even better shot, but he's picked the fielder out. Oh, be disappointed with that. He's picked it right out to the fielder. Could have been 4.
Too short. He's got this all wrong. That bowler is going to chase. He's not going to get there.
Yeah, a little bit of a half chance, Vinny. It brings an end to the over at 61 for 3. Yeah, isn't it funny sometimes those half chances go your way as a batsman and then you sort of feel that you're in and it's meant to be your day as Azad and Khan. Oh, move on to 20 and 15 respectively. And starting to get their team up to a pretty good total. But I know you're a cricket lover, Vinny, and this is what we've got coming up.
I mean, love cricket, the more the better. And this gives you an idea of what's happening from next week. We're in Italy for the Super Series starting on Monday. There's still 5 weeks of ECS action after this, and we have 2 weeks in Cyprus, 2 weeks in Malta, and then the next cricket you'll see after that as we finish on the 4th of December this year for a short hiatus, and we'll be back to the European Cricket League 22, which starts on the 7th of February 2022. 30 of the best clubs from around Europe going head-to-head in the T10 format. That will look a lot like the ECC that we saw concluding just a couple of short weeks ago. So join us, and hopefully you can join us throughout the rest of 2021 and then into the new year as there's even more cricket planning that is being planned to come your way on the European Cricket Network. So you'll be interested in that ECL, I'm sure, Corey, as a VRC Rotterdam member. And whether you make playing squad or not, I guess we'll see. Surely you can't stay retired when you've got a shot at in the ECL. And this is whacked, and that's going to be 6. And this is just standard liver job from Azad, who goes bang, hit straight through the line. This is one of the shots of the day. He just hit this so hard, and it was good enough to get over the fielder, Abbas Tasif, but hung off.
He hit that so hard. The noise off the bat, Vinny, was like a crack. Thought he might have broken another bat, but very hard shot. He gets that one. Ooh, good comeback from the bowler. I like that. So well, if you hit me over my head, I'm going to bowl one at your chest. And, just a single into the leg side, but yeah, it's amazing. You're off on all those trips coming up, Vinny, off to Rome and Malta.
Rome, yeah. And we've got even more cricket. It's not just ECS cricket. We've got the Spanish Championship weekend this Saturday and Sunday. We've got the Italian Championship weekend this Saturday and Sunday. We've got T10 cricket at night from Cyprus. We've got another T10 tournament starting next week. coming from Spain. So FanCode European Cricket T10. Barcelona starting Monday. So there's so much cricket happening in the world at the moment. It's great to bring so much of it to you here on ECN.
It is, it's brilliant. And can't get enough T10 action. You can just see there, seeing these local players throw their body on the line. And that was no numbered out there with the diving stop. Yeah, it's great to bring you all these club cricketers from around Europe, some real talent around. Lots of wide ball outside off. And you've been watching much of the World Cup, Vinny? I know you're...
I can.
Yeah,
I mean,
who are you thinking
as
now?
the half Scottish in me, I tell you what,
Oh,
Afghanistan did a real number on Scotland the other night, didn't they?
Congratulations on getting through your initial group and making it to the main draw.
For sure.
You're very Scottish, aren't you?
Oh, my mother was born there.
So then if India win the World Cup, you go
India
up.
versus Scotland, that's my dream final.
Who do you choose, actually? Ooh.
That's his ring.
Wait, hold on. I'm confused here. Top ball. India. So there's a try series between India, Scotland, and Australia. Who do you choose?
Oh, it's like picking children, isn't it? I mean, look.
Yeah, pick one.
Grown up in Australia, it feels strange to ever go against.
So you're going for the
Australia.
Aussies first, and then if the Aussies are out, who are you going? India or Scotland?
To go to the underdog, wouldn't you?
I hope your mum and dad are listening.
There's going to be no ball. Oh, I mean, mum and dad have 4 children. You know, like them trying to choose a favourite. Now, this one for me is actually should be a wide because it actually bounced after the stumps. So that's a bit of a technical one.
No ball for me,
Why is
personally.
no ball?
Good, it's off the pitch.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but it
the line
was off the pitch past the popping crease still.
Haven't bounced yet. Now this one is under edge. You have to run these. Another good bit of fielding. I think that's been a feature of the day, although I'd say it's been quite inconsistent, but I think on the ground, nice to see that the players using their body, getting down. And this is the kind of, if you want to see, it's not going with a foot, is it? That's getting down and trying to get the whole body behind it.
Yeah, no, good fielding. I really do enjoy seeing players get down. So come on, you're telling me India or Scotland?
Oh, Scotland?
Really?
No, but only because...
Your dad would be so upset with you right now, Vinny.
Well, I'll tell you something about my dad. I'll get to the end of the over, 73-3. He loved going for underdogs, and he was as of Indian ethnicity, but he would even go for Pakistan against Australia, even though he'd lived in Australia for 25 years. So you tell me another, you tell you exactly. So I don't think he'll be lecturing me on who I should be going for.
Wow. Oh,
I know.
Your dad's a good man.
I know. Yeah. He'd always go for the underdog, and the Australian team was very strong around that kind of early 90s.
So you're Indian, Scottish, and Australian.
Yeah, I'm technically I'm Anglo-Indian, yeah, half Indian, half Scottish. Born in
Three
Australia.
cricket countries, pretty impressive. I've got the old Dutch, Greek, Australian.
Yeah. How is it playing for Greece going?
Well, after seeing the talent last week there, I don't think I'm making the starting 11, Vinny.
Interesting. Ninth over coming up. It all happens in the ninth. And almost a throw that hits both sets of stumps, hits neither. And
I did see the batsman hit the bowl up, running into him. They were both a bit ball watching. Glad the collision didn't hurt them too much. Have a look here. Just misses the stumps, misses the keeper. Then he throws it, misses the stumps. Batsman hits the bowler, then misses the other stumps. Bit of calamitous cricket.
he slices this away and takes some stopping out there. Does make the stop, so just a single.
How many countries have you been around the world for cricket for now, Ben?
I don't know about countries, but this year this is my 23rd location, I believe. I've been for cricket.
Unbelievable. Some sort of
Enjoyed
record.
it. I've enjoyed it. Should have written a book from the start though, shouldn't I?
Oh, little memoirs or something.
Yeah.
Or you know
diary.
or what you should have done is get one thing from each place. So whether it was like the
That'd
same,
be over my baggage.
no, the same, no, something small. You get the same cheeseburger from every country, but a different receipt from each one. You hold on to your receipts.
Interesting.
I love a
Do
cheeseburger.
fast food a bit sometimes.
Oh, that's in the air. This should be caught. Simple catch for Iqbal, the keeper. Oh, well. Talk about taking your foot off the pedal. It was a no ball. Maybe he saw that. Do you reckon he's seen it was a no ball first and thought, I'm going to put this down?
Honestly, I don't think so.
Yeah, it was
You're trying to camp under it.
It was a no ball. I reckon he hurt. He's too good a keeper not to have caught that.
So, that's a very generous reading of the evidence.
Keeping with the white floppy, he has to be good. see. Needs and miss outside the left side. So misses out on the free hit, but Madrid United needs to have put on a partnership.
Madrid United, they came from the clouds to win the first ever European Cricket Series. It was held ever, actually, in March 2020. I'd love to do something similar again.
Oh my word! That's one of the biggest hits I've ever seen. I can see it bouncing over there. It's hit the house.
That is whacked.
It's hit the housing.
That's probably one of the biggest Maximos that we'll see.
Vinny, that's hit the housing over there.
Yeah. Look at that. And he just kind of went with it, didn't he?
Did you see it?
Yeah.
It hit the...
Well, I'll tell you what, the people across the road had a good view of it.
Did anyone else actually just see what... That hit that house. That's 115 metres. It hit the house. It hit the wall. I'm done. I'm off. I'm turning my comms off. That's me. He's in. Who's he play for? Sign him up right now. It's the biggest hit I've ever seen. Oh, he's gone again. Where is it? Where is it?
That ball is
Oh.
going to have one of the shortest lifespans of any cricket ball ever. And you don't want to be walking down the street. I mean, the Ducks are safe.
Who's
That's
this
gone
bloke?
miles over.
Oh, give this guy a contract.
That's Azad. And yeah, that's windscreen territory.
Oh, my word. These are huge.
Let's just say some of the noises are not very good if you're owning a car that's parked in that part of the...
Can we get a replay back on like one of the ones from... That first one hit that... It hit the shopping centre over there. I need to mark that out. I reckon that's plus 110 metres.
Yeah. That's pretty big.
Oh my word.
Bowl's pretty nervous.
Apparently a
So.
rumour going around the ground at the moment that the windscreen's been broken.
Yeah.
That's disappointing for that car. Oh my word.
Well, it's all here on the FanCode European Cricket Series. And well, now we get 9 overs down, 9 for 3. Yeah, just the kick along that was required. There it was.
Not a kick along, that's a full body along. That first hit's the biggest hit.
One of the biggest thing you've ever seen.
Vinny, look at it hit the wall on the full over the palms behind there. It hit the wall. I watched it hit the wall.
Oh, good luck. Who's next? Kari.
Get a 1. Yes, good result. I need to see
Even
more.
better, because I think this will be...
This could be notebook territory, this, Vinny.
Pure brute hitting power, but that's the one they wanted as well, because that does get back on strike. Corey's got his notebook out. That's a good sign.
28 off 17. He didn't look that great at the start, but here we go. He's on strike now, Vinny. Let's have a look here.
Get something he can get under, so he's just forced to play it away for a single.
Yeah, disappointing, really.
Put him right now.
Benefit of the doubt.
But yeah, I mean, it's a similar kind of chase, isn't it? Looks like at the moment. Intellectuals pulled it off in the last game. They've got to get some confidence from that, I'm sure they will. Going to take some stopping, and it won't be stopped at all. So it's going to be 4 more, and this is exactly what you want at the end of the innings. And I like this one through the line of the ball. Nice shot.
Yeah, nice shot there. Gets some width and smacks it through the offside. Also, these two have put on a really impressive partnership. And, well, they're going to get themselves over 100 now. Zard, he's moved on to 35 of 20 in no time. And, well supported by Rubel Khan. Couple of balls left in this innings. He hasn't got any of that, but he'll scamper for a single, so that brings on the Rubel Khan. Just hit about 6 minutes ago, the biggest 6 I've ever seen. I've seen Andre Russell clear one in Dubai Stadium while I sat in the dugout. That was big. That was bigger. That was...
Just the sound it made was something different.
Look at this,
it?
Vinny. Look at this. Here we go.
They'll get 4 here. This one's off the middle, but the runs are coming, and that one brings up the 100 now. Madrid United move up to 102. With 3 balls remaining. What an acceleration we've seen here.
Yeah, we've seen a mighty acceleration, and Oh, he gets a little bit of luck there. Obviously didn't mean it to go through third man. I mean, Rubal Khan's moved on to 33 off 19 now. He's really winding up. Can he get another one out the screws? Here we go, Vinny.
He won't, but he'll get one more chance. Now here we're right back with Intellectuals. Going to need to do what they did against Sporting Alfaz. I'm sure the fact that they chased that down, despite the wheels have come off a little bit at the end of this innings, they'll fancy their chances of making it 2 out of 3.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. This game's quite evenly poised. And that's going to be wide. That's got to be a couple of wide. Well, he's barely running because it goes for 5 wides. Well, last ball of the innings, 5 wides. I mean, we've seen a few 5 wides today, haven't we?
Yeah, it takes off away from the keeper there and just gets half a glove on it. And yeah, these boundaries are pretty short, aren't they? So,
yeah,
unfortunately, that's another 5 for nothing. And a game where already you're kind of stretching what you think you might chase. You don't want to give away 5 for free.
well, you definitely don't. So you'd be disappointed with that. Oh, now gets the under edge and stationed well is that very fine leg. So it'll end with just a single, and well, besides the couple of big 6s I've seen, that'll end the innings on 108 for 3. And well, Madrid United started slowly, Vinny, but what a finish to their innings.
Yeah, certainly. It'll be an interesting look back at these highlights, and yeah, Intellectuals are going to have to chase ton plus again. Not easy to do, but they're going with some confidence, particularly their opening pair, who are able to put on 100 by themselves. But as we look back at the highlights in this innings, you have to say that there's a lot of action to be had as Madrid United joined the party as the 3rd team in this FanCode European Cricket Series.
Yeah, absolutely, Vinny. And well, at the start of this game, it was all Intellectuals keeping up their good form from the previous game. A couple of wickets early and, well, staying on top of the rate. They missed a couple of chances, but not that one. That was a really tidy catch by Abbas to see. And, well, Richard Tedder will be disappointed to get a golden duck there. But then it became a bit of a 2-man show. And it was exciting to watch. Rubal Khan, well, he came and joined Kalam Azad, and those two were in, and they just threw the handle at nearly everything. A little bit of luck along the way, but some really nice batting as well. This was a funny little run out, though, to one of our top order batsmen, number 6, later, Kamil Ahmed. Well, he fell asleep really with the bat in his hand, and he'll be disappointed with that because he shouldn't have been run out off that ball. So that's brought the pair that came in, and, well, there was a couple of good short balls and a couple more, bit more chaos cricket. I was glad to see he was okay because that was a really hard hit into Azad's head. If anything, it just fired him up. He started to hit the ball to all parts, and, well, sometimes taking a blow in the skull can make you switch on just that little bit more. And after that, it was a boundary show. They hit boundaries to all parts. It started off with Azad, but then as soon as Rubal Khan got going as well, they put on a great partnership and were able to clear the wickets with quite a lot of ease. And it's the first time we've seen today bat really dominate the ball for such an extended period of time. So some nice shots. This was huge. They hit that wall out the back there. Then he went and did it again just to prove it wasn't a fluke. 2 of the biggest 6s I've ever seen. That first one, though, extraordinary. A little bit of luck there with the thick outside edge that went for 4. But yeah, the boundaries just kept on coming. 5 wides and always hurts as well. And by this stage, Madrid United had gotten themselves up to a total they'll be pretty happy about. Let's take a quick look at the scorecards now. And we'll have a look at the batting scorecard. And really, well, just a 2-man show that got them up to such a competitive target. As you can see here, 36 off 21 and 34 off 21. So they shared the spoils. They'll be really happy with that, those two. Good strike rates and saving them after the top order failed. And you look at the extras there, 21 extras, 12 wides. So that hurts. 4 no balls, so 4 free hits in that innings as well. Very disappointing if you are a bowling unit to give away 21 extras. Let's take a quick look now at the bowling scorecards. And it was pretty good reading there for a Buster Steve. He only went at 4 economy, unlucky not to get a wicket. And his opening bowling compatriot Fazal Rahman took 1 for 14 and an economy of 7. But then for the rest, it was a little bit of tap. And when they got after those other bowlers, you can see so many bowlers bowling 1 over because they weren't sure who to go back to bowl 2 overs. So a really competitive total in the end. 108 for 3 set. And well, intellectuals, they're going to have a bit of a chase on their hand. Join us back in the next 5 to 10 minutes for the run chase. Thank you. Hello and welcome back here. We've got some live coverage coming. More T10 action. We're at the halfway stage between this crucial clash. It's Madrid United versus Intellectuals. And we saw some pretty impressive hitting at the back end then of the Madrid United innings. And they've taken away the first half, you think. 108, they'll be happy with that score. And Intellectuals, well, they're going to be heavily reliant on this opening pair again. Javid Iqbal and Shakil Sultan. These two players who put on a 100 partnership in the last game. So they'll be looking to do the same. And look at the beautiful backdrop. Great weather. Perfect conditions for some T10 cricket. So looking forward to this. And, welcome back all our viewers on YouTube around the world. And welcome back on FanCode in India, everyone. Hope you're enjoying all the cricket. It's been sensational. Bringing you so much T10 coverage all year. I know you can't get enough of it. It's a nice diet of cricket for you. We just keep feeding you as much cricket as you want. Doesn't matter. And you guys just keep lapping it up. So a slight delay here as the captain just gets his tactics right. Looks like it'll be a deep mid-off. I reckon he's pointing at a deep third man. So 109's the target. Well, you say that's probably on par. Saw some really big hits. Saw the biggest six I reckon I've ever seen live. Literally hit the building to the right of screen. That has to be 110 metres. Has to be. Always try to think of meterage when you kick a footy. That's at least a couple of kicks. You can see the captain's taking his time here just to get the fielding right, fielding tactics right. Looks like we're almost ready to go here. We always say if you want to get your questions in via YouTube on the YouTube chat, please do. Myself and Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu. We'll be back any moment now to answer all your questions. Maybe you can ask him why he's in a yellow suit. I saw him in a yellow suit driving a scooter this morning. Worried me a little bit. And we can ask him right now. Welcome back, Vinny.
Yeah, I'm back, and yeah, ready for the second innings to start. Yeah, well, if you want a question about the suit, I'll show you. This is the suit I'm wearing. Let's see if you can guess why I'm wearing these colours at home. And yeah, you can see here, I've got the yellow suit, but it's all the red is part of it. What's got the shoes? It's always hard to show the shoes. The red and yellow shoes.
I'm going to suggest that you're only wearing this because everything else is dirty after 37 weeks on tour.
I do try and keep them clean, but well, in the chat, maybe have a guess why you think I've gone for this colour combination today. And right now, I'm looking forward to seeing the second innings. These Intellectuals, a revelation, weren't they? Back in match 2. Here's the third of their triple header. Jahidul Islam opens up, and this is a nice shot timed away. And this is going to be a boundary to start off. And Javid Iqbal, well, he was a bit of a slow starter in the last match, but there's nothing wrong with this. It's timed beautifully away behind point for 4.
Yeah, it is. Beautiful timing. You can see he gets high hand, so the bat's coming down at quite a speed. And he just leans on that, Vinny. It flies away forward. No sponsor on that bat. Maybe still fishing. What are your thoughts on the team wearing? What are your thoughts on the team wearing the old traditional white?
I've seen it before. Costane in St. Gallen in Switzerland last year. So that's the only other time I've seen the pink ball in the ECS. We'll have it all the time. Sometimes it's a bit of an option given to the captains. We might still see some white ball cricket with the white kit. It depends. We'll see them wearing tomorrow. Short. This one's whacked away. And this is a really good start now. Batting's a confidence game, but there's 2 consecutive boundaries. This one was smacked away by Iqbal for 4 more.
Well, I'm not surprised because it's one of the worst field settings I've ever seen. Look at this, Vinny. They've got... Have a look at this. They've got short cover and a cover directly behind the short cover here. Yep. Like directly behind. They've got a slip. The bowler's coming around the wicket.
The I formation.
And they've only got 6 on the leg, 6 on the offside. Look at this. Cover is directly behind cover.
He's like a couple of metres.
Where's the second man out as well? They don't have 2 out. No. Well, that's going to cost you because if they had 2 out, well, it didn't matter. It went for 6 anyway. But yeah, Madrid playing with only 1 out and a slip. That's the worst field I've seen in the T10.
It's innovative. Working at the moment.
4.46 to start the innings. Just the start you want, though. Could we see a second consecutive 100-plus chase from Intellectuals? Will really throw this series into a loop.
Surely you got to put someone else out. Oh, someone's lost a shoe. Is that a shoe or a hat? No, that's a hat. The umpire standing in a funny position as well is worrying me.
Well, this one would have been out. Would have been a direct hit. Would have been the end of Sultan before he scored. We saw a few running between the wickets hijinks before. A few questions in the chat. Krishman Armitage saying, is this the home of Sporting Alfas? And yes, it is. This is their home ground. It's also the scene of the first ever European Cricket Series back in March 2020. Question from Maya about the ball. It's actually a pink ball. It's not a red ball. It might look a bit red on TV, but yeah, it's a pink ball. It's the newest type of cricket ball that we see in mainstream use. And the next one's thick inside edge, and Sultan will get off the mark. So any other questions, please fire them away in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. It's always wonderful to have your company. And hello to Egan, who's in the chat. Egan, great to see you there. It's been missing you. Maybe we'll see you on the weekend with the Costa del Sol team. Going for the Spanish Championship weekend. Wants it, but going to get it. Call it Aja.
What's that mean?
It's come. It's in the end, he didn't. And that's the end of the first over. Pretty good one for Intellectuals. He didn't lose a wicket, and the score is 16 for no loss.
Well, this is where, I guess if you do have the wrong sort of fields, or just not the right fields, it leaves extra gaps. And yeah, if you leave some extra gaps, it becomes just a little bit easier for the batsman to get away. So 16 off the first, they'll be happy with that.
Just got to look at that 11 and over. So 16 off the first is a pretty good one, as well as the, what else is pretty good is the scenery here. Just have a look at the clouds and the mountains in the background. It's a beautiful vantage point that we're watching from. Looks like we're going to get Robiel Khan to bowl the second over. Highly entertaining cricket so far. It's a tasty what's to come with 12 matches in total in this series across the 3 days. It's a winner takes all. The group stage will take the trophy. Robiel Khan with his first ball. Really gets this one through. It's probably chest high as it goes past him, just at a guess. Maybe it could be one above the shoulder actually, but yeah, still rising all the way to the keeper.
Is this, did you say this is Robiel Khan?
Yeah, Robiel Khan.
This was the man that hit the 2 extraordinary sixes. So
huge, wasn't it?
Might have a bit of a cricketer on it.
The first one was something
we might have
out of this world. As in he hit the ball out of this world.
Might have a little bit of a gem on our hands here. Because he gets it through. That's pretty sharp, Vinny.
Yeah, sure is. But this one is upstairs as well. Let's have a look at it again. This one I think has to be over the shoulder.
Oh,
the first
you
one
reckon?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Past his nose.
Yeah, I do. I like the load up. He seems like a big, fast, bustling boy.
I don't quite know what's coming next here. This FanCode European Cricket Series. Just a bit too quick, man. Look at the follow through. Robiel Khan.
Ooh, tough call, tough call.
Yeah, well, that's the first run off his bowling. Thanks to the wide call. It's touch and go, maybe getting a slithering of the line. Shot from Sultan. I think he just has to concentrate getting some bat on it. If he gets anything, it'll fly away over the slips before. The slip, I should say, singular. He likes the pitch, he likes the bounciness.
So do I. It's actually refreshing.
Yeah.
You don't see too much of this in continental Europe, Vinny. That's the thing.
Yeah, like I say, Rome will be a really good pitch next week in the Italian Super Series as well.
I like the look of Robiel Khan.
Well, this one has to be the one over the shoulder. If it wasn't, maybe higher than that. Or maybe it's going to be called a no ball. And so I think it must have, one of them had to be over the shoulder already. This one,
didn't even see it.
Over. Yeah, it's quick. So this will be a free hit coming up. It's the only thing you've got to be kind of conscious of is getting too carried away with the short length because it'll bounce anyway.
Do you think that he hasn't played too much yet? And he's sort of bowling length, so he would have bowled on his home pitch, but over here it's just too quick. Got to get a bit fuller, Rubel.
Strap yourself in. It's free hit time.
Like that. Yeah. He's getting it. What do you like the long follow? He's finishing at the batsman mark.
It's whippy, isn't it? It's don't mind a long follow through as long as it doesn't become anything untoward. I think that's fine. But yeah, nice to see Cushman in the chat saying he thought he recognised the ground because the club that he used to play for toured there about 8 or 9 years ago. I know they've had a lot of touring teams come here. It's a beautiful part of the country and it's a beautiful cricket ground. Halfway through this over. It's a little bit too quick. He's annoyed with himself, Shaquille Sultan. On stage like mate, just be too exhausted to continue in his previous game, but swing and missing. This is where you've got to tell yourself, okay, if we can still be at the rate after this over, so they'd want to be about 22 off after this over, then Robiel can't. You can only bowl 2 overs in the innings, so you don't have to get a crazy amount of runs off him. He targets some other bowlers. Slow ball. Go with the hit and knocked down by Abul Azad, but will result in a single. So we'll get to see how Iqbal takes on the pace of Rubiel Khan.
Oh, Rubiel Khan, interesting. He hit some really, really big balls, and to his credit, he seems to have a bit of pace about him as well.
Yeah, let's say
big engine.
The approach of Iqbal though. Last ball the over. Can't reach it. It's good. Full wide delivery, not wide enough to be called, and that's a really good over, 3 off it. And the score after 2 overs is 19 for no loss. And we could have a situation, let's say if Madrid United do win this game and they can defend this total, then we'll have a situation where all 3 teams will be on 2 points, just the start you want in the 3-way series. And it'll be dead square after 3 matches. So it just shows you for some competitive cricket over the next 3 days. Tuesday with us, there's a lot of cricket happening in the next week or so on ECN. Bit of bonus material for you. This game go either way at this stage. Remember Madrid United, they were the winners of the first ever Golden Ball. That's Levante. And the first ever ECS played in March 2020. Here's Camille Ahmed. Short. And do go with the hit, putting pressure on the field. I think that's one thing which I've liked from intellectuals in their batting, even though sometimes their running's been a little bit too crazy, but typically they will take on the infielders and seen, for example, a pick up and direct hit yet, which is what you probably need to run them out in that situation. Goes after this, he hangs in there a long time. It's going to fall safely. They're going to take the opportunity to get back for 2, and that's good running. Iqbal comes back for 2. We see, especially with those balls that are skied, sometimes we see the batsman kind of ball watching and not running the first one, but Iqbal was pretty quick to run the first, and then when he saw it wasn't gathered quickly, came back for a second.
Good running though. You've got to run hard when you're chasing 109.
Only about 33 after this over. Once a wide. It's called now, so he gets it. This on the replay. It's one of those ones that I suppose could go either way. The umpires, if there's even any of that ball cutting that wide guideline, blue line as it passes the popping crease, they will call it. Still got a floating slip in. Edged, and it goes away from the slip. It's going to be 4. This was highly entertaining stuff, and that is Richard Tedder, who's in that position, and he was despairingly diving, wasn't he?
If he had a caught, oh, he flew.
He
flew. You know when you're diving in the air and your legs straighten, you're at your peak. He was. Can we freeze frame that?
I'm not sure we'll have it.
Because he was literally horizontal.
Get a cape on him.
That was unbelievable.
Saying this week. Slow ball, drag to the onside. Well, this will be a chase, and I think he'll stop it. It's a pretty good throw.
That's Rubel.
Yeah, I mean, Got a bit of everything. Made the batsman hustle. Let's have a look at this. And then throws off balance. Still his weight going the other way. And lucky the batsman ran it out. Otherwise, could have had some trouble there.
Probably. Sorry, a little bit of a mic check there, but 29 for none, Vinny. I mean, good start in the power play. Iqbal, he's still in form, continuing from earlier in the game.
It's key that this partnership, you want it to last. I mean, because you take out these two, and of course we had the batting of Abbas Tassif in game 1. But apart from that, nobody has performed. I know it'll be an opportunity for them, but I think as far as this game's concerned, you just want to try and not to lose a wicket, and that also means when you go back to, for example, I think they probably will bowl Robil Khan in over number 4. I can probably afford to be a little bit more conservative and maybe target some other bowlers.
Yep.
Don't think they'll be thinking that way though somehow. Here's Jamil Ahmed. Appeal. Umpire doesn't look particularly impressed.
No, I think it grazed his pad on the way through, Vinny.
It seemed to be one of those, didn't it? It's on the replay.
Yeah, definitely. Good umpiring.
The bib as well.
A little bit of check 1-2. Just flicked it on the way through, didn't it?
Good umpiring.
Yeah, it didn't fall for the appeal because that was a very, very loud appeal.
So Madrid United won the first ever golden ball. Could we have another golden ball here today?
Nah, it seems like they're done. We'll never get another one.
Don't say never. Let's ball the power play coming up. Slower ball, and this hits straight to mid-off, and it's going to be taken. It's the captain, Idafak Ahmed, that does. And so finally we see this partnership broken. Intellectuals lose their first off the last ball of the power play. That's a big wicket of Iqbal for 23. He was the man doing the damage, but he's the first to fall. 29 for 1 after 3 overs.
Big, big wicket, but credit to the bowler. He bowled a lot of on-pace deliveries, pretty sharp. And the last ball of the over, he gets gutsy. He bowls a big slow ball. He changes what he's doing, and he gets an important breakthrough. And that will end the power play at 29 for 1 off 3. Still, you'd say pretty even, Vinny?
Yeah, you would. I mean, this is where it depends who comes out next. And I've gone for Furqan Mohammed. Would have been tempted probably to stand up Abbas Tassif just because of how well he batted in the first game. But they've gone for Furqan, giving him another opportunity with the bat. And just going back to the first game, I mean, he was out, made 3 off 12, opening the batting, Furqan Mohammed. Back in game 1, did struggle with some of the variations from Sunderland. But he's coming into a pressure situation. On strikers then, because that's a change of over. So over 4 coming up, and they've decided to resist the temptation to bowl out Rubial, keeping him up their sleeve. So it will be the captain, Idafak Ahmed, to come out. I remember him actually from the ECS in March 2020. He's a real wily customer. And well, here he is. Bring himself on. He's a man that is 55 years of age. He's a bit of a godfather of cricket for Madrid United.
Is he?
Almost gets a return catch first up. It'll be a dot.
Is he okay? Yep, he's okay. Good.
He's a very popular cricketer. I think this one almost carries back to him. Bit of a hard landing. Swung one leg side. This is going to be 4. It's going to crash into the fence. Just what they needed. Sultan trying to get himself going. Gets his first boundary. Intellectuals move up into the 30s.
Yeah, just a ball in the slot there, and he just whacks it across the line. Oh, umpire killer that one. Just missed him.
You can see that boundary on the leg side. Boundary's only just inside that fence. So that's where we have the tree on the field.
Hasn't happened yet. What's the point of having a tree if they're not going to hit it?
Coming. Elevated that side of the ground as well, isn't it? Comes offside. Smart bowling. You can see the adjustment from Idafak straight away. A little wide though. Doesn't want to get 2 leg stumpish, does he? This one. Go either way, those calls. This time it isn't leg stump, and this is going to be 4 more. Yeah, when you get it wrong, Sultan's he's hot and cold, but when he's hot, he's hot. And again, Watch out on the leg side. That is the hot zone. 4 more, and Sultan moves into double figures.
And while he's there, they'll still be feeling pretty confident. Usually he goes with a good click.
They just can't get themselves into a rut. No pun intended. But they've got to keep this rate up. They want to be at 44 after these over. It's down the ground, hits it hard, gets 4. Nice shot, nice and straight. I like the way he resists the temptation to hit across this one. So Sultan getting going. The challenge was there. He took it up and he gets 4 more.
Yeah, like I just said, while he's there, they'll be still feeling pretty calm, the intellectuals.
Gets with the rate now. Offside is to be called. It's just finding it hard to settle at the moment in the park, and that's to do with the batsman's approach. He wants to go offside, but he goes a bit too far.
Oh,
Takes the bait here.
tree,
Yeah.
tree. Oh,
This one I think's gone all the way for 6. We'll have to wait on the umpire's call. If he gets any of that tree, it'll be 4, not 6. And well, this is the first time we've seen it. In fact, the result is Maximo. 6 runs to Shakil Sultan. And this one disappears behind the tree. Didn't take a piece of it. For that reason, it's 6, not 4. And I think that's a shot that deserves 6. It certainly had what it took to get over the boundary.
yeah, absolutely. And that only just missed that tree. It will happen at some stage, Vinny, like you said.
Pad. So it's the end of the 4th over. And the score now, intellectuals are 49 for 1. Good over for Sultan in particular, who moves to 21. Hey, Corey, so much cricket happening on the European Cricket Network over the next few days. And this gives you a taste of it. We have the series you're watching right now, Wednesday to Friday, in Belfast LP. Then from the same location, the Spanish Championship weekend, the winner goes to ECL 22. In Italy, we have the Italian Championship weekend on Saturday and Sunday. That's also a tournament where the winner goes to ECL 22. We have FanCode T10s 2 at night from Cyprus, which concludes on Sunday. Then starting on Monday, we have more T10 night series coming from Barcelona. 2 matches a night starting Monday. And the ECN Italy Super Series starts on Monday, which is the winners of the 5 European Cricket Series we played in March and April. And that's all over the next week, so stay tuned. If you didn't follow that, and I don't blame you because it's a lot of cricket, but you can also check it out at EuropeanCricket.com and just tune in every day on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or on FanCode.
Would you say that's a smorgasbord of cricket?
Really, it reminds me of some of the buffets where I've realised there's a lot on offer and I don't really have a plan, but make a plan because you're going to have a lot of cricket coming your way. If you enjoy T10 action, you've come to the right place. Right, so they've decided to pull the emergency cord and they're going for Rubiul Khan. He's coming back to bowl the 5th. It's a bit of a gamble here, isn't it? I think they're doing this because they know the importance of taking wickets and they think that Rubiul's probably their option that will get them that wicket. Very worse, a bowler tied over.
Shot. Oh my word, he got every piece of that, Vinny. A swat over the offside for 6.
Yeah, he's off the mark in style. That becomes his highest score for the day, just like that. Yeah, it's the first time anyone's really caught up with one outside the off stump. Even though he's a little bit late on it, I think. It doesn't matter because he gets plenty of bat on it. And that disappears for 6 over point. What a shot.
Yeah, what a shot, Vinny. Just put his hands through it. Quick bat speed again.
When you've got a bowler with this kind of pace, you don't need to try and hit it hard yourself. You just need to get bat on it, I think. More optimistic LBW appeals. Polite inquiry from Rubiul Khan. But I mean, that's 6 bonus runs, I think. Someone hits him very high, waist high. Mohammed, what a way to get off the mark.
Yeah, but intellectuals, well, you said they didn't win 1 in their first 9. They're looking at a back-to-back, Vinny.
Yeah. It's 1 in their first 8 in the end. Winning their 8th attempt in the European Cricket Series. Now, yeah, 2 off 9, that'll be all right.
You'd be happy with that, surely.
2 out of 3 today will be a good result.
Well bowled.
Could be out, and it's dropped. And yeah, he just met that one with hard hands, did Rashid Abbasi. And yeah, the catching's been a bit hit and miss. We've seen some good ones taken, but yeah, this is one, I think this is just the moment. He's on the move. Well, he doesn't need to rush in at that, but I think that's also the pressure of the moment, I suppose. And you have the match televised for all to see. And that one went down.
Disappointed with that. That's a deserved wicket for the bowler there.
We're talking about the golf bunker by the nets. Yeah, this is a facility also used for golf, and it's quite an interesting multi-purpose facility. This one's hit towards mid-off. Get one here. Yeah, so there's pitch and putt. There's some cricket nets around. There's the bunker that you see there. It's a driving range as well. But, yeah, it's a fascinating place, and that's why you see the field's not completely flat. There's a few kind of rolling slopes to this cricket field. So short, gets some bat on it, he gets 4. This is what we talked about. So the gamble to bring back Romeo Khan, not working at all. He concedes 15 in his spell. Bowled with pace, but couldn't get the breakthrough. After 5 overs, the score is 61 for 1.
Valuable runs, isn't it? I mean, luck favours the brave, it's the old adage. And a bit of luck there. God, it's one of the most beautiful. Look at the aesthetically.
It's a postcard.
That is a postcard.
We're basically living in a postcard here, playing cricket in a postcard. It's beautiful. And I hope you're enjoying the pictures no matter where you're watching from around the world.
I thought that was over.
Maybe not. Get one, and it's a no ball called. It's for front foot as well, so still won't be the end of the over.
Long over.
I've got a question for you.
Oh,
I
no.
know that if I'm not saying this is, but I know that actually the last ball that was actually a no ball and got nicked for 4.
Oh.
So that's why. And another no ball there. So this will be a free hit again. Free miss. And this will finish the over. So let me just get my calculator out, and got the score as 64 for 1 after 5.
Glad you needed a calculator for that.
Question for you though.
Talk to me.
Now you know that if this didn't happen that time, but it happens at almost all levels of cricket sometimes, you might have a 7 ball over. Alright, so normally if it's discovered by anyone, then they'll try and stop the 7th ball being bowled. But if you do have a 7th ball bowled, it does count as a legal delivery, and whatever happens off that delivery stands. But what if the 7th ball, the over was a wide, let's say, or a no ball, that did get bowled?
I reckon then it can be revoked.
Do you reckon? No, but then you have to still count the result of that delivery. But then do you bowl another ball?
Probably, because if it's just a legal delivery. Why can't we revoke it? What if it, like, everyone cons on, they go, well, hold on, actually, it wasn't fair, because it's not really in the...
That's the ball. I mean, that's the thing, is that if there's a 5 ball over, a 7 ball over, and that's what was counted, that's what happens.
Yeah, but like 5 ball, you can always get on the comms and go bowl one more. And if there's 7, you go, listen, it was a 7th ball, that should be null and void. Would make more sense to me.
Yeah. It's a good point you make,
it's
actually.
Not, we use the walkie-talkies, we have third umpires. Usually it is discovered. There's always... Yeah, it's just a 1.
Yeah, I mean,
usually it is discovered. It's like, is it a 7th? It's a 7th. Then someone goes, it's a 7th. And then it's like, oh, it's too late.
Yeah, if another ball hasn't been bowled, then I tend to agree with you. I think there's some occasions in cricket where there's been a 5 ball over, a 7 ball over, and it hasn't been discovered, the game has continued.
You can play big impact on a game, that, you know, especially in T10. I don't think it should be. Wow, what a shot that is over the offside, Vinny. Oh, I think they've just had to stand there and admire that, and that might have gone the whole way.
It has. Yeah, that's a cracking shot over the offside. Yeah, look at that. The bat speed through the ball is quite significant. Had a good shape to his shot as well there. I think, yeah, what I'm liking about Furqan Mohammed is that he's pretty comfortable hitting the ball over the offside, and that's where most of the bowlers are bowling it. And with these fairly modest boundaries, if you can clear the offside for 6, it really makes it difficult to bowl to.
Well, you said they hadn't won a game ever in the ECS. They're about to win 2 in the space of 3 hours.
Well, you wouldn't pick a team that this morning were, to be exact, 22 for 8.
5 for 6.
Yeah, 6 runs, 5 wickets.
Catch it.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, he's got that. And he can't believe he's caught it. Jahidul Islam. And he takes this one. Yeah, just kind of turn the head, thinking it might bounce up into his face. But yeah, that one sticks, and that is a big wicket. They need to keep taking wickets to get back into this game. But yeah, it just almost rolls out, but it just stays in his palms. So what a catch that is. And we've seen some of the catches drop today. I think that the batsman, Mohammed, will find himself a little bit unlucky to be dismissed for 19, but it's a good catch taken. The second wicket falls at 72 for 2.
Yeah, well, he didn't look like he wanted it too much, but he took the catch in the end, and that's all that matters. So, for him, he takes the catch, and he gives his team a little bit of a chance here. They desperately needed that wicket, Vinny. So, potentially sneak themselves back into this game.
Yeah, so Sultan. Maybe that's right, because that was in the air.
Oh, it's the old boy.
Oh, he put it down. Vak Ahmed.
He can't be there.
Yeah, well, seen a few go down today, haven't we?
It's that's a hot spot, that tight short mid wicket. You need your most young, agile fielder there.
Yeah, hands never met each other, did they? Nice looking drive this time.
Oh, look at Rubel running from mid off to go pick that up in front of mid on.
Yeah, well,
He wants it, doesn't he?
He's hungry for it, which is good.
Brings an end to the over, Vinny, and well, that wicket gives them a bit of a chance. But you still to feel that Intellectuals are just ahead. Intellectuals, that's an interesting team name.
I'm not so sure about the history of the name, but maybe it has a history in sort of scholastic institution. We'll try and find that out for you. Always just accepted it. The 6 overs, 74 for 2. So the score required now 35 off 24 balls. And I still think this game could swing either way. But Madrid United, they're going to need to pick up a couple of wickets. Particularly, I think the wicket of Shaquille Sultan is key. Still haven't seen that was Tasif out there because number 4 is Nadeem Mohammed. Reasonably hard, it gets through one fielder. Now, will they go for 2?
Great movement by Rubel Hussain. This guy can play, he can field. That's great fielding from him. He started running from deep mid off as the ball was struck, and he knew cover might miss it.
Yeah.
And he kept it to 1.
Yeah, and he spotted. It was a little deflection off the fielder. Short, takes it on. He's hooked it, but he might have found the fielder. He's going back.
Fielding.
He's thrown it back. Has he thrown it back in time? That's the question.
Oh, that is a brilliant, brilliant effort.
He saved 4. If he saved, his shoes come off.
Oh, no. Shoegate.
Well, I mean, it was a hook shot that he took on. Let's have a look at this one.
That is... I reckon that's brilliant.
I'm not so sure
yeah,
he's pulled it off. What do you think?
He's taken off from inside play. Look, right foot lands inside, takes off, drop. Yeah, I'll pay that to him. That is a fair play.
Yeah, well, I mean, if there's doubt, it goes to the fielder as well. So I think, yeah, you're right. It's quite amazing how he's gotten rid of that in the time.
That isn't...
There are 2 elements to that. Where did he take off, and did he get rid of it in time? And it seems the answer to both is yes. So just 2 runs instead of 6.
Could be a game-changing moment, that, because this is going to be... Oh, it's over him. It's 4.
Well, he saved 4. There's the 4 back. As it's a little bit short, and it's whacked away over mid-wicket. And the result is 4 runs almost waking up the Terminator. He's just getting in a few... Bit of R&R before game 4. We'll see...
You know Barry from the ECN project.
Of course, yeah.
Does he play for Intellectuals?
No, he doesn't play for Intellectuals.
He's given me a lot of stuff here.
Barry knows his stuff. It's in the air, and this one could be caught. The fielder comes around, and he takes the catch. That's a really good catch by Hamid Abdul. He boots it in. Put that one through for a major, and that's the wicket they needed. And well, Intellectuals, last one they didn't really want to lose. Shaquille Sultan is going to have to go for 30. He's been living dangerously, but eventually his number's up. The score is 81 for 3.
81 for 3. I was going to read you the story, but it's a long story, so I'll leave it. We'll just call them the Intellectuals because they think they're smarter than all of us. Yeah, I've just been... Yeah, Barry plays for Levante. Heard he got a duck on the weekend. Well done, Barry. Congratulations on another duck.
So how that Paul, who works for us, got a duck. So maybe the ducks are out in force.
Well, we can move on from them. In the ECN crew now, we've got Harrison Ward, Viv Kingmar, Boris Gawley. Our Christmas party team's a lot better now.
Yeah, I'd say.
Fletch and Barry are on the sidelines now for sure. Andy Howes probably doesn't make our starting 11 anymore.
Yeah.
No.
And would you be coach?
Yeah.
I don't think you're making the starting 11.
Oh, no, I'm retired.
Yeah. Good.
Here we go. Game on.
Kevin Singh, new bowler. And, not really at this stage, but it'll be exciting. And big swing and a miss to start the over.
Big swing, no ding.
I hate that one.
Barry keeps texting saying, I've got no buys behind the stumps. Well, Barry, that's your job.
Your bowlers getting whacked everywhere. They don't miss
It's
many.
not difficult, is it?
No by Barry, they call him.
Not a fan of the hat backwards. I'll admit that. It's not one of my favourites. If you want one of that, you need one of those young school, primary school hats where you had the long flap at the back.
Yeah, or the helicopter on the end. Helicopter on the side of it. But this game, I feel like still got it in the twist. 7 overs down, 82 for 3. Let's have a look at what's coming up next. And the final match of the day is on the way. This is a clash I know that a lot of people have been looking forward to. One match of the day we'll see Sporting Alfaz taking on Madrid United for the first time in the series. We'll get that information about that one very shortly. First we're going to have a look at Jahidul Islam. Back to bowl over number 8. 27 required off 18 balls. Edge. This one's probably not going to be stopped. It's going to be 4. So that's just what you want. And fortune favours the Brave. Certainly was a big swing of the bat. And yeah, full force with the swing. And the result is okay as well. 4 runs. What's coming up next? And, make sure you stay with us in Spain, because this next match is something that I know a lot of people are looking forward to. They haven't met since the 4th of March 2020.
Let me guess. There's Madrid Intellectuals or possibly Sporting Alfaz playing.
Yeah, I'll even do you one better, because I'm sure you can guess. Intellectuals haven't played 3 in the trot. They'll finally earn a break in the last match of the day.
Don't deserve it.
Next one. Down, we'll get a single here.
They're going to have to try and get another wicket here. If they can prize one more out, they just need to get a new batsman that's going to string a couple of dot balls together.
That's exactly what you need.
It's good batting.
Yeah, probably should have taken it on though, I think.
Yeah, cover should have been tighter there.
I mean, I think it's going to be a very good piece of building to run you out from there. Nadeem just works it for a dot. Nadeem this morning. Scored 1 of 6.
Shots. Poor fielding. Gets through. Well, these are the little things, Vinny. That should have been stopped and only been a 1, and it's cost him 3 extra runs, and moments like that can lose you a game.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, these lapses, what I would call it.
Yeah, it was a nicely timed shot, but look at this. Straight over the top of it. You can't miss that. 3 free runs. Should have only been a single. And I think the fielding performance has been the one thing that's really let them down this game. And that will almost basically do it. A huge 6, lofted over wide, long on, and it's getting them closer and closer to this target. You sort of feel that that 6 sort of breaks the back of the Madrid side. And lovely shot, holds his shape. And good batting. Yeah, now it's only 12 or 13. We look at the fantasy 11s for the next one, Vinny. Vinny, this would be a tight game.
Yeah, sure will. And it was Madrid United that won the previous ECS, but last time these two teams met, Alfaz won comfortably, chasing down 103 in the 7th over, but that was back on the 4th of March 2020. The world's changed a lot since then, Corey. And we'll have to see those two teams going head to head, I should say.
Did you say these two teams last played 4th of March 2020?
Yeah, in ECS cricket.
The rest of the world did change from that date. My word. Shot. Shot. Another boundary, Vinny, and I think that went all the way. Yeah, signalled by the umpire. It's looking tough now, isn't it?
It sure is.
How can they get themselves into this game? Well, you need a miracle. You need a bowler to bowl an unbelievable over of about 2 runs and take 3 wickets. 6 off 12. That over really broke the back. Mohammed Springs 18 off 6, striking at 300.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you need. No signs of nerves there. So now 6 off 2 overs. I mean, Intellectuals lost their first 7 lifetime in the European Cricket Series. So they're going to string 2 wins together. Here's Kamil Ahmed to bowl. Swing and a miss. And this is what you want now. Your only way back into this to take it to the last over and hope for the best. To just survive into the 10th over, and then maybe you can bring the field up, put the squeeze on. It's the kind of shot you probably need to play at this stage, because if you just score, then you're going to chip these away. Yeah, this one could carry. It does. Gets his fingertips on it in the end. Again, to have any chance, he felt like they had to hold on to that one. That would also put the new batsman on strike, but instead, it's a single.
Yep, you can't miss your chances in any format, but especially this one. And yeah, he's dropped that. He did get there, and so it's an opportunity, Vinny.
That's one where you might have to leave your feet as well. Get yourself down, get your eyes down, make it more catchable. Oh, he knocks him over with a very clever slow ball. That's good bowling by Kamil Ahmed, who's trying his best to keep Madrid United into the game, And he gets Mohammed for 18, for only 7 balls. And he gets him with a very clever change of pace.
Yeah, clever bowling, Vinny. Clever bowling. Knew he wanted to end it in one hit, so he goes, I'm going to bowl a really slower ball off cutter into the pitch. Does that, gets a little bit of purchase as well. Gets the wicket for his troubles, and, well, brings a new batsman in. Now you've got to bring everyone tight.
Yeah.
I don't think the new batsman should be able to hit an easy single here.
I agree. I do think you need to realise that your only way back into this game is dot balls and or wickets.
So cover and point need to be ridiculously tight. I'd even be tempted to bring mid off in, but they're actually going the other way. They're bringing the leg side. Well, they say they're bringing them into the ring, but you've got to bring them tight.
Yeah, and by tight you mean just closer, so they can't get a single.
Yeah, you can't, because he could hit the ball to any of these inner ring fielders here and still run a single quite comfortably.
Do you go slow ball again to the left-hander? Bit of a risky ball.
No, first ball, pace on, top of off stump. Okay, coming around the wicket, slower ball, off cutter.
I think you're just hoping to beat that.
Well, Tasif made 30 odd earlier today, so
Yeah.
he can play.
He was in form, wasn't he?
Yep.
We've seen some form turnarounds though from the other batsmen.
Look, there's an old saying in cricket. Always, if you're the fielding team, no matter how bad it looks like, get it to the last over.
Yeah.
If you get it to the last over, anything can happen. I mean, they're still well behind this game, but if they can get a 1 or a dot, the next 2, get it to the last. Got to be caught.
Ball. It has to be caught, and it will be caught.
Ooh.
And, well, that's a bit of a turn-up for the books as well. Now, Shazad Hussain, he ran in, and he hit the ball at pace. He wiped himself out with a landing. Now, I tell you what, this game is very much alive now for me, as Tasif can't repeat his heroics of this morning. He goes without scoring. It's 104 for 5.
Well, that's quite a big moment. What that means, Vinny, it's a dot and the new batsman's on strike. So now let's say hypothetical this is a 1 or a dot. You still got one end that's a little bit more open for that last over. So what a good over this is. And we said if they take it to the last, no matter what, the game could all of a sudden get tighter than you think. They've got to keep that inner ring a little bit tight. I mean, if
You're nervous if you're coming out. I mean, I'd like to see quite a short cover and quite a short wicket.
Are you happy if there's a 1? Or are you banking on a dot and then getting a 1 off the first ball of the next?
Yeah, 1 doesn't hurt you too much, but I mean, you only have a handful left, only 5. I still don't really want to concede 1 regardless.
So I still think it's hard for batsmen starting on this pitch with the extra bounce.
Yeah,
so you might get a couple of dot balls if this man's on strike next over. Big ball this. Yeah, like that. Okay.
Well, there's the dot.
This is game on for me. They've got 4 to defend. Sorry. If they can make this first ball against Kayam go for at least only a single, squeeze a dot or 2, get a wicket, game back on. They've
100%.
got it to the last over.
Kayam's been hardly seen the world on fire. 7 off 6. Got to say hello to Vyas Pringas from the Kalatea Sixers Athens, who's in the chat. Said hello, boys. Vyas from Athens, watching and listening to us.
Sixers,
from Athens,
my favourite team.
Yeah, I know. He did say that. I'm sure he said everything he said about the Sixers. Love the Sixers, though.
Yeah.
And I love what you're doing with the cricket there, Vyas. So, yeah, we're missing you too. It's unfortunate that you play the finals day due to the rain and the ground was underwater, wasn't it, on Saturday when we went to check it out?
Tell you what, they've got a few people in ring here, but I'd be wanting a third man.
Here we go. 5 off the last over.
Got to have a third man, surely.
Everyone's saying they're going to go.
No, they're not. They're not.
Now, will they go anyway? They won't go. Oh, this is chaos. This is where you need to have a plan. You both need to know what the plan is.
So they've got no one back on the leg side. They've brought the leg side up. Batsman's panicking a little bit. Keeper's got to be ready for a run out by here.
Yeah, you got to hit the ball and run. I mean, if you score for every ball, you can't lose.
The keeper's so far back, Vinny, that they might sneak a bye here.
Can anyone say golden ball? Swing and a miss.
That might be a wide.
Well, it's
called. Oh, no. That hurts your golden ball.
Well, not necessarily.
Oh, that's not a wide.
I mean, it's missed, but it's not like one that hit the line. Missed the line by a bit. I agree, snuck across a little bit. It's a great area in cricket. 4 or 5.
Ball swinging. Game over.
There you go. Well, there's your finish. And we won't even get the golden ball graphic up because this one's going to disappear. And Intellectuals, they're going to win 2 on the trot. The team that was 22 for 8 this morning, team that was 6 for 5 even, they've come back. They've beaten the team that did that to them, and now they've beaten Madrid United. They've shown they can beat both opposition. They go to the top of the table, Intellectuals, and after waiting a long time for their first win in ECS cricket, some 20 months almost, they're going to win 2 in a row. And 2 out of 3 ain't bad, as Meatloaf said, and they'll get to go to the sheds first today. Intellectuals at the top of the table. Well done to them. And Madrid United, well, they've got a tough clash against Sporting Alfaz, the last match of the day, and they'll be hoping not to go winless as we look back at some of the highlights. And with the chase being 109, you knew they'd have to bat well to do it. And the same opening combination came out that did the damage in match 2, and they certainly got away to a flyer here in match 3.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Vinny. It was the Iqbal show again, and he was ably supported by Shakil Sultan. And those two started well until this wicket, this breakthrough, well caught there by Ahmed. This was when Iqbal fell, and you thought, well, maybe they're not going to get there so easily. And it was a bit of a to and fro sort of first half of this game. It was tough to read, wasn't it? And there were some nice shots in between. That was the old umpire killer and a Sydney Swan over the top. And it was tough to read at the start. Each team wrestling for momentum. And I sort of think that if Madrid United had their fielders in better places, then it might have been a lot closer than it was at the very end there. There was some good batting throughout. There were some nice shots over the offside, some really hard swats, and a lot of luck. I think they need to have a third man next game, even though that one probably wouldn't have been stopped, but it's definitely positioned. This was well caught, and well, just staying in his palms, really. And Jahidul Islam didn't know too much about it, but he held on to it. And, well, the dropped catches ended up hurting them quite a lot, and you'd be pretty disappointed with that. But it was a good game overall, Vinny. It was a tight contest.
Yeah, sure was. And Shakil Sultan is part of that opening partnership that took them over the line last game, and his 30 off 21 was pretty crucial in this one as well, with 4 4s and a 6. As you see, got to the end, it was an interesting kind of period in around the 9th over where they just seemed to get a bit nervous. They lost a couple of wickets, brought Madrid United back into the game. Ultimately, they just didn't have enough to play with. You see, this is where it all started to go a bit pear-shaped. As Mohamed Nadeem, he got bowled. Nice little cameo from him, though. He kept them in touch. And then this one, there's a catch and wait for the landing. Well, that's not going to get too many points from the Russian judges on the floor routine, but still it was effective. And Ulkayong, he was able to finish it off with a boundary. And, well, Intellectuals, they're 2 out of 3. Just like that, they get to have a break, and they can watch these two teams, Sporting Alfaz versus to Madrid United. Madrid United will be desperate to get a win on the board. They don't want to be the only team without any points on the board at the end of the first day. There's only 3 days in this series, and it'll be Sporting Alfaz who will be bowling first. They won the toss, so Madrid United will get a chance to bat first again. They did put a ton plus on the board, they just couldn't defend it, and that was the problem that time. And you see Jack Perman, I'm sure he'll be keen to continue his good form. Also, I've liked some of the bowling, particularly from Sporting Alfaz. Jack Sunderland impressed me with his work at the top of the order. Darren Walker, after a pretty rough second game, he was man of the match in the first. And so we can see all of them and more. Madrid United will be batting first. And Rabiul Khan, certainly a player to watch for them. join us in around about 10 minutes for the start of that one. But let's have a look right now at the tail of the tape in match 3. And Intellectuals, they go from 0 to hero on day 1 after getting a thumping in the first game. They come back, they beat Sporting Alfaz, and now they've beaten Madrid United after chasing this down 109 in total. And there were some good contributions. In fact, the whole top 5 reached double figures. Shaquille Sultan with 30 off 21 was important. Java Iqbal, though, important at the start, 23 off 11. But yeah, they were able to just keep scoring. Look at the strike rates of 3, 4, and 5. I think that's what kept them on target. And Kaum was able to finish it in the last over with the boundary to the leg side. As far as the bowling went, well, no doubt Camille Ahmed was the best of the bowlers, 3 for 11. But he didn't have a lot of help, did he? As nobody else was able to keep it to less than 9 and over. Robiel Khan impressed me, but without luck, he wasn't able to break through. And a couple really getting the treatment, including Jahid Islam, who went for 37 off his 2 overs. So join us in approximately 10 minutes. We'll be back for the final game of the day from Spain. But don't forget, we have more cricket from Cyprus tonight. But until then, it's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Ruckers. We'll see you shortly. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to La Faz to P. For the final time today, it's time for match 4 to close out day 1 here in Spain. And these two teams, they did feature in the final series last time in the inaugural European Cricket Series back in March 2020. It's Sporting Alfaz, the hosts, who are hoping to bounce back from a loss in their last match against Intellectuals. They're taking on Madrid United. The final match of the day, the toss, is brought to you by BioStrath. Check them out, biostrath.com/cricket for a great deal. They'll make you feel better every day. So let's go over to BioStrath. Coin toss, Stefan Gooch is with the two captains. Take it away.
Okay, Madrid to go. Heads the call. It's tails.
What do I do?
We'll bowl. Please. Okay.
So the BioStrath coin toss is won by Phil Pennick of Sporting Alfaz, who says we'll have a bowl. So they will be chasing this time. We saw they had a few issues defending a score back in match 2 against Intellectuals. But Madrid United, well, they'll be hoping to win the first of 4 battles between these two teams. And look, if you want to look at last time these two teams met, it was all the way back on the 4th of March 2020 in the ECS. On that occasion, Madrid United, they put 102 on the board and Alfaz chased it down in the 7th over. So that was a pretty comprehensive win. But a lot of water has gone under the ridge since then, and you heard actually that the Madrid United team, they're pretty happy to bat first anyway. So both teams getting what they want here at the BioStrath coin toss. Let's go over to Corey Ruckers for match 4. The news from the toss is that Sporting Alfaz have won the toss and they'll be fielding first.
Thanks, Vinny, and look at that beautiful view, everyone. Dare say I'll be on that coastline in a couple of hours, lapping up the rays. Bit of sunshine's always good for the soul, and there's plenty of that in Spain, especially where we are. We are at the beautiful cricket ground here today, and Sporting Alfaz cricket ground that is, brought to you by Spring Productions, directed by Martins Feldmanis. We'll go with Martins, we love you. You've been sensation, and looking forward to this one. We look at the lineups. Well, Madrid United, there's one man on that list that really got me excited. Rubal Khan in the middle there. Bats, bowls, he's got the highest fantasy points so far. Hit 2 of the biggest sixes in cricket history. I like him. If we look at the Sporting Alfaz, well, they're a little bit more rounded, you'll feel, with Antonio Brown and Pennick at the top, Walker and Hogan at the bottom. You just sort of feel they might have their necks in front of this one. But to start this one, Madrid United, well, they've been sent into bat. And well, you always want to make a statement when you're sent into bat. So looking forward to seeing how this one pans out. And I dare say Sporting Alfaz, after the loss earlier today, will be smarting a little bit. Will be very, very disappointed. So this should be a good game of cricket. And yeah, looking forward to seeing how it pans out. Looks like it's going to be the young man, Jake Sunderland, who I'm told isn't too young, with the new ball. And he holds a lot of slower balls and a lot of change-ups. This should be an interesting contest. Last game of day 1. 2 more days of live action here. And then we've got a big championship weekend with the 4 best T10 teams in the country bringing you that live. The Spanish Championship. And that should be very exciting for all involved. We're almost ready to go. Sunderland at the top of his mark. Bit of a jump, hip step jump, something like that. Skip, hop, jump. I can't remember. Looking forward to my co-commentator joining me eventually and helping me with my literacy. Sunderland at the top of his mark. We're almost ready. Umpires checking with the scorers, checking with the batsmen, checking with everybody. Slight delay just while we get everything in order. It's going to be Ahmed and Hassan at the top. And here comes the countdown. A couple of seconds away. Enjoy the coverage. Last game, day 1. It's Sporting Alfaz versus Madrid United. Here we go. He says play and he's still asking for centre. Well, that was a bit of a fizzler. There's a beautiful Dutch flag in the background there with the European Union. And now we're ready to play, I hope. Oh, it's short and it's pulled straight up. This should be caught, surely. Oh, it's landed nowhere. What was mid-wicket doing? That went miles in there with no one really moved initially. And, well, it doesn't go down as a life, but it hung in the air a long time. And, oh, it just sort of felt someone could have got there. It's a early let-off for Madrid United. It's a big swing and miss outside the off stump. Looks like Jake Perman's taken the gloves after 3 drop catches earlier today. Brave captaincy. So Ahmed looking to get away to a quick start here. Wide by the umpire. Lots of swing on offer. Yet to see the slow ball that he loves to do. Dare say we'll see it pretty shortly. Straight and well blocked into the offside. Smart batting. And that is the first run for him. And both openers off the mark, always a nice feeling, Ahmed and Hassan. So they're off the mark now. I'm sure they're looking forward to trying to make best use of this 3-over power play. Absolutely beautiful weather conditions here now. Gorgeous morning, gorgeous afternoon I should say, sorry. Oh, that's short. And that extravagant bounce on this pitch, which we've seen all day, carries through beautifully to the keeper. Oh, and he's bowled him. Well, he hadn't gone to the slow ball just yet. He's kept pace on, and he gets a well-deserved wicket. Good bowling by Sunderland. I like what he has to offer. And another big wicket. So, early wicket in this one. He just got that really full, hits the Yorker length, and see how disappointed the batsman was with himself. Playing across the line, need to play straight. That's the first wicket for 3 runs. There's the first breakthrough, 3 for 1. New batsman trudging out to the creases. Richard Tedder. Richard didn't make a run in the first game, got a golden duck. The way he's walking out there, it's a little bit stiff and a little bit sore. It's going to be a big few days for him. Richard needs to get his first run today. That off the bat. He could be run out here. Oh, it's fumbled. Is it going to be leg buys? Oh, it is leg buys. Tell you what, when you've got a golden duck the match before, that is the last thing you want. Desperate for that first run off the bat, that is for sure. And almost an end to the first. Oh no, it wasn't into the first. My apologies. 4 for 1. Opportunity to bring back co-commentator, good friend, poker dealing, scooter driving, yellow suit wearing, Indian Scottish commentator Vinny Sandhu.
Got to mention piano playing, but appreciate it.
Oh mate, for the list tomorrow, I'm ready. You told me to read from that list just then as well.
Ahmed Jamshed's going to bowl over number 2. Yeah, it's a good one by Jake Sunderland to get the early wicket, wasn't it? That's just the start you want from your big opening bowler. Cleaned up Shazad Hussain for only 1. United. A ton plus on the board against intellectuals. Don't be having it all their own way. You can tell already. This one flies past the outside edge. Or got ball to start the second. Tedder still searching for his first run in the series.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about Tedder at 3. I mean, I haven't seen too much of him, but And it's a really important position, number 3. Can he get one away to start his tournament?
Reaching for this. Umpire kicks his arms down.
Interesting. I thought that from the naked eye looked a little bit wide. Well, that's okay. Good umpiring.
It's just because lack of footwork made it look a bit wider than it was.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Once again, you see kind of going towards the leg side, finds himself reaching for that one, turns into a kind of flat bat shot. Tedder get himself going, getting that key number 3 position for Madrid United. Not easy starting.
0 or 4, that's a lot of pressure after a golden. It's a bit... Oops.
How do you describe it? You're the coach.
I'd say that not much balance.
Here's what I think of Tedder. I think in the longer forms of the game he's a lot more comfortable because he's got time to get going. I think that he's still batting up the top of the order and he's trying to be aggressive going into his game straight away.
He's going to be out for another duck here. Jack Moyle, he dropped 3. Oh, wait. Oh.
Yeah, it's taken. So unfortunately it's a pair for Tedder and he's going to have to go. It's effectively playing out a maiden and Jamshade end up taking it. Jack Perman's behind the stumps for Sporting Alphas as we have a keeper change because Reece Fallon not in the 11th this game. And he thought Perman might want that one, but in the end he just kept his arms completely down and said, all right, Ahmed Jamshade, it's up to you. And Perman himself dropped a caught and bowled earlier today, but anyway.
I feel bad for Tedder.
Yeah, you got to feel for Tedder, but you know what? He'll get some more opportunities. They'll play 8 matches in this series, and he was trying to be aggressive. He was trying to go on with it. Unfortunately, he becomes the second wicket to fall. It's 4 for 2.
Yeah, maybe it's just one of those formats that doesn't suit him too much, but let's focus on the next batsman come in. And Azad, he batted well last game. He got littered once, but batted beautifully after that. He's got an opportunity to bat well again.
Jamshade, doing his own work, has conceded a run in this over. We have a rare maiden.
Oh, shot.
Yeah, nice little shot, wasn't it? Pick up shot from Abul Kalam Azad. And yeah, there's no one back there. That's going to roll over the hill and far away. So we do get runs off the second over in the end. It doubles their score, Madrid United, after 2 overs. They're 8 for 2. Let's have a look at the table. And you can see why this is such a big game for Madrid United, because although they are playing 1 match less than the other 2 teams here on day 1 without points. And so they're going to want to get a win on the board. Alphas, well, they'll go to the top of the table on net run rate if they're able to win. So early days so far, but this is only the first day of 3 in this tournament. I know these 3 teams pretty well. And I'm certainly looking forward to seeing how it pans out. We've already seen the best and the worst of both teams, although I'd say Madrid United led with their batting, but just couldn't defend the score back in match 3. Here's Walker. And this is in the air and shelled. And unfortunately, that's Big Hogs, as you called him, Tyler Hogan. He moved to his right, and he wasn't able to pouch it in the end.
Snappy.
Right, there's no easy catches on TV.
That won't make Walker too happy. A lot dropped off him last game as well.
Walker's, I don't know what he's done to his teammates. First game, one dropped in a similar area. This time he gets a brisk straight drive. So, yeah, Walker doesn't try and do too much with it, but he just tries to get it in a good area. This is a pretty nice straight drive. This is one that's going to run away for 4. Straight down the ground. This field's been getting quicker and quicker as the day goes on. That takes Madrid United into double figures. That's a nice shot by Azad.
Oh, he went with the hands to the ball before, and I think it hurt. So he thought, I'll chuck the boot out, and missed it. So it cost him 4 on his own figures, and he got himself to blame there.
leg side. There's a little bit of something on this. It won't be an easy. It's a flying karate stop. Get a load of this. And, this is one way to do it. Corey, I know you're a fielding coach in the PSL. Tell me about this technique. Is this an innovative way to do it?
He's actually fairly. He could have injured himself.
You've got to have a good eye to do that.
He's so lucky. He's so lucky he didn't injure himself any. He's so lucky.
If you're going to go foot first,
you might as well do it spectacularly. Yeah. You are right.
He gets past Berman, the regular wicketkeeper, but he's doing the roll in the absence of Fowler. Be a bite. It was kung fu fighting about that last stop, wasn't it? Shows you. Never know what you're going to see in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Had a lot of action today so far. Pad on this one. So it finishes the power play. Walker ends up going for 7 off his over. The score at the end of 3. 16 for 2. Let's see if they go back to Sunderland or whether they go for another option. Yeah. Match 4, this 12-match series. On Walker the third. They'll use 3 different bowlers in the first 3. So actually going to hold Sunderland back, and looks to me I think they're going to go for another bowling option. And Quinlan's coming in at this stage. No, actually, pardon me, it's Jamie Roper who's getting a bowl in over number 4. So you can see him getting an opportunity. Roper this morning. You can see a bit of him with particularly. There's a nice cover drive, lofted. It's going to be a real teaser for the fielders. Does well, keep that in the field of play. I'll just get back for 2. And the first match we didn't see Roper bowl. And didn't see him in the second match either, so yeah, this is the first time we've seen him with the ball today. Managing the squad is pretty important, I think, in this format, especially when you've got 8 matches in 3 days. It's a pretty tough program. Giving away the work for Antonio Brown and that long on position. Does keep it to 1. And Sporting Alphas. We'll see them on the weekend as well in the Spanish Championship weekend. Okay, so they're one of the 4 teams that are in contention to represent Spain in the European Cricket League in 2022. They'll play 3 matches and then potentially in the finals Sunday afternoon. Effort ball from Roper, but it's going to be called wide.
He's disappointed with that call, you can tell. Smokes the ball to disgust.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be called wide. That's just how it's umpired. If you get any of the wide line as it goes past the crease. And Roper has certainly got the fast bowler's mentality about him, doesn't he?
Bit of fire in the belly.
Called wide again.
Here we go. Here we go. He's
T
boiling.
pot.
He's boiling.
Look at the replay.
Yeah, fair call. That is wide.
If you're not used to it.
Here we go.
Can seem a bit harsh, but
He's furious.
he's
Look at
not
him. Look at his eyes. He's seen red.
I will say that. There's always I think both those calls are spot on, but there's always an alternative, and that's bowl at the stumps.
I think
Seems radical.
I think he's trying to go wide hole here, and it's a very marginal.
That's when you're going to play that game. That's the risk.
Here we go.
There you go.
That's been called a no ball.
It did. We might have
if they had done that,
spontaneous human combustion.
If they had done that, Roper might have killed somebody.
He needs to be protected from himself at the moment. Again, I don't think he said anything, which just shows you how much communication is non-verbal. Full toss. We get hold of this, it'll just be 1.
We're lucky here. A couple of low full tosses that could have been put away on another day. But not for now. Just miscued shots out to the boundary riders for us. Oh, that's really good batting. There's no fine leg, no 45. So all he has to do, Vinny, is get banned that. Watch how still he is. He's not moving his body out of line. He's staying with the shot the whole way. That is gorgeous. He doesn't move.
Yeah.
He just still. I love it.
It's a deflection. It's exactly what it is. There's no backlift or anything. It's just getting the bat in the right place and watching it really closely. I think that's important. You've got to watch it all the way onto the bat.
And cricket education. He's looked where the field is.
Yeah.
So he's just playing the gap there. It's a huge gap there. He might even do it again if he wants.
Just great field awareness. Will he try it again? Just try and hit through it. Misses. And certainly been entertained with some big swings today. Some have connected, some haven't. And at the end of the over, the score is 27 for 2. It's, but you know exactly what's happening over the next few days, because there's a lot happening in the world of European cricket, and it's ever more true than over the next few days. And tonight, part of it is we'll be in Cyprus for the Cyprus Encore series, and we have that series running until Sunday night. And make sure you join the gang over there in Cyprus for night 18 of 22. It's the Fighters versus the Mouflons. That'll begin in around about 2.5 hours time, 4 p.m. GMT, which is 6 o'clock in Central Europe, and 9:30 p.m. in India.
Yeah, liking the Mouflons.
Big Mouflons fan.
Huge Mouflon fan. Love a Mouflon. For 2. A couple of boundaries, don't they? While Hazard's there, sort of feel Madrid would be happy, but they need a couple more boundaries if they can. Good batting again. Oh, he hasn't got it off the meat of the bat. That'll be the disappointing thing. He actually got the ball he wanted, but unfortunately didn't get much bat on it. And when you get a single.
Yeah, so it's having a bit of trouble getting going, aren't they?
Yeah.
Still got time to turn things around, though. That's the thing. I mean, still got over half the innings. And we saw Alfaz falter a little bit earlier on. In the air. This will be a tough one. In fact, it's going to go all the way. Maximo! This one gets all the way. Have a look at this.
That's a 6. That was definitely a 6.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be called a 6. Have a look at this. They both find themselves near the ball, but it's going to go over. And yeah, that will be 6.
Yeah, the right call's made, which is good.
That's the main thing. Yeah, straight hit. Walker gets a piece of it. This one sliced away. They go on the hit. They go to the bowler's end. And Hogan just not quite able to contort his body in a position to throw it to the bowler's end in an efficient fashion. So they do get through for a single.
Bowl.
He's bowling as well. Angled that away, but it's a fairly straight delivery. Question from Tom Vine, how big are the boundaries? For the most part, they're about 50 metres all the way around. I think on that leg side where the tree is, but maybe a fraction shorter in some of the square areas. But yeah, pretty much a standard ACN boundaries. Well, there you go again.
Good batting.
That's a clever one, because that was a difficult length to do that to. It was pretty much up in the block hole, but no fine leg, and it catches in. So,
well, they say when you do it to these balls, see how he gets it on the full? So it is a block hole, but he actually hits on the full, so it's actually simpler in a funny way, because he changes the length of it. It's really good batting.
Well, he does. I mean, the risk there, if you get slightly wrong, you kind of jam yourself, but he did get it on the full, and that's why I got away.
Did Tom Vine ask us a question?
Yeah.
Can we ask a question back?
Yeah, go on.
Where do you play, Tom?
I can tell you. Tom plays at Lamunga, Tony Baker Cricket.
So he's another Lamunga.
Lamunga. Okay. Isn't that right, Tom? Assume you're still there. Big fan, Lamunga. All of them at the Spanish Championship day back in February, actually. It's 40 for 2 after 5 overs. And, a very proud cricket club. And that Spanish Championship day back in February in Barcelona, that was a bit of an ancillary day to the ECS we were playing, and that was for qualification for ECL 21.
Okay.
But then, of course, with ECL 21 not going ahead as planned, we have a brand new tournament for ECL 22 with 4 teams participating this weekend. With Sporting El Faz, as well as Menage and Costa del Sol and Paco Care. Now, basically, the Menage is the previous qualifiers, and the 3 winners from the 3 different geographic locations in Spain.
Yeah.
Or getting an opportunity to press their claims for ECL qualification. And it's good we can do it in a T10 format under the similar conditions as ECL. I think that's the fairest way to do it. So you do have to feel for Minaj, who qualified a couple of times, but it's just one of those things, unfortunately, the last couple of years. Things haven't gone as planned, have they? In so many ways.
Yep. That's life, isn't it? Sometimes she's cruel.
But right now, United need to try and find a way to get something going. All right, sitting under 8 at the moment. Down. Boundary hits. Slightly uphill down the ground, but still pretty fast. We still haven't seen the ball hit the tree.
Yeah, ridiculous. I mean, I'm here for some tree
Here
play.
all day. It'd be amazing to go through a whole day, 4 matches without one ball hitting the tree.
In the zone as well.
It really is.
Tree.
It's going to go straight down to long on. He's going to handle that one. Antonio Brown.
You know what I stayed up watching last night? Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? There she is.
There's the tree. Still haven't had any balls hitting the tree.
How a ball hasn't gone to mid-wicket and hit a tree is phenomenal.
Yeah.
That is in the right
Just
zone.
shows you, yeah. There's been a few that have gone, one went over it, I think. Yeah, it was right in the zone for it as well. And this one hits something. What does this hit? That takes a strange bounce after it goes back behind the keeper.
That dip enough just under the waist height.
Yeah, I've reached him. Yeah, so I've got a bit of clarification about the tree rule. So, you know.
Talk to me.
So 4 runs rewarded for hitting the tree, which is the same as, it doesn't necessarily make the tree a boundary. It's kind of just a ground rule that if the ball hits the tree, it's considered 4. But the reason I say that is it's not like a boundary with like a line or a rope. It's similar to a fence. So you could actually catch the ball and touch the tree. That's fine, as long as the ball itself doesn't touch the tree. So you, because the tree's on the field, you could catch a ball, crash into the tree yourself. As long as you didn't fall over the line, it'd still be out. Because there's different rules for the boundary, whether using a line or a rope on one hand, or whether using a fence. The tree's more like a fence.
Okay.
And if you have a fence, remember the old days in Australia where you used to have the fence as the boundary?
Why?
Actual fence?
Why haven't they removed the tree?
Trees been here a long time.
Doesn't.
I like it.
It's
I would rather move the boundary inside the tree than move the tree. Beautiful tree. On now to the attack. Yeah, no, so in the old days, you had the fence. You could actually take a catch leaning back on the fence, as long as it didn't fall over the fence and land on the other side.
okay.
So yeah, slightly different. But yeah, you don't really see fences used as much in cricket these days for a safety issue. That's why. I'd love to see. I'd love to see man versus tree at some point in this series. Slow ball is in the air. It's hanging a long time. I think it's going to fall safely. It does. This is Walker. He was herring around, but he couldn't get there in time.
Well, it's not through lack of trying. They just can't get it out the middle of the bat at the moment, Vinny. And yeah, these sort of clothed shots, I like to call them. And they really need some boundaries now. Batting.
Yeah, pace on, yeah. They've done this well. I think eventually it's going to have to force a field change, I'm sure.
Well, the only thing they have to do is bring the mid-wicket in the ring to there, because they've got a deep mid-wicket already. So they've got 2 in the same line. But smart batting, I mean, it's not hard. Camille Ahmed's just playing the ramp non-stop.
Yeah.
Watch see how mid-wicket's got the old teapot on. Mid-wicket needs to go to 45. You've got a deep mid-wicket in place, and if it's a single into the leg side, it doesn't matter.
So what they're doing instead is they're moving kind of short third man to deep fine leg and shuffling everyone around the outside.
Yeah, so now
the alternative is okay.
Well, that's more a backward point. They don't have a third man. If that's edged or a late cut, that's 4.
Well, now maybe that's your plan. Now, if you're looking for something outside, you have to just nudge away.
100%. Poor tactics. Look, he pretends to ramp. He's not going to ramp. Comes down and runs his partner out.
Well, this is just one of those ones there. The batter takes off. Thinking I'll just push it for a single, but he doesn't watch where the ball goes, and he's absolutely put his partner up on a platter here. And that's, I suppose, something that we see in short form cricket.
Well,
Nice bit of work by Quinlan. Good awareness on his follow-through to come and pick up the run out.
Well, we talk about barbecues, Vinny. That might be the biggest barbecue I think I've ever seen. He couldn't have got... There was no way in the world he was ever going to make that. Ever going to make that.
That's true. And he never even makes it. He stops before he gets the line. It's time to turn around. And I think that's also... It's to do with the field. I think he was looking to deflect something away there. I think it was just too straight, so he ends up defending it, thinking he'll take one, but he forgot to check where the ball went. And this will bring Rabiel Khan to the crease. He's a man that I know that you enjoyed watching in the last game.
I think that, I don't know if too many people know this man, but from what I watched in the first game and his movements in the field, and he's played high-level cricket before, you can tell he seems like a bit of a...
He does those little things, doesn't he? In the field.
No, just and his movement and his energy and the way he bowled and the way he batted seems like a perfect fit for T10 cricket.
Wow, this is miles in the air, and this is good luck. Perman, he's wandering after it like a zombie, and he's going to drop it. And he's going to pick it up and ping it in. This one, I knew as soon as it went up, is a real steepler. And this is a bit different to taking catches in the outfield where you can get a bit of a sense of an arc. You just feel like you're caught under this, and you're just wondering where it's going to come down. And although he gets pretty close, bounces out of the gloves. And Jack, is that his fourth catch he's dropped today?
I think he's 0-4. He dropped 3 last game.
With the gloves should be worth double as well, really.
Tell you what, this is T10 cricket here. Khan goes at it.
He tries, gets a slow ball. Yeah, that one, I got 2 there because it went so high in the air. So that's the end of the 7th over. It's 51 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're behind the 8 ball. It's hard to just come out and go from ball 1, but they sort of have to from here.
Rabiel Khan's one man. Can get going last 3 overs. Could be very interesting. This is what's coming up tomorrow. You see we have 4 more matches. Intellectuals starting up today. And it's another big day for Intellectuals. Look, if they can get some points on the board there, they'll have a 1-game advantage over the other teams. They'll play twice on the last day, but Madrid United, big day for them. They've got 3 more matches. Sporting Alfas with a couple. So join us tomorrow for day 2 here in Spain, Alfas LP, from 7 AM GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 PM in India. Here's Waqar Ashraf, who bowled very well this morning, 3 for 4 he took in the first match. Driven, but it's not going to carry all the way to Walker. Bit of fielding from him, just a single. So here's the time, I think. Rabiel Khan, it's what he's capable of before. I think he will fancy Ashraf. He'll be trying to put him into the duck pond, that's my feeling. Swing and a miss.
It's a funny thing this game, when you come in with not many balls left, you have to get on it on ball 1. Sometimes it's better when you come in early and you have 1 or 2 balls to get yourself set. Rabiel Khan's got to come in and get it out the meat of the bat almost immediately here. Oh, my word.
I'm watching that one. That's in the pond.
Mate,
wow.
He hits one of the biggest balls I've ever seen.
Yeah, he just times this one perfectly and really loads
That's
up.
he hit.
That's a 16. I mean, that's huge, isn't it?
Well, he hit one that was still another 20 metres bigger than that before. And he hit the, if you see on your screen there, he hit the wall on the full last game. He's cleared the cars there over the, how far is the duck pond?
Oh, yeah, 70, 80.
So he's clearing the duck pond with ease. When he hits it, my word. Watch how he fields and bowls. He's actually a better fielder and bowler. He's almost like the perfect T10 player. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh!
Oh, he's really got it.
No, he didn't get it.
This one could be a no ball. We'll wait for it.
Oh.
It's going to be 4. Yeah, it's going to be 4 runs, but let's see what the call is.
That had to have been a no ball.
Well, actually, it might have been fine because it was dipping.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But so it means this would have been out.
Well, that's
not called. It's called 4 in the end.
How's the old baseball? I reckon that.
Maybe not. That's at the crease, and see, it actually was so slow. Now, I don't know what the final call is. It's certainly one that I don't mind if it's called, you know. And the batter will feel that has to be a no ball, but actually it was such a slow delivery that I think it was dipping.
This reminds me of the ECC a little bit. This is where you saw those Belgiums and some of these teams, just with players down the order that can go from ball one. It's a rare skill to have. And
He'll do it anyway. But, I mean, yeah, it's his wrists. You just get his wrists get through the ball.
he's hit 3 of the biggest sixes I've seen live, but one of them especially that hit that building. That
Massive
has
hit.
to be
I know this is
105 metres.
It reminds me of a guy that would just rock up to long drive contests in golf.
Yeah.
The equivalent in cricket.
No,
It was huge.
He needs some work with how he's doing it in a technical way and not getting too many dot balls. But geez, what a power hitter! Oh, he's got enough of that. That's over the tree. It's again.
Oh, which tree did that hit?
Did he hit that with one hand?
Well, this one I think hits a tree, but not the tree.
No, it cleared it.
I think it hit. Yeah. I'll have a look at this. I mean, check the ball. Yeah, that's 6. Yeah, that'll be 6. It hits the tree behind the tree that's on the field, so that'll be 6. Well, you have to keep your eyes on the prize, don't you? Yeah, so yeah, 6 to finish the over. 8 overs down, 66 for 3. Yeah, when you get something in that zone, it's going to be big trouble. And so, I mean, look, if they can have a couple of big overs here, they can still maybe get 100 on the board and test Alfaz. That's over coming up. And I'm going to go back to Paul Quinlan. Go to Jay Hayes in the chat as well. Hawk Moon campaign. He wants to call him Whacker Khan. He certainly is a whacker, isn't he?
Well, it's just exciting. It just reminds me a lot of what we saw at the ECC, where I think some teams were shocked about Austria, Belgium.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a good 2 years working in Belgium. Some of the power hitting I saw there. Now, Rubal Khan seems to me like another one of those sort of players that there's not many players that can come out and from ball one hit a 6. And in that T10 format, it's almost needed to have someone coming out 5 with pressure on him and just going bang, bang.
Yeah.
So nice to see some talent. Ahmed's batted well as well. I dare say they probably want a single here.
Good on by Quinlan. Takes it back straight away. And he came out at 5. And yeah, I think that's probably a bit low for me. Batting up there, it's 3 or maybe 4. I know he maybe doesn't want to bat the power play. We're trying to dig a ball out of there, are we? Of course we are. That one did lodge in the palm tree.
Well, that's the old pool scooper, and he's gone in the tree.
It's a multi-purpose scoop, isn't it?
That's all right. Well, it's always exciting to see a cricketer take on the game. And this will be fun. This is Quinlan seems to me like he gets it through quite well.
Yeah, he does.
Nice, steady bowler.
Jay Hayes asking to play ground Swan Valley. Talking about Perth.
Oh,
course,
Swan Valley.
Swan Valley.
Where's Hazy from?
It must be in Perth. Hey, Jay.
We're both from Perth.
Yeah.
Here we go. This will be a good contest.
There was a ground at Fremantle Mosman, which was
Mosman Park.
yeah, which was a very short straight boundary. Anyway, speaking of short boundaries, lakeside anybody?
Couldn't get it. Well, bowls. That's really good bowling, Vinny. That's a great save at this stage.
He's got a bit of hustle about him. He's got a bit of rhythm about him.
Oh yeah.
It's a good area, isn't it?
So this isn't what I'd be teaching to do. You're taking this down, you're swinging. You're not going through the V.
I mean, he can shoot straight away.
Oh, if you can, but that's a good length ball.
He just played on the wrong line because the ball moved a bit on him, I think.
Oh, bowl.
Yeah. I like what I'm saying from Quinlan as well. It's a test of his skills. He's got the batsman going 200% aggression at him. There's a few pretty big, most of them. There's occasional ones. So the ground in Greece, not the one we played the ECS on, but the ground in the middle of Corfu Centre, which is pretty cool. They're not allowed to use little balls there anymore because there's cars everywhere. It's hard. Be a bit of work for the fielder. Does well. Also taken away from the strike for now at least. Score's up to 70, I should say. And look, Quinlan, I think he's been real key because he had to bowl a good over here just to get a bit of momentum back for Alfaz, and he's done very well.
Yeah, well done from Quinlan. Oh, a really good over here. It's gone to that favoured ramp. That must have been close to the helmet as
Pretty
well.
close, really close. Be a buy though. Finish the ninth over after 9, 71 for 3.
Oh, geez, it bounced over the helmet, Vinny. We almost had the old 5 penalty runs. Not too sure why the helmet's on the field when it doesn't need to be there.
So, the chat, interesting one from Hawkmoon. So, Vinny and Corey, why is this season's WBBL, the Women's Big Bash League, being moved ahead of the men's? Do you know the reason that is? I mean, I know what's happening.
Sorry, what was that?
So the Women's Big Bash League is on at the moment.
Yeah.
And it's not normally it's played at the same time as the men's. Do you have any idea why that is?
Because it's 5, because they've got so much cricket because of the Ashes.
Yeah, I think that could be it.
5 tests usually go over into what would have been the time frame. So isn't the Big Bash?
Big Bash will be December and January again.
No, it won't.
The Men's Big Bash League, yeah.
But the Ashes will be right through there. So I think it's.
Yeah, they'll be juggling their resources. No, they run concurrently though. You'll get the.
You
test.
reckon?
Yeah, they do.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I don't live in Australia
Yeah,
anymore.
you don't really. But no, they'll. I think it might. Yeah, might be just logistics. Less people to cart around. But it's a good question. Good, well noted. There's just so much great cricket on at the moment, isn't there? Of course, you get the T20 World Cup. Of course, you get your fix here. If you've got plenty of screens, then you've got plenty of options, don't you? So we certainly appreciate that you're here with us, enjoying the picturesque ground here at Sporting Alphaz. Now we're going to get Jake Sunderland. So this is the first time we've seen him bowl at the back end of the innings. I think this will be interesting.
Oh, I think it might suit him with that slow ball he's got up the arsenal. So I wonder if he'll start with it or if he'll go pace on.
Right now.
Slow
Starts with it. This is launched in the air. Now this is going to be really touch and go. It's going to make it Maximo. Ahmed goes bang. He was sweating on that slower ball, wasn't he?
He picked it.
And I think that he decided he's going to hold his shape, and he got plenty on it. Nice shot, 6 runs.
He went to the lottery and he had red or green, white or black, and he chose the right colour because he said it's going to be a slower ball. He got the call he wanted and he absolutely moosed it. He set up for it.
So now, what are you doing? Are you banking on a pace on delivery?
Yes.
Say yes. Well, there you go.
Well, that might be a no. That's good keeping, actually. That must have been close to a no ball.
It had to be. I mean, he ended up in a strange position. He's almost crouching. I mean, we'll have a look at this on the replay. Where does this go past? Yeah, I mean, that I think is above waist height. Yeah, I mean, see, look at where the waist is there. Yeah, for me, that's above waist height. And that's a tough one for umpires to judge. But if you're not sure, I think you need to call those. I think it's not a good delivery. But someone might have gone away with one there. Full toss, done not quite as high.
Tree?
Yeah, quite in tree territory. Got a bit of a hill there.
Good running. Good aggressive running.
Come back for 2. This score, a little bit testing. I mean, you'd have to bowl and field out of your skin, I think, against an Alphaz team that has some big weapons with the bat. But yeah, I think at least they're up to something defendable. They have picked up the pace a little bit. We're only 27 off the first 4 overs.
Oh!
Yeah. This is what happens when you get it wrong.
Oh, he's just ramped that awesomely into his head.
Yeah, this is why the helmet's an important part of equipment.
He actually got that enough to meet at the bat.
Takes it in the shoulder in the end, doesn't he?
So because he bowls it outside off, he then tries to ramp it to the other side, but the bat doesn't turn quick enough.
Yeah. This is he was caught in between 2 ramps, wasn't he really? And yeah, nasty one. But he survives. You get a run. 2 to come. Pulls up at 80.
Would you go a slower ball to this man?
Yep.
Missed out on that. Gee, missed out on that.
Yeah, just tried to get it behind square. I think it was a slightly lower percentage option. He had to get the timing just right, and he didn't. So yeah, 80 on the board with the ball to go. Conceded 12, picked up a wicket.
Well bowled.
Get one here. He's going to try. He's too frustrated. So whack it can't. Doesn't whack at the end. And Herman runs it all the way back to the bowler's end. After 10 overs, Mood United are going to finish on 80 for 3.
80 for 3. You sort of feel like it was that start where they didn't get too many boundaries. That sort of hurt them. And besides the efforts of Ahmed and Khan at the end, they're playing a little bit of catch up. So they'll be disappointed maybe not to get to 100. Sort of feel like 100's par in this competition.
Yeah, you'd think so. I mean, we've seen 100 chased down a couple of times by intellectuals. I mean, they'll fancy themselves to get these runs, but they're not going to score themselves going into the final innings of the day. And you see that it was a good bit of bowling there by Sunderland, who came out. He's impressed me all day. That one cleaned up Shazad Hussain. And then he had this one, a nice caught and bowled, gets Tedder, who unfortunately has a pair. And well, I know the duck pond is open. And then we saw a bit of innovative batting, and I like the way they manipulated that gap at fine leg several times. Not an easy shot. It was a nice straight drive. We saw this ground getting quicker and quicker as this day's gone. There's some kung fu fighting stuff in the field. And then we saw Jamie Roper. He was ropeable a couple of times. Wasn't particularly impressed with the wide calls, but to be honest, I think the umpires done a pretty good job all day. And yes, Jamil Ahmed, he disappeared, and this one was absolute barbecue, wasn't it? As you said, that was the end of Azad, who had to go for 25 off 16, so get another man they didn't want to lose. Then Perman, well, he's had the dropsies today, hasn't he? Gloves or no gloves, he'll be wanting to atone for that with the bat. But how about this? Some of the hitting. Waka Khan, as he's known, and that one, yeah, just timed up. It would have been out, but Brown couldn't hold on. This one had to be fished out of the tree, but not the tree on the field. There it was. Well, when you're at Sporting Alphas, there's all kinds of odd jobs that need to be done. Still quite a few Maximos in the innings, especially towards the end with Waka Khan, Rubiel Khan with a couple of them. But to be honest, I think they're still a bit short of where they'd want to be with 80 on the board in 10 overs. But we have seen these kind of scores defended. You do need early wickets. You do need to defend well. Kamil Ahmed batted through the innings for 29, not out of 23 balls. Azad 25, but he was run out in a mix-up before Rubiel Khan put the finishing touches on with 19 not out. One thing I would say, the extras pretty good. For only 3 wides in the innings, that's been a bit of a concern today with most of the teams. Alphas not giving too many away. 2 byes and leg byes, so 6 extras total. 80 for 3 off their 10 overs, and with the ball, we saw a couple of different options. Saw Roper come in and bowl an over. And I think we saw Jack Sunderland. He's had a really good day, 1 for 12. He's got a clever change of pace. Didn't see Ahmed Jamshade again after he took 1 for 4 of his first over. Apart from that, I like the work of Quinlan. He's got something about him, none for 9. So join us in approximately 5 minutes. We will be back. It'll be Sporting Alphas requiring 81 for victory. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Ruckers. So see you for last innings of the day in Spain, just around the corner. You're watching ECN. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hola y bienvenidos a España. Vinny Sandu here, Minter Maximo, along with Corey Rutgers, and we are set for the final innings of the day in this opening day of the FanCode European Cricket Series at Alfaz del Pi, just around about 50 kilometres out of Alicante. And I certainly enjoyed the drive down here. Wonderful scenery. And yeah, on the field, there's been a fair bit of action, that's for sure. The Intellectuals go to the top of the table after a horrendous start that they made in the morning. But they recovered to have a very good day in the end, winning 2 out of 3 games. Alfaz, they split their series, their mini-series, against the Intellectuals. Now, we're seeing these two teams meeting for the first time. Madrid United taking on the host club, supporting Alfaz in match 4. And we're going to see a bowler that we've liked, Rabiel Khan, or Waka Khan, as Hotmoon called him. He's going to make things pretty tough, I think, for the opening batsman. It looks like the captain, Phil Pennick, who's out there. And look, this is where it's a fascinating score, 80. It doesn't look like it's enough, but if you get a good couple of overs in up front, you can make it look a little bit bigger. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, as always on ECN, and with me is Corey Rutgers. Corey, I know that you're watching this tournament with interest, and it certainly might be an interesting finish to the day with 81 required for victory for Sporting Alfaz.
Well, you hope so. And always a fan of good cricket, close cricket. And looking forward to this context, and looking forward to this man with the ball as well, Rabiel Khan. We said we like a little bit of his batting and how he thinks, but I really like how he goes about it with the ball and in the field especially.
Right, here is the chase. And, well, he hits Phil first up, and then a little pat run out.
He's a live wire, isn't he? He's all over. He doesn't really have a leap. He sort of just comes angling it in. He's 26, and he bowls a hard length. That's the thing about Phil.
Did he feel that? Phil will tell you himself he's hard to miss.
Did he miss? Did he even feel that?
This one just bounces off him. I'm surprised he didn't go for 4 through the covers. Phil enjoyed his lunch. I was there with him. And he was straight to the head of the line saying, hey, out my way. No one was ready to argue with him, tell you that much. This one gets through him as well. So it's a good start from Khan.
Yeah, this boy can definitely play. And yeah, I just like his energy. He's right on. He wants to be a part of it.
Yeah,
that's what you look for in cricket. Is that when
he's a competitor.
You watch when the ball's not in his hand. He's at deep mid off and deep mid on. How much he is running around, willing to get involved in the game.
It's a good sign, isn't it?
Very.
He's got to give here.
The ball.
Playing a miss. I mean, I'm just looking at the field. They've got no fine. Like, at what point do you try and maybe get funky? I know.
Not without a helmet.
It's risky.
I don't think people will do it without a helmet. You'd hope not. I don't want to see an injury.
That's a really good point. Actually, he's not wearing a helmet at all. I suppose it's concerning just to start with.
But yeah, then trying to lap or ramp with it, it's not a comfortable thing. Well bowled. This guy is good, Vinny. It's a big appeal. I think it's off the pad.
Yeah, it doesn't. And here's the thing, Pennick, he was quick to walk earlier. He was quick to walk earlier when he got a little nick on one, which is why this is worth a second look for me. Does dart back at him.
Oh.
Yeah, just takes a bit of the back leg, I think.
You reckon?
Yep. Yep, I reckon just flicks the back trousers.
This guy's got some speed about him as well.
See there, I think he misses the inside edge. It's a good take by the keeper. I think it's a good decision by the umpire as well. I think that Khan will be completely convinced, but I think when he watches it back, he'll probably realise there's no bad in that. No runs on the board as yet.
It's just too quick for him. And what I like the most is hitting a hard length.
Yeah, and it's working, and he's able to reproduce it. That's what I'm liking. So, I mean, talking about 81 off 10 overs. Very close to making 81 off 9. Let's see a rare maiden. We have seen one earlier today. There's Sunderland that bowled one early on against Intellectuals. Actually bowled a 1 run over and a 0 run over. What do you reckon, maiden?
Yep.
I'm going to say not. Looks like you win this time as he gets some bat on it, but he can't score. Really good over from Khan. And after 1 over, there's no score, none for none.
Yeah, none for none. I mean, to start with a maiden in any format's exceptional, and to to do it in a T10, sensational.
Yeah, for sure. But now you need someone to follow up the good work. That's the thing. And yeah, so suddenly that 81 grows. It looks a lot more because now you need 9 and over, so it's like you're chasing 90 now, just like that. What a good over that is. There'll be a few contenders for man of the match. So Roby Khan's got to be right up there. 19 off 12 balls at the end of the innings. Didn't score as many as Azad, 25 off 16, or Camille Ahmed, 29 out of 23. But the sheer impact, and then you throw that maiden into the mix. So he's going to be hard to beat. He still has an over to go as well. So now heaps up the pressure on Antonio Brown, who's facing Camille Ahmed. And yet again, you see a play and a miss. So Madrid United, the only team without any points on the board yet in this series. This is only their second match though. And they'll be really desperate to finish the day with a win. And they've made literally a perfect start with no runs on the board after 7 lead deliveries.
Oh, that's high, Vinny. This is a catching opportunity. He sets himself. He has to set. He didn't set himself. Well, I thought he looked like he was getting right under it, and in the end, he sort of just fell over.
Well, he did set himself, to be fair. He just was about 2.5 metres. Now we're going to have an overthrow. We're going to have a run out, so they're going to get one anyway. Well, this is a total disaster, and they were coming back for a 3rd run. So look at what happens here. I mean, he drops it, and then the throw comes in. And I think it's not gathered straight away, so they think, oh, it just doesn't come in quickly. See, that's the 2. Yeah, the throw's not gathered by the keeper. And then, so they try for a 3rd. And Pennick was very quick. He was keen. But, well, you survive. And this is almost like, you know, surviving a plane crash and getting eaten by an alligator, isn't it? Because you think you're out of jail, but then just after that, the very same ball. I mean, all you'd say is at least they've gotten off the mark. It's 2 for 1, and all of that came in 1 ball. 2 runs down the wicket. You can't take your eyes off the action. So Pennick, who's just a machine, was coming back for 3 there. And he's 0 off 6. And this is 0-6 with the ball. That's a run here. Looks like he will. And, yeah, so he'll be happy to get off the mark. He'll be hoping to engineer this chase. What means there's a lot going on. Yeah, you can say that again. Does bring Jack Perman to the crease, the Perminator. We saw him with the gloves today. He's a player that we did see representing Spain in the international competition. Dream 11 European Cricket Championship through September and October. Spain finishing 4th in the end in that competition.
They made a good run at the end, didn't they?
They really did.
They did. They probably didn't.
Yeah, they didn't have a good start to championship week. They were 6th after the first phase of that competition, but they had to play a succession of elimination matches. They won the first 2, but then they fell at the 3rd hurdle. Finished 4th, but I mean, I think the hosts, all things considered, will be pretty satisfied with their progress in that competition. Well, let's see how Perman goes. I think he's the key to this chase for me. Tries to smash this one out of the ground. Doesn't connect. It's still no fine leg. We'll think about, well, golden ball tiebreaker. What do you think? We haven't had one for a while. I'd love to have one here in this series because this is where we had the first ever golden ball. Madrid United were the team that won it. Of course, if the game is tied after regulation, the batting team get 1 more ball, score 2 runs to win the match. If they do that, they win. Otherwise, the fielding team wins. It's live action. And gets something on the leg stump this time. And this one goes the journey. It's going to go for 4. Just getting it wrong with the line there. You don't want to get on the pads of the Perman because he will punish you. Plays that one very well. He's down on one knee, sweeps it, helps it over deep backward square. And, a welcome boundary, the first of this reply.
Yeah, nice shot from Perman, getting deep in that crease and just helping it on its way.
Short.
shot.
This one gets punished. And you just cannot bowl there. That one sends the birds scattering. It's going to be another boundary. So back-to-back as Perman gets this chase underway in earnest.
Yeah, nice batting, Vinny. Still got to put it away. Good batting.
It's the end of the over as well. After 2 overs, it's 11 for 1. And 8 of those runs coming in the last 2 balls. And you know that all 3 teams would have their eyes on the prize in this 12-match series. So each of these teams will end up playing 8 matches over the 3 days. And then whoever is top of the table will be crowned champions of this FanCode ECS in Belfast LP. The same location we played the first ever European Cricket Series back in March 2020. And all 3 of these teams did take part. Alphas, they won their group matches, then lost their semi-final. Whereas United, well, I think they were sitting second after the group stage. From memory, pull it up, but you know, they were second with a 3-2 record. And ended up sneaking through their semi-final and then winning the final. So exciting series, and it's a sign of what was to come. We've had, I think this is this 22nd ECS we've had in 2021. Starting to go over. And starts with a wide. And Pennick, 1 off 7. To get moving at some point. That one maybe a bit of a harsh call. The umpires are strict on those wides. Don't encourage negative bowling. Pennick gets this one.
Oh, he's a gun. He's an absolute gun in the field.
I mean, the only thing you'd say there is he had so much time. He had so much time to run him out. Probably didn't need to throw it this hard. He comes at him. Let's have a look at this.
The way he anticipated that ball coming to him.
Yeah.
I don't want to blow too much smoke or anything like that. I've worked around the world. He is a gun in the field. I love seeing it.
Pennick, a little bit of bat, a little bit of pat on this. Make him hustle. Because again, the throw comes in, but it's wide of the mark. That'll be a run. So he doubles his score. He's 2 off 9 now. One thing I would say after just 1 day of action, almost 1 day of action, is this series is wide open, Corey.
Yep.
These 3 teams will get a chance to play each other 4 times. You know, you get a 4-test series where things can kind of play out. That's basically what we have. 3 mini-series within this ECS. It's a nice shot by Perman. He just times this one away. And yeah, this is what I like. Because he doesn't try and swing it away at a leg. He just lets the ball come to him, and he knows he just has to time it. And look at that. It's a very easy looking shot. He makes it look easy. And Perman, it's a 3rd consecutive boundary.
Well, Perman's looking good. I think he felt a little bit that he didn't go on with it this morning. Looking at him bat, he's obviously dominant on the leg side, and he's got some real skills. I think he'll want to go on with it. He's a real key in this. If he bats for 20 balls, he'll take the game away.
That's the one.
See, he's better than that.
He has those lapses in concentration, doesn't he?
I think he's premeditating sometimes a bit too much that, hey, I'd like to play that shot across line. He's played a lot of T10 cricket lately, so I understand. But he's a good enough player to hit that over mid-off or hit that over cover or along the carpet through those gaps as well.
I think he just has to play the ball that's bowled at him. I think sometimes he gets a bit too leg side happy.
It's the thing with T10s. He's in T10 mode, isn't he?
Yeah, and they put the deep point back, so I think it's discouraging him to hit in that area. This one straight up, but
this would have been a catch.
Yeah.
There's no one else that would have even got close to that. I watched him walk in that ball, and he split step and started running left. That would have been an absolute hanger. It's still a life, though. You've got to hold on to it.
Yeah, I mean, that's one. It's, you could really change the game with one catch. And yeah, it was off the ground. It's really knee-high by the time it gets to him, unfortunately. Does say 4, though, would say.
I'd love to see Perman just go offside here. Doesn't always have to be leg side.
Something a bit short. This one won't carry to that man. Nabil Khan, who's really impressed us today with the little things that he's doing.
Well, it's funny, these little diamonds in the rough you find around in European cricket. He hit 3 of the biggest 6s we've ever seen. He bowls absolutely rapid, and in the field, to me, he's the best fielder at the tournament today. It's 18 for 1 after 3. So that's the exciting thing about not just Spain, but any... Like, remember in Greece last week, Galanis with the ball, Zimanic from Serbia. All these talents that don't really have a platform. This is their platform.
Yeah. That's right, and that's what it's all about, taking European cricket to the world. And we brought up the 1,000 matches last week on ECN, and we plan to have 1,000 in the ECS alone by the end of this year. Still 5 weeks to go after this in the FanCode European Cricket Series, so it's been great to bring you each and every one of those weeks. And for Joban Singh, so got Rabiul Khan up their sleeve. I think that's a good move. Gets a little length to work with. It needs to be stopped. It is. I think that's the plan at the moment. Get Perman on strike. You maybe get a few dots on Pennick, who's had a bit of trouble getting going, and maybe plug that gap in the leg side. I just think.
How old's the old boy? Sorry, Vinny. The Madrid, Iftikhar Ahmed, the captain. So I think he's right behind the bowler here. Look where he is. 2 mid-offs.
Get something that he can slice away this time. And think about 2.
It's poor running.
In the end, they don't get it.
Simple 2.
Yeah, so Madrid.
I think the captain's fielding there just talk to the bowler and give him some advice.
No, he's 55. He's a real character. Something up in the block hole. You know, you just squeeze it away to the mid wicket for 1. And let's say it's Alfaz Pennick. He's healthy. He's 41 himself, and he's an experienced campaigner. Again, I think he's probably a bit more of a long-form player. Just trying to adapt his game to the T10 format. He got something here, but he picked out the fielder. Just 1. At least he's able to at least turn the strike over at the moment, which is what he has to do at a bare minimum if he's at the top of the order. It's over to Perman.
Perman's the key here, isn't he? He really is.
Certainly is. This one. What would you say? His batting shape. Sometimes you feel he...
Too tall.
Yeah, I mean...
He stays very tall on the ball sometimes. He doesn't really get that leg into a power position, so he's quite tall there trying to run that to third.
When he hits on the offside, he almost his backswing comes out a bit inside out. You say it's the most natural stroke on the offside. This one doesn't time it up. And for all that, he's got a lot of positive attributes with the bat. And we saw him get some high-quality bowling in the ECC. He was one of Spain's better performers, but I'm sure there's always little bits of his game that he'll be trying to work on. Takes us to the end of the 4th over. The score is 22 for 1. This game hangs in the balance, and, well, hopefully you're hanging on the edge of your seat as we have a huge week in European cricket.
Vinny, I think he's retired out.
Oh.
Here we go. I've been waiting. Sorry to interrupt, Vinny. We've got a huge week coming up with Spanish Championship and Italy Championship, but I've been waiting for this.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for it. He's retired out.
Yeah. I think that's an unselfish move from Pennick as well. You realise, okay, 4 overs down. Yeah, you did mention, what you see on your screen, we've got Wednesday to Friday in this series, and we've got the championship weekends from both Spain and Italy on Saturday and Sunday. And cricket from Cyprus every night as well, so don't forget about that. And the Italy Super Series starting Monday. So, in particular, I think Saturday and Sunday will be fascinating. But, congratulations to Pennick. I mean, obviously he went out there and wanted to whack a few around. It just wasn't happening for him. So he's going to retire out for 4 off 11, and he would have been on strike. So
that's so interesting. It's smart. It's just smart.
It's the correct move, I think, because they have the wickets in hand. He was able to absorb an over from Rabiul Khan. And so, yeah, I mean, I do think it puts Alfaz in a better position to win the game.
That's the first time you've seen it?
No, probably 8 or 10. Just went out for that foot. To be honest, I don't think I've seen it that early though. I don't think I've seen it in the 4th over. I think probably around 6 or 7 sometimes.
I hope our scoring people
don't worry, they'll be all over it. This is Jamie Roper coming in at number 4. But so because he's retired out, I believe, because it's not due to an injury, then it will go down as a wicket. But we'll have to get clarification about that.
Very interesting indeed. Well, brings on the dangerous Perman back on strike though. Oh, that might be close, Oh, must have just pitched outside leg. Had to have just pitched outside leg. That's the only thing that I can think of.
Well, have a look at it. It's always a risk. I mean, it's really close about where it pitches. You know, it's umpire's call, I think, on the pitch. It was the middle of that ball, just a pitch in line with the edge of leg stump. There's an element of doubt there, so I'm fine with that decision either way. Chase is on here. So a double glove discard, which I never quite understand. And, got a bit of information from Bennett, from the medical team now, that actually had a slight back complaint, and that's actually why he's retired. So he's not retired out after all. He's retired not out.
Oh, okay.
And so he maybe just stretching one of those runs. So he will have the option to come back. So it won't go down as a wicket. It's a retired not out situation. It's known sometimes a retired hurt.
I'll tell you a little bit of information as well. The World Cup game, Namibia-Scotland, first over, 3 wickets, 2 runs.
Oh, who's batting?
Scotland, your boys.
Oh dear. Again, guys, they haven't had a great time with the bat of late, have they? They certainly didn't have a great time against Afghanistan.
It's all happening in the world of cricket. It's happening here.
It's called wide. So certainly hope Phil Pennick's all right, because he's a key. Looks like they've got Olympic rings there in the scorecard of Scotland. 5 zeros, including 2 0 knockouts.
Bit exciting over there.
Some crazy things in cricket lately, haven't we?
An amazing sport, really.
Different cricket, depending on the conditions. Even this morning was a really good example between alphas and intellectuals. You can put the same 2 teams on the park and the same format, the same everything, the same field, and get 2 completely different results. I just don't think you get that in too many other sports. You can literally roll the same 2 teams out a couple of hours later and have such a different looking match, depending on who gets going in a particular match for each team.
True. Bowling. They're just strangling themselves back into this game. Perman hit a few boundaries to start his innings, but he's just gone a little bit slower in the last back half of the last 6 balls or so. Struggling to score on the offside in this innings. So he has to keep his head still. Watch the ball closely. He's a good player. That's it out to Rubel, who doesn't do the old long barrack, straight on the pickup. Like to see that. I'm watching gun fielders. Imagine if you have 9 gun fielders, Vinny, the difference that makes.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
Brings it.
Yeah, end of the 5th over, so 29 for 1. This game is wide open for me. Herman's there, but he's 15 off 13. Hasn't quite been himself. Has hit the 3 boundaries, but hit them all in consecutive deliveries that he faced. Apart from that, he's probably struggled to time the ball as he's wanted. And now it leaves them slightly behind to run a ball at the halfway point. 52 required off last 30 at 10.4. So I reckon that is about par based on what we've seen today.
Oh boy, here comes the matchup that I think Perman might enjoy. It's that slow sort of spin, and I just think we might be in for a few duck ponders.
You think so?
100%.
Get a fuck. He'll probably also enjoy this matchup because he's not scared of anybody.
Tell you what, you want to get it right here. How old did you say he was?
It's 55. There's the speed limit.
55 versus 20-year-old. What's that? Generation Y versus Generation what?
It's a baby boom almost. Here we go. Hard. Doesn't carry. Too long off. So.
Geez, on another day, that's down long off's throat.
Yeah, could be. So maybe this time 1 here.
This is the over. This over, it's going.
This is Roper, who's facing up now to the wily old veteran. That was a gift. I mean, if you get away with this, it's just 1 wide. That's a win.
That is a win.
Because that one probably...
he's not signalled anything.
Well, has that one maybe taken a bit of the body? That's the only reason I can think.
I was watching live. I don't think so. But hey, he gets away with the dot ball. That's even
better.
better
Result, isn't it? And this one is online. Maybe it flicked something on the way past. I mean, it's very hard for us to tell on the face of it. Probably just hear something as an umpire as well, closer to the action. All right, here's the Perminator against
55 versus 20.
Yeah. And Perman's thinking, how far can I hit this? It's hard to resist that temptation. Goes for it, doesn't quite get it. Oh, and he almost gets there. He's upset. I think probably gets a fingertip on this on the full, but gets past him. And the result is going to be 4 runs. And Perman wins this battle.
Yeah, just got it straight enough. Just straight enough. And
he was frustrated, wasn't he?
he didn't really get it, but you can see with the field, because they've got someone like behind the bowl, those two are a little bit wider. Oh.
He goes this time, and whoa, he almost pulls it out. Well, he saved 6, and that's 2 drops for the over. 3 drops for the match. It might be the best 3 drop catches you've ever seen.
He's a gun. No one else is stopping this. He premeditated. I was watching him. He's just run 20 metres to his right.
Yeah. It's the old Statue of Liberty play. Sometimes they stick, sometimes they don't.
He's getting a workout here.
He takes the pace off. He goes leg side. This one, I think it's going to go all the way. Maximo. 6-2 Roper. And he takes up where Perman was trying to leave it off. And highly entertaining stuff. Roper moves into double figures after 6 overs. It's 42 for 1. As 13 come off the 6th.
Yeah, well, we said that was a really important over, and it was. And you can see this game still pretty evenly poised, you feel. 9 wickets in hand, though. Sort of think that the batting team should get there, Vinny.
And question from Holtmoon. Guys, best Test cricketer who perhaps retired too early. That's an interesting question.
James Pattinson last week.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. But is it
how
too early if you're injured and you can't do it anymore? What about? I suppose asks you why you retire.
Okay, no, there's a couple.
Are we talking about
couple
injuries
from South?
No,
a couple from South Africa.
Oh yeah.
Dwan Olivier, Kyle Abbott. They were like dominating Test cricket, then left for Colpack deals.
Yeah, true. Oh, there you go. And that one's going to get wet. I think that one's out of here. Watch out, Ducks. Maximo. Now that is a real spanking shot over the onside by Perman. Gets this one out of the middle.
Yeah, he got that one right out the screws. I don't know if spin to win's the idea here, but I think I'd be getting my main spearheads back on, or at least some medium pace. It's just so easy to clear that short boundary with the spin. But yeah, I mean, there's a couple of South Africans that left for Colpack deals that, yeah, I think retired very young. And they had phenomenal numbers, but because of the financials.
There it goes again. And, well, this one is going to test the field up, but he's going to take it. Well, that's a really good catch. And it's one which they needed to hold on to stay in this match. Camille Ahmed came around from long off. So it's 6 and out for Perman. Once again, he falls on 28. That's been his bogey number today. Can't get out of the 20s. And the second wicket falls. Sporting Alfaz are 48 for 2.
Yeah, well, big wicket. Sort of changes the context of this game, Vinny. A bit more even now.
I'm trying to give some other. To be honest, I really love watching Adam Gilchrist, and I thought he could have gone a bit longer. I think he just had enough.
He was pretty old.
No, he's not old these days. He was still spanking him.
No, he's still spanking, but he was like 36, 37, wasn't he?
Yeah. Could have gone another 3 years. He had to wait. He had to wait his turn. None of these guys play till 30 in Australia.
I don't think that's what the question is. He's not young. You just can't think of anyone.
No, well, can't. Because no, when you say retired too early, are we talking about injuries kind of curtailing people's careers? Because that's one aspect. And then you have to say, why did people walk away from the game? There's a few people that retired for maybe personal reasons that I can't think of. All right, well, bang, new batsman. And this is exactly how to do it. Jamshade comes and goes whack. And Maximo, 6 straight off the bat, brings up the 50. I guess that's called getting your iron in T10 cricket.
Not a bad shot first ball. Tries to bowl wide hole and gets the half volley though and smacks it for 6. Disappointed with that.
Yeah, really got that out of the middle, didn't he? So it's gone 6 wicket 6. Last 3 balls is Azad. And it's going to be another wicket. So 6 and out, 6 and out. Not often you see that. Twice in an over. That's, well, a dozen from your cousin. He gets 2 wickets as well. And this game just keeps turning on a dime. 54 for 3.
Yeah, it does, and well, you miss I hit that time. Gets 2 important breakthroughs though, even though there was a couple of sixes. So very interesting game this one, and tough to call.
It really is at this stage. And yeah, well, with a third of the innings to go, you're pretty much bang on the rate. Now, literally 2/3 of the runs off 2/3 of the innings.
Not too sure what they're looking at here.
6 and out, 6 and out. Yeah, so looks like I'm just checking, make sure the field is correct, but it was. And just check that one. So he's got to be on his way. So the wicket is confirmed, and Alpha's now in a very, very interesting position indeed. He's going to bring Quinlan to the crease. We see the first shot, he kind of held his shape and went straight. This time he swings across the ball, ends up crashing in the middle stump, and Abul Kalam Azad, he's reasonably happy about that development. And this over has literally gone 6 wicket, 6 wicket. Imagine if we got 6 wicket. That would be like the best kind of sort of hat trick ever.
Yeah.
Hat trick with 6 wickets.
You don't see this every day. I mean, very different.
I think Quinn will be a bit more careful here.
It's a different field this. I mean, because we've got someone behind the bowler, mid-off and mid-on are quite swing, but he's in the ring. This is Bavuma did this yesterday for South Africa.
Oh, really? Straight down the ground?
Straight, and Pollard, and in the ring, a Pollard whacked it straight to him past the bowler. It
killed
got
the
caught.
umpire.
Yep.
I think I saw that one. All right, do come this over. Thanks so much for being more careful. As Quinlan tries to give this one a whack. It's the first dot ball in the over. And, there's that. Human highlights reel. Should just be the one. Finish a highly entertaining over, but the last 2 overs have gone for 13 each. And also a couple of key wickets in there. After 7 overs, it's 55 for 3. Let's just show you what is coming up tomorrow in the FanCode European Cricket Series. We have day 2 of this 3-day series. This will be moving day because at the moment the teams are pretty bunched. And we'll see Madrid United playing 3 times. We'll see Intellectuals playing 3 times. Alphas, slightly easy day for them. They'll just play the middle 2 matches. Join us from 7 AM GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 PM in India for more FanCode European Cricket Series matches from Alphas and LP. And if today's end to go by, we could have some really entertaining contests.
Yeah, completely agree. Completely agree.
This is a huge over now because with only 3 overs to go in the day, if a tight one here, then you're ahead in the game. But if you have a loose one, well, then you're not. Simple as that. And they've trusted Joman Singh with an over. But the other thing is, look, they've got Rabiul Khan up their sleeve for one of these overs as well.
I was just thinking when they should use him.
Yeah.
26 off 8 out. I might have been tempted to go now.
I probably would have tried to sneak through another one. Because even say you get hurt off this over, and you can go for 15 or something. You need to bring one the 9th. I think he'd be my kind of emergency valve. I'd want him to bowl the last, but I'll bring him forward if I feel like I'm in trouble.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, fascinating contest. If Madrid United can win this one, then all 3 teams have points on the board after 1 day. And this is sliced away, and it could be caught. It is caught. And that's Shazad Hussain that takes the catch at point. And so, the bowling change works, and Joman Singh is able to elicit a bit of a sliced outside edge shot. And Alphaz are going to lose a 4th wicket. It's 55 for 4.
Another big wicket, Vinny. I mean, it's going to be calm here. They don't have to score at a crazy rate. They'll get the bad ball. Make sure you put it away. But the wickets keep starting to pile up, and more importantly, so the dot balls. I feel like that wicket of Perman sort of changed it a bit here. It looks like Tyler Hogan walking out.
Yeah.
That looks small in those hands.
Yeah, powerful unit. And yeah, he will be on strike, of course. That rule, which I think is great. It's actually strange when it's a World Cup now, and they don't have the rule where if the batsmen cross on a on a catch, they have to cross back. I think it rewards the fielding side in limited overs cricket for taking the catch. Hawk Moon saying in the chat, the GMT clock goes back 1 hour this weekend. That's actually not true. The GMT won't move, but certainly Central Europe will, and British Standard Time will. So, yeah, Sunday, clocks go back in Europe.
Shot.
Yeah, smart batting. He's just leaned on this, and he's going to get 4. This is a good start from Hogan. Shows me he's thinking. He hasn't gone out there and just tried to whack the ball. He's just identified a fairly safe area he can get a boundary. It's good hands. He gets 4.
That's all you have to do. That's what I mean. Smart shot, smart batting to get them across the line here. And, just leans on that. Just a little late cut, traditional. 4 runs. Valuable 4 as well. That over coming up from Rubal Khan, that's going to be the key over.
So how many are they? So they're 60 off 7.3. They need 21. I'm asking how many they need to beat for you to bring him back early. Yeah, it's not going to carry though.
Oh no, he's bowling the next, didn't
you? You think you're bowling the 9th?
Yeah, you don't save your main bowler to just bowl last because
you could have a shocker of a 9th and then be out of the game.
Yeah, so
yeah, no, I agree with that.
I don't know if they'll do it, but I would go to my spearhead next over, and then you're trying to give someone else about 12 to 14 to defend.
Yeah. It's a really good shot. This is blasted behind point, and that's 4 more. And Quinlan gets his first boundary. This game has changed in the space of a couple of balls, and that's, I suppose, what we love about T10 cricket. It can swing very, very quickly one way and then the other.
Yeah, absolutely. And nice batting. 2 traditional shots this over. And it gets them to within 16 now, so they're getting there. You have to 100% better see Rubal Khan bowl the next over.
Yeah, we will see that, I'm sure. So what's that, 16 required, 13 balls remain. This could be out. Can't get there. Does keep it to a single though. It's the end of the 8th. 66 for 4. 15 required off the last 2 overs of the day in Alfast LP.
Yeah, it looks like they are giving the ball to the spearhead. Well, they're talking about it at least.
Yeah,
but
16 to go. So, I mean, like the 2 schools of thought here. If someone can get through, and even if they gave away 10, you know, he's the kind of bowler that can bowl the last and maybe defend 5, but I still think then you risk not getting his whole 6 balls in, which is what you need to do. Well, the Worm dancing a dance.
DNA.
Yeah, it looks a bit like that, doesn't it? And yeah, they are going to go for Rubal Khan. Waka Khan coming on to bowl over number 9. I think this is something they had to do at this stage.
We're having a 3rd man in, I dare say, as well.
Yeah, and they've already shown, I mean, these batsmen probably, based on what we've seen, rather than whacking across, they'll probably try and go offside. So I'd probably have a deep backward point and a deep 3rd man as well. And maybe sacrifice somebody that's a bit straighter.
A proper long run up as well. Got some decent pace, brings it back into the right-handed batsman, but he's got to be pretty clever about it here.
All right, well, this is where the rubber hits the road, isn't it? It all happens in the 9th. It's all happening here. 15 off the last 2 overs. The legend. This one's going to beat the 3rd man. Well, you need about a 3rd man, a 4th man, a 5th man.
Yep.
Maybe we'll put all your men there, because that's where the boundary was going to go, and that's where they got it. A valuable boundary to start the 9th over.
You can't do much about that. He's got the big edge, and yeah, it's one of those ones. On another day, he either plays and misses it, or it goes to the fielder, but he gets a bit of luck there. It's 4 for the batsman, and you create your own luck. So 4 runs. Gets them a bit closer.
Reminds me of the shot that actually brought up Madrid United's golden ball victory. That's pretty much exactly where it went. And there was no 3rd man even back on the boundary on that occasion, and it went for 4. First ever golden ball. Get this ball back in the white balls. And 11 off 11. So they're going to need something special from their spearhead here. And, well, does it. Just too quick. Let's talk quickly man of the match, and there's a fair bit of the match still to come.
But you can't decide that just yet.
Just trying to start a conversation. Maybe Khan, 19 off 12, 2 6s and a 4. The maiden to start the second
He
innings.
needs to get a wicket or 2 in this over to get it, you'd think.
Otherwise, 28 off 19. Interesting one. He goes again. He's going to go to the other side of the third man. It's going to be 4 more. So Quinlan, well, he is throwing his hat in the ring. He moves to 15. And he also bowled 2 pretty quite tight overs, only conceding 9 in the first innings of this one.
That's what we talked about. Because he's got extra pace, you sort of need a third man and a backward.
Yeah, you could almost
point.
have, because it's such a short boundary down there with this kind of pace on the ball. I mean, do you go crazy and have 3 of them, like a deep backward point and a third man and one kind of in between?
Yeah, you can't do much about that. You can't. It's difficult to set a field for as well.
Yeah, for sure. This is the liability of having that kind of pace, I suppose.
Yeah. Other side of the ledger, it really is a tricky thing because both shots have skewed away.
7 off 9. It's going nowhere. They want it. He's going to throw it into his own face. It just slips out. Oh, it just shows you. You don't know what's around the corner. That makes it 6 off 8. Look at this one. Off the top of the head, actually.
I need to find a wicket, get a new face out there. It's all they can really hope for now.
Well, this is where, you know, if you can, you got 6 off 8 now. So if you get a couple of dots here, you're still going 6 into last, you're alive. And then maybe you need to just, you know, gamble and bring the field up a little bit. But yeah, this is the over at the moment. It's really swung towards Sporting Alfaz. Get 1 here. That's what you need to do. Just eliminate the dot balls. You can't lose. 5 off 7. Yeah, go on then. Go on. Give me some man of the match thoughts, because we've got to pick it.
Well, if Quinlan sees them through with 2 tidy overs and coming in at the death and seeing them through, that's pretty not a bad shout.
16 off 9.
Maury's figures, 2 overs for...
2 overs, none for 9.
It's pretty amazing economy.
Yeah.
4.5. I think most people would be happy with that T10 game.
Yeah, for sure.
But that's if he sees them through. You never know still. Would have a change in the tail.
Could be something else to still happen.
Nice
Drives
shot.
this, yeah, goes with the run. So Quinlan will retain the strike, 17 off 10. An important contribution from him. After 9 overs, the score is 77 for 4, with 4 runs required for Alfaz to close out the day with a win. Something they'd really want to do, to be 2-1 at the end of the day. Same record as Intellectuals and Madrid United, who will be chasing, playing catch up. They'll be 0-2 if Sporting Alfaz can score 4 runs off the last over of the day. Bit of a conference now. Who's going to bowl it now? This is where you don't want to hear there's 5 penalty runs for a slow over rate. That's probably the worst news you can hear. I think they're okay as far as that's concerned. But what gives us a chance to reflect on the match? I mean, Perman, 28 off 19. Any thoughts with that?
No.
No, just
Didn't
wasn't
very
quite
well.
his best game. Yeah. No one's taken more than 1 wicket in the match. I mean, that's the other
It's
thing.
Quinlan. Don't worry about the highlights
Yeah.
here. Quinlan's gone at 4.5, and I think he's...
Azad's got 2 for 13, but went for 2 sixes as well. Yeah, I think you've... But I mean, if he wins the match here, I think it's a shoo-in. So here we go. Last over, 4 required victory. Kamal Ahmed with the ball. And works this away. He won't get a boundary, but he will get 1, and that's important. And this is where you really do need to just find a dot from somewhere. And even if you bring guys right in. So I think he's not the quickest between the wickets, and so you'll think that they'll be wanting to run pretty much no matter what happens at this point in the game. Just force them to make the play. They've got the wickets to play with, 6 of them. And they're going to go anyway. That's what we talked about. And they're going to get away with it. So they do get a bye. And Hogan, to be fair, is quicker than you might expect. He got down there pretty quick. I thought maybe there was a chance to run him out the bowler's end, but he got there easily in the end. So 2 runs required, 4 balls remaining. We'll go down as a bye in the end. I don't think there's any bad on that, but here's the next ball. 2 runs to win. And, well, this one, has he found the fielder? Well, he has, and he's caught it.
Wow.
Well, how about that? And so they're going to have to cross back, and this is exactly why that rule is a good rule, because it doesn't bring the established batsman on strike. And I don't think Quinlan can believe it, because he gets plenty of this, and he picks out the man. under the shade of the Coolabah tree, as we'd say in Australia. And he takes it despite a couple of juggles. 1, 2, 3. And he takes the catch, and well, just like that, this game is alive. 79 on the board, 2 runs required.
And it's actually good captaincy as well. They've got everyone in but that fielder, and that's exactly where the ball can still go when it's trying to hit winning runs. It's good captaincy. They're right in the right spot.
2 or 3 balls, I mean. New batsman on strike, and it's going to be Jake Sunderland, who's had a pretty good day. Any score will tie it as well. So that's why I think you still run here. Make them make the play. I think you hit it and you run. You have a run out, you have a run out. You've got batsmen to play with.
You might run out Hogan though.
Maybe. This will be fun to watch. 2 or 3. They do go on the hit now. The hit is gone. See exactly why you take the run. That ties the game. Now they'll have 2 chances to win the match. 1 off 2.
Yeah, he actually hit it straight to the field. The throw,
really
the throw
did,
back
yeah,
to
the
the
throw's
bowler
high.
was very high.
Yeah, but the other thing is the batsman knew they were going. So, like, despite we're talking about Hogan maybe not being the quickest batsman, he knew he was going. He backed up and he got there.
Need this ball to be a wicket to make a contest of it.
Any score will win it for Alphas. Now, they're going to be run out. So,
with the new batsman on strike.
Yeah,
Well,
so
this is why.
It's a swing and a miss. And how's the pressure?
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, dear me. Oh, well, score's tied. Last ball of the day, action. This is why you stay with us. You don't want to go early. We said this is one of those topsy-turvy contests. Madrid United, who gave us the first ever golden ball. And, well, could we have another one here? They need to score, Alphas, off this ball to win the match. If they fail to score the last ball of the day, we're going for a golden ball. The first one in approximately, I think it's about 240 games now. It's the longest streak we've had. Longest barren streak we've had in the entire year. And let's see who's the man that has the pressure. It's Waqar Ashraf. And I can tell you what, his heart will be beating about 220 beats a minute right now as he walks out to the middle. I suppose you know you can't lose the game right now. That's something that gives you a little bit of confidence to know, okay, we can't lose from here. We can only win it or tie it. And then if you tie it, you're probably off the hook. Because, I mean, you'd imagine probably Hogan would face the golden ball.
He's going to hit it to a fielder, and what it comes down to is if the fielder has enough calmness to run him out at the bowler's end. That's all it is.
Yeah, I mean...
If he misses it, the keeper has to hit direct hit.
This is where you have...
I have a bat
really tight.
I would have a bat pad here, so when if he misses it, he throws it to the bat pad to take the stumps off as well. I'd go
and also
real rogue.
If it goes just nowhere, the bat pad can pick the ball up and run the batsman out. Well, high drama. Here we go. So you don't want to miss it. And the pressure on the keeper if he misses it as well. That was good by Suki Singh.
Tell you what, deep mid-wicket needs to be in about 20 yards as well.
All right, here we go. Score's tied. Any score win it for Alphas. He misses.
He's missing it.
And it's going to be a golden ball. We're going to have a golden ball. And not just that, Hogan's run out. So somebody else is going to have to face the golden ball.
Oh, they haven't won yet, but we got a golden ball, Vinny.
The team, that's had the first ever golden ball win comes back into the ECS after over a year and a half. And how's the 10-pin bowling skills of Suki Singh?
Well, hold on, they're all walking off. I don't think they realise it's a golden ball.
They're going to get a bit of a timeout here to discuss what's going to happen. And, well, this is a really dramatic circumstance.
So big man Hogan's run out. He'll have to keep walking, but the new batsman will have to come in. Someone will have to come in.
And this is where it's really interesting because we're going to have the golden ball and you have to decide who you want to face, okay? So you're going to decide who you want to face.
Well, Pennick's not out.
Yeah, so I mean, he's not out, but he just missed one. He had a chance to score one and he couldn't do it. So he's an option. The other options include, for example, Phil Pennick, who retired hurt.
Well, look at them sorting out the old golden ball. It's the last game, so we're not in a rush. We can take our time with this one. It's been a while since we've seen it.
So, yeah, it's going to be a golden ball finish to the day where it all started here at the first ever European Cricket Series. We're going to break our golden ball drought at about 240 games. And yeah, this is a game, to be honest, it's fitting that's the golden ball because it did seem to swing one way or the other, and it seemed to swing pretty fast. But I mean, how about that? I mean, we all were talking about Rabiul Khan bowling the ninth, about maybe he was the man that was going to bowl them to victory. It's, I mean, Hogan, he's run out trying to get the winning run, which I suppose you have to do there because if the keeper misses, you get it. And now, so let me explain the golden ball, and we've got some information about it for you. Now, we are going to a golden ball tiebreaker here in match 4. So the game has been tied. We will decide the match by golden ball. The batting team, they're going to bat on. So Alfaz will bat on. They need 2 runs or more to win the match off 1 additional delivery. Otherwise, Madrid United are going to win. And Madrid United, they won their golden ball back in golden ball 1 on when they were batting. And so now they're going to have to do it bowling.
Well, they're giving it to Rabiul Khan as well.
Yeah, and why not? Why wouldn't you? But I mean, he went for plenty in the ninth off some edges. So, I mean, he's a good man to have the ball in the hands, isn't he? And the other thing is that, yeah, the batting team have to have someone facing that has not been dismissed.
But can it be a retired hurt player?
Yeah, well, he hasn't been dismissed.
I don't think that. If he's hurt, he shouldn't be out.
But also, if he's hurt, how's he going to run too? I mean, that's what you're also thinking. You know,
what was his injury?
He had a slight back injury. Was the official word. So I mean, you can choose someone because he's allowed to come back on the. Just the rules say it's anyone that's not out, and he's not out. So I mean, you could go with the captain, but I don't know if he's hampered, and you think you might have to run a 2 to the outfield.
Can you get timed out in a golden ball because they can't decide?
Well, this is going to be super, super interesting. Yeah, golden ball number 1 back on the 3rd of March 2020. It was match 7 of that series. Day 2 of the ECS ever. Madrid United versus Levante edged over the 3rd man for 4. That was the first ever golden ball. So here we are, I mean, almost, what is that? 20 months later, between 19 and 20 months later. So yeah, I mean, the fielding team, anyone can choose. They can choose any bowler they like. But the batting team has to have batsmen at the wicket, unless there's 10 wickets out, in which case the non-striker will have to be someone that's dismissed. But they'll have to have 2 people at the wicket that aren't dismissed. And so how's the pressure?
I'll tell you what. I reckon they've got everyone in as well because I think the fielding team thinks they need 2 to win and 1's a loss because they're keeping everyone in.
Well, it's a gamble as well, isn't it?
No.
I mean, you also got to see...
No, but that doesn't make sense.
Oh, I mean...
You just keep them on the ring.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, if you would just stop it quicker, that's fine as well. So, yeah, look, let's see. So I can see that Darren Walker's walking to the crease and Waka Ashraf is also... going to be there, but I don't know who's going to face. Either of these batsmen can face. So you can see there, this is golden ball number 23. All right, and so at the moment, the batting team have won 10 golden balls. The bowling team have won 12 golden balls. That's after the batting team won the first 5. So the bowlers have been on a good run this year. In fact, this year, it's actually 3 to the batting team, 9 to the bowling team.
Oh, it's a lefty. I reckon he's going to bowl a wide. Oh, well, they're trying to figure out what to do with the field. I reckon it's smart to have sent in a left-hander as well. This is going to throw him yet. Where do they put everywhere? Oh, this is tough. I mean, they only need 2 to win. 1's a loss. There's no tie.
1's no good. So you can't have a tie for golden ball. One team's going to win or the other.
Well, they don't have Vinny, they're not getting this field right at all.
Okay, what do we got? I mean, they're allowed up to 5 out.
They've got a backstop, a backward point, and a fine legger, the only 3, and then everyone else in the ring. But you could drop a mid-on back just in case.
You could. I mean, how's the pressure for Walker, who doesn't have to face, but he is the man they've chosen to face here?
Well, I reckon that he's a left-hander, could get a wide.
Can I tell you something? Yeah, we've never had a wide or a no ball on a golden ball.
I reckon you might get
and we've had 22 golden balls. So here we go. Everyone on the edge of their seats.
Why is the inner ring tight?
Here we go. Golden ball. 2 to win for Sporting Alfaz. He misses. He's knocked over. And it's a golden ball victory for Madrid United. And just like they did in their very first series back in March 2020, Madrid United are the golden ball heroes. And they do it here on the first day of action in Alfaz Del Pi. And, well, what would you say about that? And for me, he then becomes man of the match because he is the golden ball hero. And Rabiul Khan, he had 1 shot and he knocked over Walker. And, well, you'd have to say that is one of the most dramatic ways to decide a cricket match. It's another win for the bowling team. And Madrid United, well, they know all about golden balls. And they've done it right here. What a way to finish the day, Corey. And we finally broke our golden ball drought. And fitting that it's Madrid United that won the first ever golden ball that are going to do it. And well, you've got to think about Alphas where they're at now, because that changes things dramatically on the table. They go to 1 and 2. And also, that means that Madrid United, they pull level with Alphas. So that just shows you it's wide open. Well, if you had that golden ball tingle, you weren't going to be disappointed here in match 4. The final match of the day in the FanCode European Cricket Series. And well, Pennick, that was the worst of his troubles, as he got that one right in the chest pad there, but it wasn't long before things were starting to happen. It went one way, then the other. And we saw that one, a disastrous run out, attempting a 3rd run. That was the end of Brown. Then the Perminator came to the crease, and you know things are going to happen when he's there. Although he struck 3 consecutive boundaries, he did struggle for his timing a little bit, although he did contribute 28 to the total. That was an important contribution. But then this game was just going to send us scattering everywhere, a bit like those birds. That was a nice shot. That was probably the best of them for me. He just timed that one through point. But yeah, there were so many twists and turns. And this man, Robbie Khan, he ends up getting them out of the match, the golden ball hero. But, well, Perman, he was living dangerously. And even this one, it was crazy. Didn't stick, but still saving runs in the field. We saw Roper go out there, whack that one. That's ultimately, there were going to be a lot more twists and turns in this contest.
Yeah, there was, and well, at this stage, it was still a little bit to and fro, but when Jack Perman went, we thought, well, could they get themselves back into this game? That's exactly what they did, and it was some lusty blows, but wickets. It was to and throw, back and forth, until it came right down to the wide inning, and I think the match actually ended with 3 wickets off the last 3 balls. Yeah,
well, it was just crazy what was happening in the end. You see, they just needed a handful. Robbie Khan came back to bowl the 9th, and you thought that might just swing things the way of the Madrid United guys, but a few of these edges just flew away. And the 3rd man, he was running to the left, he was running to the right. He couldn't stop it, try he might. And then when we got to the end, it was a bit of crazy stuff. Well, maybe that knocked some sense into Robbie Khan. And in this one, that could have popped out. And
that would have lost the match if he dropped it.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. That's how close they went. Madrid United, they were living on a prayer. And then, how's the 10-pin bowling skills? Suki Singh, well, he's got a good chance to try some out of the match, because the match was in his hands a couple of times, and he didn't let them down. And then off the golden ball, you got to feel for Walker. He was put into a pressure situation, but Robbie Khan sends golden ball number 23 crashing into the stumps. Madrid United, well, they've won a golden ball now with the bat and with the ball. I think they're the first team to ever do that in the history of the golden ball. What a game we saw. Tied at 80. And it was Madrid United that get the win. And so have a look at the scorecard. All chaos breaking loose. And player of the match, yeah, Robbie Khan for his contribution with the bat. And of course, starting with a maiden. And he said he'd have to do something pretty special to get the player of the match award. Well, it doesn't get too much more special than crashing the golden ball into the stump. So Alphas, their day took a dramatic turn after they started with a flurry of wickets against Intellectuals. They ended up having to endure a quite tough finish to their day. They do have Christian Munoz Mills come back into their setup at some point during this week, and I think that he's a player they sorely missed today. But with the chase, 81 was required, 80 to tie, which is exactly what happened in the end. Perman, the top scorer, with 28, although we've seen him bat more fluently than that. I think Quinlan, 18 off 12, he almost got them home, and he probably had one hand on the player of the match trophy. And Roper with 11, he was also important. They just kind of fell off the wagon a little bit at the end. Now, one thing that was really important there, only 2 wides in the entire innings. I think that was the reason they were able to keep them down to that score of 80 for 7 off their 10 overs. Phil Pennick there, the captain, having to retire, not out as he suffered a bit of an injury. As a back injury that forced him out of the innings after 4 overs. And with the ball, Abul Kalam Azad, 2 for 13. And he bowled an interesting over. Did get hit for a couple of big sixes, though. For me, Robbie Khan didn't take a wicket officially, but he did take a wicket off the golden ball. Conceded 11 off his 2 overs, including a maiden, when his last over went for 11 in the 9th, and you thought it was going to be really tough to find a way back into the game for Madrid United, but they did, defending 24 off the last over, and they did it successfully. And so there's the golden ball drought broken in Lalfast LP, where it all started. Golden Ball 23 going to Madrid United as Walker was bowled off the last ball of the day. So a golden finish. Make sure that you tune in to Cyprus. That is starting in just over an hour's time. I know that we're getting to the end of that encore tournament, so it's really hotting up over there. And it doesn't get much hotter than here either. Pretty hot in the kitchen, Madrid United. Well, they'll be happy to get some points on the board. Make sure you join us as well tomorrow. We have more action from 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 p.m. in India. In the meantime, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com. That's a great place to go to catch up with all the highlights and also all the scorecards, statistics and fixtures of our tournaments, including the championship weekends coming up in Spain and Italy this weekend, and our social media at European Cricket. Have a look at some of the highlights. I'm sure the golden ball will make its way onto our social media before too long. You can see the standings. Well, that was a really important win from Madrid United, and not too much between the two teams. Intellectuals, they are leading the pack after the first day of completed play. Hope you have a happy and safe evening. Time to turn over to Cyprus and whatever cricket you're watching tonight. Hope you're enjoying it, but hopefully you see us here tomorrow for day 2 of this 3-day series. For now, from everyone at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Ruckers, and we'll see you tomorrow for more action here in Spain in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.